Ole! Laert, we got the 3 points.
Finally, I mean, we knew it's gonna happen. It's sooner or later.
Sooner or later, and it finally came. Suffered, but it came.
Yeah, it came straight away after Pioli made those changes and addressed the defense. That's the whole thing. You concede less, the team gets more confidence, and you win games. That is.
You're right. As a matter of fact, check it out. Last game, we did not concede an open play, just conceded in that one situation there. Today, we did not concede it. So that's definitely positive.
Yeah, no. And people saw the last game really in a negative way. I saw the last game in a positive way because the performance, the defense played really well against Inter. We didn't give them a lot of chances. We played really well defensively today, but there is a lot to do still.
It wasn't a pretty game at all, and we'll get into the details. Before that, let's say hi to everybody in chat, guys. And if you have not already, what the are you waiting for? Like the damn click button. It is free, doesn't cost you anything. It helps the channel grow. It helps the algorithm. So do us a good favor. We got the 3 points today, so click that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Siamo venuti fin qua, siamo venuti qua giù per vedere segnare Giroud. That's right. Laird, I know you're going to have a lot to say about Giroud. We'll get to that in a second. Christian, what's up? Origi something. Ciao equals Van Dijk. I have something to say about that. I'm sure you
better than Van Dijk. They're saying better than Van Dijk.
He's better than Van Dijk, right? Chow will be a legend, man of the match. A lot of Chow praise. Kalulu and Chow were really good today. Bilal, guys, we're going to open up the lines in about 15 minutes. Also, Pioli should have played TDK earlier because this was bodied by everyone. For Milan, let's talk about Tata. This guy cannot move from his line. He is scared. Okay, Larry, listen, let's get straight into it. I know you did not like Giroud today. Talk to us about Giroud a little bit.
No, I didn't like Giroud at all the first half. Like, he had the worst game he had probably in his all career, probably. The first half was awful from him. How can I say it? Of course, he was not the only player that was really bad in the first half. I mean, apart from the defense and the wings, Theo and Selemakers, the two midfielders, Diaz, Leao, Giroud, are really average. Just average. Let's admit that. Giroud were the worst of all of this that I mentioned. Second half, we did better. Giroud did much better as well. Not just the goal. Everything he was doing was proper.
Yeah.
I like Pioli keeping the same formation until almost minute 75, 80 minutes. That means that he trusts the players that they're playing, and he doesn't want to destabilize the team too much during the game. In the middle of the game.
He has committed to 3 at the back now. This 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1. So it looks like he has committed to this, and this is what he's going to keep on going with.
Yeah, we're going to go like this for at least, I assume, at least another 3 games, at least. Because our formation, the classic 4-2-3-1, or let's say a 4-3-3, if you're putting a more defensive number 10. Our classic formation, you need to be really in a good shape, or at least mentally, fresh and stable and optimistic to perform with that formation. Yeah. And we're not there yet, but I saw some good play. There was a moment during the game that we kept possession quite comfortably. There was a moment in the game that we did a quick transition. Almost the second goal, the almost second goal when Theo missed that chance. That was a quick transition from a corner to go on a counter.
And that was a Kalulu possible.
Kalulu passing the ball. That means confidence, because your center back is going forward. Diaz passing the ball to your center back that is making the run. Leao going for a run. Fernandez going for a run. The boys believe now. There is some belief on that. So slowly, I would say the cherry on top of the cake will be Mike Maignan coming back. That will be a full recovery of the team.
Yeah, it has been delayed. I don't know if you know, but it has been delayed to beginning of March now. It was supposed to be mid-February, beginning February. Now it looks like it's being delayed to beginning of March. But yeah, once he comes back, a lot of things are going to change because he brings a whole new dimension to the team. That's not even
It's. I say another month for sure, maybe more. I think 1 month and a half. End of March, beginning of April, Mike Maignan is coming back, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, you think it's gonna be even better? Well,
I think he's gonna play like 10 games this season. The last 10 games, 9 games of the season. That's
better than nothing. Better than nothing.
Better than nothing, because for us, for our season, those are decisive games. Those are the games that are gonna decide you top 4 or not. The way things are right now. So until
speaking of, go ahead, sorry.
No, go for it.
No, I was just saying. Speaking of top 4 right now, Milan, with 1 game ahead of the other competitors, we are third right now with 41 points.
Yeah, I think Lazio and Atalanta are playing against each other, if I'm not wrong, and Roma is playing against Lecce. We beat Torino, which is 7th place at the moment.
Yeah.
And Inter is not having I think Inter is having an easy game against Sampdoria, but he's away from home.
And don't trust Inter, because Inter, they might win a game, they look great, but then they're going to play against one of the smaller teams and we're going to lose it. So you don't know about Inter.
Yeah, they're not healthy.
Yeah, it's not a super stable team, so they can drop points here and there. Yeah. So I just want to say one quick thing. I still believe, in my opinion, that 4-3-3 would be better, but that's just me speculating. Obviously,
I agree with you.
I agree
with you. 4-3-3 would be better. Of course, 3 pure midfielders.
Yeah.
So it will be much better, 4-3-3, but clearly the guys at the back are not confident yet. They don't feel confident. Tataruzanu doesn't give you confidence as well.
No.
So it's really hard for the defense. So they need to be covered a bit more. That's it. That's what it is right now. And we need points more than playing well. We need points.
Right. So you know what? Today we won. We got the 3 points. I'm not going to complain too much. I am going to say something about Malik Chow. I'm going to call him Chow from now on. Ciao. He's had a great game today. I see a lot of praise coming for this player. But what I've seen way too much from our fans, the AC Milan fans, is that especially when it comes to new players, when they perform well, they get a lot of praise. But as soon as they make that one mistake, they become public enemy number 1. So I'm going to be balanced with Malik Chow. He's definitely a good player for the future. I've said many times that I think this was a genius move by Maldini. But I'm not going to be calling him the next Baresi right now. I'm not going to be, he's doing well. He adds something else to our defense, especially in the set pieces. But let's not get carried away with this guy, because he's young. He is bound to make mistakes. As soon as he makes that mistake, let's not turn on him. Let's keep a balanced head about him. That's my opinion on him. What about you?
Oh, he had a great game. Really excited about Malik Chow. I'm really happy that Pioli played him today and not the games before, because the games before was not a matter of who was playing, was a matter of formation and approach of the game. So he would have paid the price of a team like Milan playing like shit, and people will blame him or other players, So I'm happy that Pioli didn't put him in a difficult, awful moment to do to not perform. I'm happy he came in today and at the end of the derby, because that means he's coming in a team that is healthy and is not conceding a lot of goals, so he can actually perform and do his best. If he was coming in against Lazio, Lecce, or all the other games, he will do okay, not great, because the whole team was not doing great, and and he will and his confidence will suffer a lot. And
Absolutely.
it's
We
not
would have
fair
we would have lost
on
him.
the younger.
We would have lost him.
Yeah,
If he was playing in one of those games where we lost 5-2, 4-0,
exactly.
he wouldn't have seen the pitch at all until next year. So I agree
That's
with that.
another thing. That's another thing, because when you put a youngsters and you lose 5-0, people think, oh, that youngster is shit. They don't think the overall team is shit, actually. So thank God he didn't came in, because and you can see his state of mind is clear, is fresh, is not contaminated by the bad performances Milan had in the previous games, because he's not part of those bad performances.
Right.
He does not feel responsible for those bad. So that's why he can play with confidence and play well.
Yeah.
The issues we had before the Torino game, and I want to add before the Inter game as well, was tactical issues, and of course mentally, because when things don't go well mentally, you need to cover with the tactics. When things goes mentally, even if you make mistakes tactically, your players are going to find a solution and win the game, because mentally they are in a state of grace. You know what I mean? In the opposite way, if you are in a shit mental state, tactics are gonna save your ass. Simple as that. But Malik had a great game, great player.
Yeah, very good game.
I still don't think he's ready for a 4 at the back. He still needs, slowly to improve.
Absolutely. So Matteo here says that Adopo guy is really good. A lot of praise for Adopo. Imagine having a team, a guy that is called Ciao, and another one that's called Adopo.
Yeah, man.
Ciao and Adopo. All the Italians are going to get that one. Ciao and some others are very great, especially Ciao. Let's go to chat. Let's see. Tonali. Are we going to speak about Tonali? Tonali today was isolated. He did not have the support he wanted from Krunic. Krunic was being shadowed, at least in the first half. Second half, better. But the first half, Tonali just did not have any support in the middle, and he made a lot of mistakes. Tonali is not going through his best form right now. Tonali is a guy that has been spremuto. What's the word in English?
Squeezed.
He's been, totally squeezed. Like the juice has been squeezed out of him. He's been playing at 1,000 miles per hour for 2 years now, and he needs a break. The guy needs a break. Any words on Tonali?
Yeah. It's, and by the way, people need to remember that he's super young. He's 21, 22. Consistency is is one of those things you don't get from a young player. So it's normal for him having a dip of form, especially in a moment when all the team is playing like shit. So I understand that. He didn't play well. Krunic as well. The first half, they were not amazing. Second half, much better. But I saw something different on them. There was some courage. They were trying something more complicated. They were not afraid to verticalize and go forward with the ball. Second half, even better. And the next game against Monza is going to be even better. And the game after, even better. The moment you go up in that table, you win 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 games in a row.
Exactly.
Things completely change. Players look different, and you start to play like usual.
I think Galliani said a long time ago, remember, le vittorie curano tutto. Victories cure everything. And just adding a few that brings confidence, brings courage, and all of a sudden it's going to come back. This form is going to come back. Daniel Rede says, "What's up with Rafa? Love the guy, but he's awful post World Cup." Pioli spoke about Rafael Leao, Giroud, and Theo Hernandez. But after they came back from the World Cup, he noticed that there was a dip in form from all three of these guys. Any words on Rafael Leao tonight?
Yeah, he had a poor game. average on decision making. And every time when I criticize a player, I criticize on decision making because you can have a poor game because everyone around you is shit. So even if you make the right decision, the ball doesn't come back to you. People are not making the right run. But today, Rafa had a poor game because poor decision making. Uh, it's fine.
He ne-
He's
he
young.
need he needs to get a goal. He needs to hear the San Siro raw his the crowd raw his name. He definitely needs a goal. He needs a boost of confidence because you can definitely see that there's something going on there.
Yeah, a
Can
goal
we?
would be amazing.
He needs a goal. Yeah. Today, like Giroud, after he scored the goal, he started to play a little bit better because you were right what you said today. Like every single ball that landed on Giroud's feet, like I
Was
think someone
lost.
else mentioned it. Yeah, I think Raul said it earlier. I can't recall a single layoff from Giroud that goes to Milan. Today, he was all alone receiving a good goal and give it to Torino. Yeah, after the goal, the confidence started to come back. Let's see. Anything else before we open up the lines, Laird, that we want to say? Salamaker's
Uh,
better as a football. Yeah, I like Salamaker's in this position, by the way. I think this is his position, the wing back position.
I don't mind him as a wing as well. I knew Salamakers in these difficult periods, he will be the one that will suffer less because his mentality,
Bravo.
he does not get touched by difficult moments or bad performances because
Bravo, bravo.
he's that type of player. Even Diaz didn't have a great game, but he was trying. He was trying to dribble. He was
He's
trying a
always
difficult
fighting.
pass.
Always
He was
fighting.
always fighting, and he had a bad game, Diaz. But still, I didn't see him once. No, I'm not gonna do the difficult pass because I'm scared because I don't want to lose the ball. No, man, he was keep trying, and he had a good pass on Giroud before Giroud scoring the goal. That the goalkeeper saved it to the line. You remember?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was a
Okay.
good pass from Diaz, and that was a great chance for Giroud. I got really
Yeah,
upset when he missed that chance.
yeah.
But
I do agree. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah,
Finish.
go.
No, I
No,
was saying.
these guys have a different mentality. They don't have the talent of Leao, but their mentality is always let's keep going, let's keep trying, let's keep
Yeah.
pushing. Leao in
Yep.
difficult moments just kind of falls down. That's the thing.
Yeah, totally. No, you're totally right. There are players that just they never stop. Despite Lao's drop, his presence is key and allows so much progression in play gone with, and that is definitely true. Like even when he's not even right now that he's not at his best, his presence is always creates trouble for the opposition. I find it interesting. Chow and Salamakers are getting a lot of praise right now. And it's funny, in this moment of difficulty, you're right. It is these kind of players that suffer the least because this is what they do. They're always fighting. They're always fighting. They're not interested about playing, beautiful football. They are there to fight. So they're very important players. And this is where I do kind of like talk about what's his name, Pioli a little bit. And it's like, he used Messias for these past games when, for me, on my couch, of course, it seemed like Salamakers would have been the best option, because against Roma, Milan had the best game against Roma. 4-2-3-1, Salamakers on the right. Milan had a great game, and then they fucked it up the last 5 minutes. But then against Inter, 4-2-3-1, Salamakers on the bench, Messias on the right wing. Shambles, no defense at all, no pressure. We lose 3-0. Against Lazio, same formation. Messias on the right, Salamakers on the bench. No pressure, nothing. No fight. We lose 4-0. Against Sassuolo, exactly the same thing. Salamakers on the bench, Messias on the field, no fight, no grinta. We lose 5-2. Now Salamakers is back. We're starting to see results. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Bilal here, who said that we'll never win a game ever again in the history in the future of
Nah,
Milan.
come on, Roy, don't say
You
that.
did say that. Come on, you
I
did
said,
say that.
I
No,
said,
no. He almost
No,
got
we
it right,
agreed.
though. He almost got it right.
Yeah, I said we'll give Pioli 4 games in it, 4 more games. So Inter, Torino, Tottenham, and then one more. So we won 1, we lost 1. It's okay. I didn't see the game today. I was playing football, but I came back and I saw that we won 1-0. So how did we play, lads?
It was an ugly
Was
game.
an okay game. Not ugly. Yeah, ugly win. Ugly win, I would say.
And
But
we'll
to
be
be
at
fair,
home.
Torino is a good team, though. Is a good team.
Yeah, I
we
mean
were at
they've
home.
beaten us twice this season, haven't they?
Yeah, and they have 30 points. They are 7th in the table, so they're the
Yeah.
best team after the top 7. So
They're
the
a
top
bit of a
6,
bogey
sorry.
team. They can get. They're a difficult side. Yeah. Okay. So we got an ugly win, and I take it. I've been hearing that Chow, Tatarasano, Kalulu, they played well.
Yeah, they did. I thought that
I mean,
had a better game than usual.
yeah. To be fair, everyone played better compared to what we had the last 5 games. Everyone played better. So if you compare it to
except for
the
Giroud.
latest form, yeah,
Well,
except for Giroud, of course.
Giroud playing worse and worse.
I haven't
Giroud
watched.
didn't look like a professional football player in the first half, man.
Well,
I'm not even upset about the guy. That's the thing.
I didn't watch the game, but do you know Giroud? You have to accept a few things with Giroud. He's not going to run in behind. He's not going to, do quick 1-2s. He's what he gives you is when you ping the ball up front, he'll knock it over to Leao or Diaz, and if you
He
ping it in
didn't
the
do
box,
that
he'll
as well.
score a header. So
Yeah, he
he's
did
one of
that.
those. Yeah, he's one of those guys that can play shit for 80 minutes, but he'll get you a goal.
Oh, but the problem I had with Giroud is not Giroud had a bad game before. It's not like and scored a goal. So I know the type of striker Giroud is that.
Yeah.
But it is completely that. So I'm expecting that type of game with Giroud. But what mistakes he was making in the first half were actually he was stopping the ball, no pressure at all, and he was passing it to Torino player. So there was like a. That's the thing.
Don't you think he needs some rest? I mean, I'm thinking Tottenham have got a really fast lineup, and Origi looks all right. I would say just if we're gonna do a 3-5-2, then Origi and Leao up front, and both of them can just run in from behind.
I don't know. It's weird because I don't think Pioli is going to bench Giroud especially after he scored the goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a good,
The target man, isn't
momentum.
As far as a
he's
target
in a good
man,
momentum.
he's an excellent target man.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as like in the box as a poacher, he's excellent, and you can't take that away.
And outside the box as well, he is good, man. Since he's been with Milan, he's been good outside the box as well. This half today was just weird. I was like, what the fuck is going on with the guy? That's the thing.
Salamakis as a wing back is good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good lad, man. He plays for the shirt. He played for the badge. I mean,
here, me and Laert have always supported Salamaker's efforts on the pitch.
Yeah,
and when he plays as a right wing, he does not do the right wing the way people want him to do. He does it in a different way.
He's more defensive minded, and he gives our team a bit more balance. So yes, I think I like Alexis Salamakis, and he tries hard.
Oh yeah, whatever happens in his life, he can be at the funeral, show up in a game, and give everything.
Yeah, I remember last game he was bleeding from his mouth, and he was still during the derby, and he was still giving it all. So
yep. We got Lucas in the house. What's up, Lucas? Excellent, Lucas.
When do we?
Great take.
When do we play Tottenham?
Tuesday, Valentine's Day.
Okay. Liat, you're in London. Are you gonna go?
Where? No, but he's in Milan.
Oh, he's in Milan. Do you know on the return fixture? Are you gonna go?
I was thinking, but I need to see what is gonna be the result in Milan, because if we're losing 5-0 in Milan, what I'm gonna do?
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna be the Ibrahimovic of the situation, a cheerleader.
Nah, I think they're going to take us to school, but we'll see.
I'm not sure about that, but the chances that they score 3 goals is higher than actually the game finish 2-1 or 1-1 or 0-0. One thing I can say is that is a game that if you win, like by accident, let's say you have all the luck in the world and you win that game, it completely changes your season. Like the boys, they are back on business like they used to be before.
You're right, because when the return leg happens, let's say Mike Magnon's back and you've got an Ibrahimovic who can come off the bench, it changes everything, because you'll have Tomori back, Mike Magnon and Ibrahimovic, and the team will be used to playing with a 3-man defence. So yeah, let's try and get a result, even a draw at San Siro, and then take it to them in the next leg.
Yeah, it's
I think
a win or even a good result.
But I think Tottenham is not this.
Like a 1-1.
But I don't think Tottenham is this great team that is going to outplay.
Yeah, but we're not in a great form. That's my issue.
Yeah,
I don't even have an issue with Tottenham right now. It's just we're not in a great form.
Yeah, the way I look at it is they're still a shit team compared to the Premier League, but they are well better than most of the Serie A teams. And
but this is a theory, Bilal, that you have and you brought up that I don't know. I don't agree with it, because last season, for example, you had Leicester City and Leicester and what was the other team? Leicester and what the fuck was the other team? Everton. I don't know. It was
West Ham, maybe.
I can't remember. So Napoli played Leicester, and Roma played also Leicester and another team. I mean, none of these teams beat neither Roma or Napoli, and this was a 6 games.
Yeah, but we are in a bad form. The problem is we are in a bad form, boy. If we are in a decent form, not even the best form,
I'm just saying that Bilal has this idea that if you play in the EPL, you're just superior to any team.
No, I'm saying, like, what position are Tottenham? Are they third in the league?
They're fifth. I think fifth.
Okay, fifth, and so they're having an all right season, because finishing top 4 for them is what they want. They're not going to win the league, but if you look at where we are in the league and how bad a form we are, we were so below the level that they're playing at.
I'll make it simple to you. Tottenham has 39 points. The third place has 43 points. So I look at points. I don't look at position. So Tottenham has 4 points less than the third place in Premier League. So in terms of points, shows there is a healthy team that it's hard to beat. And they still win games. They are not like incredible. They're not free flowing.
They've just beaten City.
But they're a solid team.
Yeah, they've just beaten City, and we can't take them lightly. We're coming off our first win in the last month.
But we're not taking anyone lightly. That's the problem. We are too nervous. That's the thing.
It's the worst time to play them. That's my point, Roy, because if we were on a winning streak and we had our players fit and healthy and we had a strong formation, I'd say, yeah, let's go and beat them 2-0 at San Siro. But right now, we'd be lucky if we get a goal.
I wanna add something. I don't think Malik Chow is in the Champions League list.
Well, that's shooting yourself in the foot. Who the hell is going to be our centre-back? Gabbia?
Yeah, but the problem is we don't have enough Italian players to put Malik Chow in the list. That's the problem.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
He was not in the list, the first part of the Champions League. And I don't see him why he should be in the list, because we didn't buy any Italian players. So Malik Chow, Branks, and
he is.
And Adli there. He is. Yeah. He is? Okay, that's good, because he was not in the list the first half, if I'm not wrong.
Because we didn't take Ibrahimovic, did we?
Oh, right. Maybe that's. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I guess people are saying he is there.
Well,
I want him to be in the list. It's just that was not there in the first half. Well, that's
he's replacing Dest.
Yeah,
Dest is gone. Dest is no more.
Finally.
You're so happy, Larry, huh? Aren't you? Aren't you?
Dude,
happy?
Is he? I thought he was good.
No, man.
Is he
What are you
poor?
talking about? He's not
Larry doesn't
poor,
know.
man. He's not a solid player. You know what I mean? He's not solid.
Yeah.
He
He's.
does
Do you
not
know
give
what?
you something really well.
He's quite confusing because he's not like a left or right back, and he's not like a winger. He's like a in between. Like he's not really good defensively, and he's not really that good attacking. So
He's not good, man. He's not good. He's not better than Teo. He's not better than Calabria, than Kalul. He's not better than Florenzi. He's not better
well,
than Salemakers. He's not better than how's it called?
Is he better
The
than
other
CDK?
guy. Yeah, but he plays in different positions. So
do you know?
I'm talking
do you know
about
which-
players in this position.
Also, Lucas is here. Yeah?
Do you know with CDK? I genuinely think just give him till next season. He'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
he'll
You
be
can
like
say.
a Tonali. The first season, Tonali, everyone was like, "Oh my god, what did we buy?" But give him a year. Next season, I've got strong hopes because if you don't keep Diaz, I think he'll keep that number 10 position.
Yeah, we all feel the same way about CDK. There's only one person that still insists that CDK is the best thing since sliced bread this season. Well, that person is not here right now. We all know who that person is, but we all acknowledge that CDK is going to need his time to get used to adapt. And next season is probably going to be where we're going to see him. What's up, Lucas? What's up, man?
My Wi-Fi is kind of slow right now.
Your wife
Yeah, bomb.
is gone.
Wi-Fi. Yeah, but I was watching the game today, and I
Your
feel like
wife is high.
I feel like we played well in the first half. Wait, can you guys hear me?
I heard your wife is high.
But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the first half was. I think we improved in the first half. I think we had some chances in the first half. If we scored those chances, would have been in a great position, but we didn't score those chances. Uh,
First
and
half
in the first half,
or second half?
yeah, in the first half, in the first half, I think Giroud was the worst player, followed by Tonali because Tonali was basically out of the game during the first half. Artistas Makers was the best player in the first half. In the second half, Giroud picked up his form, scored a header, you know,
The
became
whole team
clutch.
was better in the second half. I felt like the confidence is growing inside the players. I really need us to win the next 2 or 3 games in Serie A, and this team is gonna come back mentally at the same level we were before the World Cup.
Who do we play next in Serie A?
Monza,
Monza.
which is a difficult
can,
game. They play quite attacking football, but we're gonna
Yeah,
have
but
space.
we can have a
And they,
word
and they
with.
play throughout the back as well. So we'll play like three teams that have played throughout the back. Like like four games in a row we're playing teams that play throughout the back. And we play throughout the back. We just had to play throughout the back.
Anyway, Bilal, you were trying to say something about Monza.
I was just going to say we maybe should pay Galliani to do us a favor.
Dude, Galliani would love to do that for free, not even pay him. Knowing Galliani, he's more a Milan fan than a Monza fan. But
Yeah.
he cannot do it because he needs to convince other 11 players to do it. That's the problem.
We're going to be fine against Monza. I feel we're going to be fine against Monza. I feel like we're getting back. We're coming back. Slowly but surely.
With
pretty-
Monza,
I'm actually-
we need to be solid at the back. That's the simple thing. And space, we're gonna find space to punish them.
I have a lot of, I don't want to, I'm going to knock on wood, but I have a lot of confidence and optimism for the Champions League game as well. I think the players will be extremely motivated. The stadium is going to be super electrifying. And with this win is going to bring back some positivity to the locker room. I feel pretty optimistic about the upcoming month. Knock on wood.
There is
Just a few.
Yeah, there is two things that that makes me feel optimistic about the game is the fact that the players don't really believe we have a chance, so they're gonna be mentally more relaxed. You know what I mean?
Well,
When
I
you
don't.
feel there is no
No, I
expectation
feel
from
like
no
the
one
first
to
half.
win the game from us,
I,
so they're
I
gonna be
just
more relaxed.
Yeah, I know. I just hope Pioli doesn't change. You know, like when we started against Inter, and it wasn't a 3-5-2; it was more like a 5-3-2, where it was really defensive, all in our own half. Just because he doesn't really want to go into the Tottenham game and go down 1-0 within the first 10 minutes, I get the impression he's going to have a 5-man defense and 3-man midfield, 8 people behind the ball close to our own goal, because he's going to do that because he'll take a cautious approach.
But now that is
I,
But,
w- I
strange.
wouldn't.
like,
I wouldn't mind him playing, for example, the defense like we had today. Calabria on the right, Hernandez on the left, Tonali, Krunic, Selemakers on the right, Leao on the left, and Giroud. So Selemaker is that defensive player that can actually go forward as well on the space,
Yeah,
and is good at pressing. So I don't mind Pioli doing that. And if you stay, if you so-called park the bus in front of Tottenham, you have more chances because Tottenham is good on quick transition and
yeah.
counter-attack. They are not good on unlocking the defense.
Yeah, but
So
that's the thing.
maybe,
Like,
but
yeah, that's the thing.
Tottenham plays
like,
exactly like that. Though. They Tottenham plays with 9 players behind the ball. So like,
Exactly.
how are we both going to do that? How does that work?
Well, we can't
Well,
match
we
them.
are worse than them at the moment, so we're gonna lose a lot of balls on the Giroud Leao area, and they always gonna have possession. Them having always
that's what,
possession is gonna frustrate them a lot, and we can actually punish them on a counter. But you need players like Selemakers, Hernandez, Calabria, Leao to
We need
create
Benacer.
a sort of no, but it's not gonna be there anyway. But you need that. But to create a sort of counter attack, or at least keep it 0-0 the first half. San Siro 0-0 the first half. Come in the second half. Tottenham is tired. They're starting to think about a draw. They're starting to think about let's not lose this game, and maybe some changes. Diaz, a Rebic, some players with a bit of pace and creativity can punish Tottenham. So let's see.
Just bear this in mind, because whenever Pioli plays in the Champions League, I get the feeling that, let's say we get a 0-0 at half time, the opposing manager always seems to change their tactics and get one over on Pioli. I've seen it before in
No,
the Champions League.
that's the opposing referee. That's the opposing
Okay,
referee.
all right. There's an
Apart from
argument about,
Liverpool, that was much better than us. A year ago, Liverpool was the best team in the world. And
yeah, but
they went to the final and things like that.
I want
The
to
other
see.
cases are a bit dodgy.
A few of the people have mentioned in the comments that Pioli's sub choices have been a bit questionable over the last couple of games, and I just want to see how he changes things if it's 0-0 or 1-0 down at half time.
It doesn't need to change things. You lose 1-0 in San Siro, it's still game on. You still have 90 minutes to play. So you don't need to change things.
No, I said if we're 1-0 down at half time.
Yeah, 1-0 down half time. Still nothing happened. You still play your game. You still stay solid. You still don't concede and try to get a chance.
Okay.
You need to be solid, man. You need to have a game. You need to go in London. You have a game. The game is open, because when you go in London and the game is open, the pressure goes on Tottenham as well. So you can play with that pressure. The adrenaline, the will to go and win it can come, and you can have a great performance in London. So just keep the game. Don't concede stupid goals. Concede as less as you can. And Tottenham is going to crumble, or they're going to give you chances. They're going to give us chances. Like Torino did. Torino gave us chances because we kept the clean sheet. If you don't keep or you keep the score low, that's the thing.
Leah, you're getting me excited about going to London to watch the second leg.
Well, come over, man. Just let me know. We can buy a ticket together. And
yeah, I was in London a few weeks ago, in Holborn, so I was at work.
Lucas, you've been trying to say something. You need to speak up, my man. You need to speak
up. I was trying
his
to
wife
say
is
that
high.
I don't see Pioli playing Papak the Bazas on Zero. I don't see him playing Salesmakers out of position. It's
He's
either
not
he
out of
plays
position. He's a
Calabria.
right wing. Selemic
No,
is gonna
he's
be a
not a
right
right
wing.
winger. No, we can clearly say that he's not a right winger. He's a right wing back. He's not a right winger. So
Who,
it's
who,
either he plays. So it's either he
I'd
plays
say
Calabria or Salesmakers there. And
yeah,
for the
wing back.
composition, for the composition, I see him playing CDK for the Champions League match.
Well,
And
is
let's see
Benacer going to be
who.
available? If Benacer is
no,
available, I think he's going to play Krunic, man.
Yeah,
no, it's
I
not.
feel like
It's not available,
I feel
Benacer,
like
man.
Are you sure?
no, yeah, he no, he said
Ah,
he'll be available. He said him
no,
and
it's
Jamal
not
will be available.
available, Benacer,
So
man.
no, he in the press conference he said that they'll be available for the Tottenham game. And if that's the
The
case,
return.
I don't see. Yeah, if that's the case, I don't see him starting Benacer. I see him bringing on Benacer in the second half.
The
Because
first
Pennis has had
on
90 minutes of
Tuesday. On
yeah,
Tuesday.
yes,
I
on
don't think Benacer
Tuesday.
is gonna be in the bench on Tuesday. That's my opinion. That's my personal opinion. I don't think
Pure,
Benacer is gonna be in the bench.
Purely said he'll be on the bench.
How the fuck you can know? It's a muscle injury 5 days before that he's gonna be in the bench. It's
Um,
I'm really surprised.
can someone explain this picture? What's happening here?
No, okay, so they were because people were
They're
saying
making
that
fun of you guys. They're making fun of you guys. They'll be saying that there is
yes,
fight in the dressing room.
exactly. They're taking the piss out of all the people that are saying that they're fighting in the dressing room, and they're
Even the fucking
and
prime minister was saying that the dressing room is a disaster at Milan. And Calabria had to go on social media and say some people need to shut the fuck up. The
Well,
group
that's a
is all united and we're
yeah.
not losing our head. We actually are all together on this. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Everyone's
that's
saying Teo Hernandez doesn't like Pioli and bullshit like that, man. I don't believe things like that.
nah, that's bullshit. It's if anything, I just think some of the players are low on confidence, like Liao and Theo, and
well, Theo actually had an interview, and he said that psychologically after the World Cup, he was completely destroyed, like just completely down on life. I read that right now. I actually just read that right now. We got Clint in the house. What's up, Clint?
Hey, what's up,
Nice.
guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Clint,
Yeah.
keep an eye on those Excel sheets, man. What time
I
is it?
oh, how
So
you
you're
know, bro? I have five. I have five monitors in front of me. Five. So I logged in
and
from
all of
here on
them.
my laptop instead of my phone. So
What
I'm
time is
speaking.
it in
It's more
United
clear.
States?
Right now it's 4:51.
Almost there, man. Almost there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm already like kind of done for the day, but I do both. So I just got off a meeting and I just switched headphones. So hopefully nobody can spy on me on live, and they're gonna be like, "You're supposed to be working, and you're on YouTube." That's why I got Rihanna picture up top right there. But how you guys doing, man? I was watching the game. I'm satisfied with what I saw. I'm not gonna lie. You know, at this point, my expectation was like, okay, I hope we don't concede at least 2 goals in this game. That was my expectations. Not even a win. That's how low the bar is for me right now. But yeah, it's been I like what I saw. For me, the player that impressed me the most was Chow today, most definitely. I don't know what you
Yeah.
guys. I don't know if y'all spoke of the game or not, but I was really impressed with what
Yeah, we
Chow was
did.
doing. Yep.
I mean, I think
Great
people.
game.
Okay, not to dismiss anybody. I'm not trying to do that. I think people are impressed with him because he's fresh, he's new. But I just don't want that as soon as he makes a mistake, as soon as poor games, people just turn on him. That's what I don't want to see.
no, I don't think that'll happen because look, remember when Kalulu first came on the scene and then he made one or two mistakes. I think we're reasonable like that. I think we all know Kalulu is a good player, and every so
Look,
often he'll make a
people
mistake.
are people are starting to turn on Tonali.
Yeah, but I
Well,
just think Tonali's he's probably exhausted. How many games has he played back to back? And it's a mentality thing. He's only 21, and he's gone through probably the worst phase of his career with Milan. So
I
yeah,
think people consider the two when you lose against Torino in Coppa Italia and the Super Cup against Inter, But technically, in Serie A, we lost 3 games, which is incredible for a team that wants to challenge for the title. But the derby, we lost it for one corner at the end.
Yeah, but the worst statistic is that 30 goals conceded so far, and we're not even.
Yeah, but a friend of mine says losing 1-0 or losing 5-0 is the same. You lose anyway. It's like winning 5-0, winning 1-0, 3 points.
No, there's a massive mentality difference.
Yeah, but this friend of mine thinks that is the same thing.
No.
Who's this friend of yours?
Brad John, when he was saying that Juventus won, when I was telling him Juventus won 6 games 1-0, yeah, but it's the same thing 1-0, 5-0, still 3 points. But when Milan loses 1-0, it's not the same thing. It's shit anyway.
Do you know?
That's the thing. It's not different.
Do you know this Theo's comment about destroyed him psychologically? He'll be a better player because of that World Cup loss. He'll bounce back.
Yeah, I still think that.
He's scarred forever.
I still think that.
Scarred forever.
I still think that because those things, when you lose big, you become a better player.
Yeah,
you become a better player.
He had
more than when you win big.
He had an amazing World Cup. He stepped in for his injured brother. He scored so many goals and assisted so many. He was involved in almost, I think, the second most attacks in the World Cup. He's had a really good World Cup. I think he'll only get better.
Yeah, and I think this is one of first Theo's games, to be honest, since the beginning of the season. At least for me, I probably forgot that, he's looked really, really lively today. I think he was man of the match for me.
He got an assist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's two things that will work out for Theo. The first is he needs to have another baby, and the second one is give him the armband, because do you remember when his son was born and he had the armband and he was playing like a man possessed? He was like on the form of his life, and we were saying he became a father, so it's changed him. Probably needs that again.
Maybe Zoe started to give him the coochie again. So yeah,
that's the answer to everything.
No, man, it's just all the team had a bad period, man. And Theo Hernandez is not a superhero, man, that can win games by himself. The whole team is playing like shit. That's what's gonna happen.
Now I'm hearing reports that they're not done. Like if Juve's sanctions are not reversed, then Napoli might be sanctioned. I'm not trying to talk about Scudetto, but do you think it's going to put a dent or like put pressure on them?
Absolutely. In my opinion, they will never sanction Napoli this season. They will sanction Napoli next season.
But what's happened with Napoli?
They did the same thing that Juventus did.
The plusvalenza regarding how you call that?
Dodgy finance.
Osimhen.
Yeah,
Osimhen, and they're not done.
So, well.
Because what Juve is doing now, if they can't get their sentence overturned, they're gonna try to advocate for other people to get burnt, or it's gonna be really discriminatory.
Do you know
them only?
What's happening with this league, and then look at City as well, and potentially even like other teams in the Premier League. This is why we need the Super League, because when you've got the English Premier League that's spending 300 million in the winter, and then you've got Serie A spending 10 million. How the F is anyone in Serie A going to win the Champions League? It's never going to happen.
With Salamakers, everything is possible.
Roy, you're probably the best Milan fan I know.
I still believe you can win a Champions League without spending the money the Premier League spends.
You can't. Look at our best years as Milan. We
man. This is my opinion.
But listen, hold on, guys. But let's make this. This is a proper analysis, all right? Look at how they're spending. They're spending 80 million for a player that in Italy you would buy for 15 million. So it's inflated. It looks like they're spending a lot.
No.
They can buy more players, and that's where they have the edge. But 120 million for Grealish, come on. In Italy, people would be saying this guy shouldn't even be in the national team.
And let me add this point, Roy. my main thing is not even with the bigger teams. My main thing is when you even have the lower the lower half teams and Serie A
Nottingham Forest.
getting the players poached, right? So I give an example of Sasha Lukic, right? That's one of like Torino's best player going to Fulham, right? And all these guys getting brought up, which we're not really paying close attention to. That's even weakens the league even more because
Yeah.
at this point, it takes out from a Juve, a Napoli, a Milan to even be able to go and get these players from the lower half, which me personally, I think what makes a league better. Let me get to my point, which I feel makes a league better. And these guys keep going to these. Fulham this year, they've been really good, but some of our other players going, to these British sides, they're battling for relegation. That even weakens more, and I think that's also a problem that needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
but the issue I have, sorry guys, the issue I have that how many players the Premier League can buy? If you do an average, let's say 25 players for each team, 20 teams, that is 400, 500 players. They cannot buy 1,000 players. So still, players are gonna go out of the Premier League and come in Serie A.
Yeah, but
so
the problem is that when they've got a 25 or 30 man squad, the average player, first of all, the top 5 teams have at least 2 or 3 world class players. Then the average players, for example, when Benazir's injured, we're bringing in someone like Pobega, who's unheard of.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, that's what Roy says. Pobega in Premier League will be sold for 60-70 million.
No.
Yes.
No.
He would be considered a superstar.
Exactly.
He won't.
Pobega had listen to me. Pobega had 2 good seasons, one with Torino, one with Spezia, if I'm not wrong. If he had 2 good seasons with Leicester and Brighton, it will be sold 60 million like Marco Correa.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's exactly the thing.
So back to my point about the Champions League. I'm sure you guys have heard of that Mourinho famous interview when he talks about football heritage, when he says you have to be in the Champions League for consecutive seasons in order to get a chance to win it. That's
another thing a friend of mine does not understand.
No, but you do, because your players have to be experienced on that Tuesday and Wednesday night, hearing the anthem, hearing the crowd and playing under the strong lights. So when you have that, then your players ultimately become more experienced and better, because everyone knows Roy does coaching and he knows when you play with better players, you improve. That's the simple reality of it. So when our players are playing in Champions League against Liverpool, City, United, they're going to get better. And what I'm finding now is if we can't make it past the group stage because most of the teams out there are better than us, then we've got no chance of winning the league.
The team who are playing in those groups are not part of the Premier League.
Winning the league.
So what is the issue here?
The Champions League, Roy.
So again, the Premier League is the Super League, but if you add the Super League, an English team is going to have the domestic Super League and the European Super League money. So Chelsea is going to have the 300 million TV rights coming from the Premier League and the 300 million TV rights coming from the Super League. So Chelsea is going to have another extra 300 million more than Milan to spend every year. So Chelsea is going to poach every better player or expensive player before
Milan.
I don't think that's the case.
I have to address this. I have to address this comment. I have seen so many English midfielders that are supposed to be the best ever. And every time they played against Italy, against the shitty Italian midfielders in Italy, 60 years England has not beaten Italy in an official game. 60 years. And all I hear is this guy called with this English name is the best thing since sliced bread, but the guy in the blue shirt is dog shit. But for 60 years, that guy in the white shirt hasn't won a fucking game.
I agree with
you,
boys.
It's simple. Barella was sold 35 million to Inter. If Barella was in Premier League, it would be sold 120 million.
Yeah, no, I
that
get
is
that.
Barella wasn't that good.
The Premier League.
Barella wasn't that good.
Was not that good. That's why Inter was crazy. They bought him for 35 million.
Come on, Lucas, please.
No, when he was at Cagliari, he wasn't worth 120 million.
So why Inter gets him on loan if he's not that good, man? From Cagliari, Inter gets him on loan at the age of 19.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. You said that
Well, get a better connection.
If
Lucas Barella was considered one of the best Italian midfielders, up and coming midfielders. What do you say?
yes, but he wasn't 120 million. He wasn't going to be 100.
Okay.
That's not what we are saying.
Roy,
That's not what we're
one
saying.
second. Roy, one second.
Lucas,
Roy, one second.
you're really expressing yourself as your age right now, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
like Barella
exactly.
wasn't that good. Come on.
Yeah, Roy. Let's make it simple for Lucas. Let's make it simple.
He wasn't
How much?
120 million.
Oh, Lucas, forget about Barella. You're right. It was not there. I'll give you another example. Enrico Chiesa gets sold 60 million.
Yeah.
Jadon Sancho, 92 million pounds. 92 million
Yeah.
pounds. Who is a better player?
Chiesa.
Of course. And he sold 40 million less than Jadon Sancho. Lukaku's 120 million.
Yeah, number one, Chiesa wasn't playing in the Champions League back then. Chiesa was playing as a right wing back for Fiorentina back then.
You cannot win with Lucas.
And Grealish was playing with West Ham. He wasn't playing in the Champions League.
Aston Villa. Grealish, 120 million. Chiesa, 60 million. What about that example? Aston Villa, Fiorentina.
Chiesa was not a protagonist. He was no. He wasn't
you cannot win.
Yeah,
you cannot win.
Oh my God, Lucas, terrible connection, terrible takes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Barella's probably the best midfielder in Serie A.
35 million. Sold 35 million.
Yeah, I'm not
120.
35 million.
But I'm not referring to English players.
Back then was big money.
But that's the point Roy is making, and it's the right point, guys. It's the right point. We can get the same quality for 20 million or 30, 40 million, and Premier League teams needs to pay 120 for the same quality.
No,
it's
but
the Premier League tax.
Roy's only talking about English players. I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking about English. I'm talking about any
every type of
All right, so you tell me who's better, who's equivalent to Bruno Fernandes, Son, Harry Kane, all of these players. Who's equivalent to Kevin De Bruyne?
I'll tell
David
you the equivalent of Bruno Fernandes. Can I tell you the equivalent of Bruno Fernandes? Bruno Fernandes played for Sampdoria in Serie A, and he didn't make it. He played for Udinese. He played for Novara.
Yep.
And he couldn't make it. That is the equivalent in Serie A of Bruno Fernandes.
Who's equivalent of Bruno Fernandes in Serie A now? Who's the equivalent of Kevin De Bruyne or Son or Harry Kane or Haaland? There's no equivalent, because you just got to accept they've got a better quality of player in the Premier League. If you play FIFA and you see Milan's lineup versus City, United, Chelsea, they've got FIFA. A better squad.
That's FIFA. I'm not gonna judge.
Hear me out. Bilal, your assessment here is a bit flawed, because those players you speak of, right? And coming from Prem fans, the first thing is for other leagues or Farmers League or whatsoever, right? I think it comes down to the coach. I don't think it's the better players, because those players you speak of, they don't get better. Like, they're already good. It's just sometimes the setup they go in, right? Because they come from different leagues. Like Larry just said, Bruno Fernandes, he played in our league prior to over there. He wasn't a Premier League reject and came over here. He started here. So some of his skills, it gets amplified once they're in that setting or under certain coaches, right? Now, I'm not going to say all these coaches are better, because our better coaches, what I'm trying to say is, like, we export these guys there. Now, we might have our flaws, but in terms of, like, their players being better, whatsoever, if you want to look at it on hindsight, a lot of them stem from the leagues like ours, though.
You're missing the entire point. Mo Salah
I get your point.
Mo Salah played in this Serie A. The second he realized, I'm not fulfilling my potential, I could be a lot better, he moved to the Premier League and he improved. The same with Bruno Fernandes. Look at Ronaldo when he played for Lisbon. He played for Lisbon and went to Manchester United and became the world's best.
So when they go, so my question to you, when they become the world's best, right? Because you said they have the better players. You understand?
What
when
about
they become
all
the
of
world's
them?
best, it means them prior to them ascending, they started somewhere, meaning they got some foundation or some basis within those different leagues.
And another thing,
that,
Bilal, sorry, another thing is the Cristiano Ronaldo, the De Bruyne, and all the other examples, they go to a big coach as well, and a team that has a lot of finances that builds a good team anyway. So, but let's clarify this. When you say Bruno Fernandes, Manchester United buys Bruno Fernandes 50 million. Make no mistake, you can buy the same quality player in Italy for 25 million. I know it doesn't is unreal, looks unreal. But you can
my point is, you're making my point for me, because my point is that Serie A is a stepping stone for them. It's not the end product. They will go to the Premier League and fulfill their potential.
I get it.
So
I understand that.
That's why.
But for us, it's not an issue.
If Theo Hernandez went to any Premiership league, he'll be a world-class player within 2 years.
Because the press will say that. He's already. The press will say that, so he's going to be. But he's already.
If he goes to Real Madrid or Barcelona, he will be worth 150 million in 2 years.
I don't understand.
But because the press and the PR, but he's already that player.
Who was the best left back in the World Cup?
Theo.
Okay.
And what the English press was saying, about Theo Hernandez. I remember what they were saying.
I don't know.
He was poor as a left back. It was not good defensively.
I definitely agree with Lai on the PR plays a big portion, because hear me out. That can be easily relatable also to in the long term in France. Like Samuel Eto'o said something that was really interesting. He said he never really caught the attention that he never got to the status he always wanted within the game, because he didn't go through France like other players as a Drogba, for example, right? So the whole premise doesn't mean other leagues don't have better players, but the PR plays really, really a big thing on it, because we can look at Origi, right? Origi's still in his prime, right? He was considered that legend in Liverpool. If somebody never heard of him, like in Milan, and they get to see Origi, they're going to be like, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. So the PR plays a big portion that inflates a lot of these numbers. I definitely agree with that.
There's two sides of it. Okay, fine. The PR does bring more limelight. That's only because you're probably playing in a better league and playing in the Champions League more often. But also, the players do improve, because you don't get people like Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, David Silva, all of these players in Serie A. And the reason for that is because they need to be playing with the best teams at the top level to perform.
So I have a question for you. For Alisson. Was Alisson not already good when he was at Roma, or you think he did?
Yes, he was.
When he went to
Liverpool. You're making my point. All of these players were good, but they went to the Premier League.
Bilal, forget about the Serie A as a stepping stone. Forget about that, because we all agree on that. Football players are using the Serie A to grow. Some of them fall in love with the team and stay. Some of them just use it the moment they are ready. They go to the Premier League, to Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain.
So I have a question right now before you continue.
No, sorry. I need to finish this. What I'm saying, the topic is really simple. Chelsea buys Fofana from Leicester City with an ACL, an injury in his knees, for £75 million. Fofana is not better than Tomori. They are the same level. He's not better than Kalulu. Fofana is not better than the defender at Atalanta, Scalvini. He's not better than these guys. He's getting bought for 75 million. Why? Because there's a PR behind. The PR machine, the Premier League machine. He's not playing Champions League football like Romero, 50 million. Romero was playing with Atalanta, was sold 50 million. Fofana, with a massive injury in his knee, playing for Leicester, was sold 75 million. So what Roy is saying, you can get the quality of Fofana, 75 million, for 25 million. You can get the quality of Cucurella. You can go in Spain and buy the same player like Cucurella for 15 million. We bought Hernandez for 22 million. So money, you can solve that. That's the whole point here.
So I have a question before you continue, Bilal. I just have one question for you, right? Right now, who's the best forward in Europe?
Haaland or Mbappe?
What about Osimhen?
Osimhen's up there, but he's not the best.
Because he does not have a PR. He does not have a PR.
No. Osimhen is up there, but he's not the best because he's only proven it for one season. He's been good on the other season.
I meant currently. I didn't mean when I said who's the best. That's why.
I don't.
In Europe. Yep.
I don't look.
And I'm talking about like in form, like currently right now.
Yeah, if you want to look at form, then let's put a magnifying glass on whoever's playing good at the moment. I don't do like, for example, Mo Salah's a world-class player, but he's playing shit right now. So I don't. That's a stupid question. Well, okay, here's another approach to look at it. Right, if I'm Theo Hernandez or Leao, I'm looking across my team and I'm thinking, fucking hell, I'm carrying this team because no one else is on my level. Our best two players, without a doubt. Ignore the goalkeeper, Mike Maignan. But if you're Theo or Leao, you're looking around going, right, who's a world-class player that I can look at, who's going to improve my game? Who can I look at to emulate, like saying, okay, I want to be like him? There's no one in the side. So if them two went to a Real Madrid or a Man City, they would absolutely kill it because they'll have 10 players who are magnificent around them. And if you have good players around you, you automatically play better. That's my whole point.
No, but the thing is, the reason why I don't really agree with that statement. So when you're saying the 10 players around them, what I'm trying to say is, yes, Serie A can be a stepping stone, but to say they have really quality players in the Prem, it's really a flawed statement. The reason why I say that is just they're not generating within that league. Like those players are not better because they're not producing. I can only name a few players that stem from that whole Premier League crop that became the world talent, and that's why I don't agree with it because a lot of they already have made players, so I don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Bilal, I'm sorry, 1 second, man. Bilal, clearly, what Roy started this conversation. Clearly, Roy is completely right because Brighton buys Cancelo for 6 million, and Arsenal wants to buy him for 60 million. So the answer is there. You can buy a player like Cancelo for 6 million.
Yeah,
Arsenal is buying it for 60. Another one. I'll give you another example. Enzo Fernandez. That guy is a 15 million player. 6 months ago on the market, and Enzo Fernandez cost 16 to 20 million. Chelsea 6 months later is buying for 120 million. So the statement, you can win a Champions League with less money than the Premier League team is true because you can buy some team has shown you that you can buy those players for less.
It happens once in a blue moon. If you look at the last 10
winners, I can give you a lot of examples.
Okay.
Vicha, 11 million.
Let me explain something to you.
For free.
Let me explain something to you. So right now, this is what happens in the Serie A. Serie A does produce good homegrown players, but what happens is they either get poached by a bigger European club and they leave because the point, I don't know who it was before speaking, but in regards to keeping our good players, that's where Serie A fails because when they get touted like from teams like Fulham and Brighton and City and Chelsea, they'll leave Serie A, and that's why I'm saying it's not as good as a quality as the Premier League because they're attracting all of the best players from all across Europe. So when you've got all of them playing in one league together, it's inevitable that it's a better league. It doesn't matter about the price tag.
Bilal, we need, believe me, your opinion is going to change if Milan plays 10 years in a row Champions League. Your opinion will change. You will see that Premier League teams they cannot buy.
And Bilal, what I want to add is they're able to do that, right? It's just it's more of the going stepping stone and all that. Yeah, I agree with some of your statement, but they're able to get made players.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's almost like a shortcut, right? Other than Chelsea, maybe like it's almost like back in the days, I wouldn't have this argument, right? Because when I look at a Man United side that made them strong, is a lot of their homegrown, which they can't really do, right? And they're just gotta add the money factor, right? We just if you want to dog the Serie A, we can dog it, but it's just the money factor that's allowing them. It's not because they have all the best team. Why? Because their whole league is full of foreigners.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. What we're doing is we can't homegrown our players, and if we do and they become world class, they're likely to get poached because someone will offer them 3 times the salary that we can afford to pay them. We're extremely lucky to have Theo Hernandez because of Maldini going to Ibiza and picking him up.
Bilal, sorry. What I'm trying to say is that they are coming and poaching our players because Milan has been 7 years outside of the Champions League. Milan has been playing this is the second year that we're playing Champions League in 10 years.
Yeah, I know, but
the last 10
you
years
can
is the
still
second
have a
year.
good player. You can still have a Barella. You can still have a Barella in your side.
But
That's
why?
never played in the Champions
Yeah.
League.
No, but listen to me. Why Barella? Why Inter managed to keep their players, or at least the one they want to stay? Or
Because
Inter
they're paying
managed to
them
sell their
ridiculous
players?
money. Because they're
No,
way
because
close to the roof.
they've been in Champions League 6 years. In the last 10, they've been 6 years in Champions League.
Yeah,
not 2.
but who's their centre back that just got poached by PSG?
Skriniar, yeah.
Yeah,
It's not a Premier League though. It's not a Premier League.
No, but it's the same point. The PSG, Premier League, Real Madrid, Barcelona. They can afford. They can offer Theo Hernandez 200 million, and Milan won't reject it.
Listen to me. The 2 Milan clubs have been in the worst financial period of their last 60 years in their history.
Yep.
And that's why this thing is happening. It's not about Serie A. Serie A has a lot of weakness, especially money. But if Milan and Inter stays in Champions League every year for the next 10, believe in PSG, all the Premier League clubs, they will struggle a lot to buy a player from Milan.
Look, Liat, we will bridge the gap. If we go in the Champions League with Inter and Napoli for the next 5 years consecutively, we will bridge the gap. That's no doubt. But we won't be a winning contender because what will happen in those 5 years is they'll just keep getting stronger and stronger because the Premier League is a money giant.
Who's going to get stronger and stronger?
PSG, Barca, Real.
Sorry, Bilal. PSG has been 12 years without winning the Champions League. They've been
they've always
insane amount of money. They are not winning the Champions League.
No, but
okay, but Atalanta did that, man. Atalanta did that. So why are you saying what I'm telling you? If Milan goes to the Champions League every year for the next 10 years, we will win more Champions League than Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal.
No, look at the last 5 years. Look at the last 5 years.
Look at the last 12 years. How many Champions League City and Paris Saint-Germain has won?
No, but look how many finals and semi-finals they've been in.
But have you looked at Milan? What is the
not
trend?
a lot? Not a lot either. Not a lot either. Not a lot either. Not a lot either.
Yeah, they've been in the last 10 years.
No, in the last 12 years, City has only been, I think, to no more than 3 semi-finals and 1 final.
In the semi-final, twice. The first time they reached semi-finals was with Guardiola.
Yeah, they have it. So that's not a
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, we're 2 years in the Champions League and we can barely get out the group stage.
Bilal, I've seen Milan play and more or less 10 years in Champions League.
Okay.
Look, and we played 3 finals.
Okay, let me explain to you. Are we a better team than Tottenham?
Right now. We are in an
over
awful
2
form
legs.
right now.
Over 2 legs. Are we better than Tottenham?
We are in awful form.
Okay.
So
last. All right, fine. I'll just ask you this then.
I think we have better players than them, though.
No way.
No, we don't have better players.
No way.
We don't have better players.
Other than listen. Other than Kane and Son, I think Milan, at least we have like 4 or 5 better players than them.
No.
Is this Nathan?
No, it's Clint.
No.
Who is it?
It's Clint. I mean, I can name him.
Go on. Let's see this.
Let's don't go on that. That's a long conversation. No,
not even a long conversation. I'll keep it short. Right? We even look at the right back. Which is Emerson Royal. I don't think he's better than Calabria. Calabria has a lot of mistakes, but I don't think Emerson Royal is better than them.
Listen, just look at their goalie and look at Tata. End of.
No, so I'm talking about our main starting 11. I'm not talking about Tata.
Right.
Like I'm talking about. I don't know if you're talking about now. No, we're in the bad form. But if you're talking overall, as far as team, I look at our players. I feel like we have more talented players than they do.
But they've got.
I agree with Clint.
I'm being serious. When I think of Benacer, Tonali, they'll start within that Tottenham team. Like I said, I remove Son and Harry Kane. But it's really debatable. I look at Hernandez, I look at Magnan.
Kulusevski,
Kulusevski is a good player.
Bentancur,
is a good player.
Perisic is amazing.
Yeah, but compared to
Romero
our
is
players,
good as well.
Is Kulunese better than Diaz? Well, I mean, they're more or less.
Kulusevski, yeah, is better than.
okay, but you can
He's
even
more
admit,
ready.
but
He's a more ready
let's
player.
look at our regular starting. When we speak from a Tomori, right? When we talk about Magnan, Theo Hernandez, Leao, Tonali, Benacer, come on. What I'm saying is not
Yeah, but-
far-fetched.
Listen, I don't think football works like this, especially between Tottenham and Milan. It's all about who is in a better form, because the distance between Tottenham
which I
and Milan
agree,
is not
like,
a big
but
distance.
no. But the question that was
I agree
asked,
with you, Clint. The distance is not a big distance. If we play 10 games, we go 50-50.
It's very simple. It's very simple. They're more experienced in the Champions League, and they're the favourites.
that I can agree with. But when you ask, like,
but
we
we
have
all
better
agree
players
with
than
that,
them, I
Bilal.
think we do.
We are arguing here, but we agree with the same thing. That is, Milan needs to stay in Champions League for a long period of time.
Yeah,
if we stay for a long period of time,
if we're in the Champions League,
we are not gonna sell players to Newcastle, to Chelsea, maybe to Real Madrid, to Bayern Munich, but not to those clubs.
2 years ago, you were telling me that Bentancur is not a football player.
No, I don't like him. But he's playing well, though. He's playing well. I don't like him, but he's playing well. I cannot disagree on things that are happening. I don't like him. I think Tonali and Benacer are better than him.
My point is if we still stay in the Champions League for the next 2-3 seasons and we get past the group stage, at least to the last 16, we won't be missing out on players like Botman to Newcastle. That's my point.
Listen, forget about Botman and all these players that we don't buy in the summer because Premier League teams have money and cash to buy straight away. I agree with Roy that you can buy the same quality in the market with less money.
Yeah,
it's
but we're
harder.
not buying.
It's harder because you need to have a lot of football knowledge.
But we're not even buying. We're playing Pobega in the
midfield. Dude, we are not buying. Listen to me. We're not buying because in the last 10 years we've been in Champions League once. That's the reason we're not buying. Not because we are in Serie A. Napoli is buying. Juventus is buying. Inter, before the collapse, the financial collapse, were buying.
Can I just say one?
We have been in a disarray. We had an owner that was a criminal. The other one was a politician. And now we're kind of getting back on track. We need that 5 years in a row Champions League, and you will see the players we will buy.
Okay, no, I agree with that. I said if we're 5 years in the Champions League, we'll attract better players. There's no doubt about that. Just one thing I wanted to ask. Do you know Mandzukic? Did Maldini buy him, or was that pre-Maldini time?
Was a loan, man. Was a zero money loan.
No, but who
was like
was
zero for free? Maldini bought him.
Maldini
gave him a 6 months contract.
Okay.
Maldini gave him a 6 months contract.
Okay.
Maldini is operating 90% of the operation Maldini is doing in these 3 years of Milan. 90% of the operation are loan with option to buy, dry loan, zero for free.
I'm
youth
not
player, like 6 million, 7 million, 12 million youth player.
Yeah.
And players that are 38 years old at the end of their career. Because Maldini he got a team that has been 7 years without European football, without winning nothing, without playing good football, and with the finances that were like shit.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing. He's done an amazing job. I'm just saying that you're right. In the next 2-3 years, if we need to stay in the Champions League and get out of this group stage, because that'll improve money-wise and also the players' experience.
Yeah, we need to get the Leao situation right. And when I say get it right, means renew him or sell him. Simple as that. Whatever you sell him, even 70 million, 80 million, 100 million, just make a decision. The decision.
I'm at a point now with Leao. Has he had 4 seasons with us or 3? I think 4. He's had 4. He's had 1 good season.
This is the 4th one. This is the 4th.
Yeah.
So
he's had 1.5 good seasons. If he's continuing playing the way he is now till the end of the season, I would cash in. Someone come in, give me 100 million, and I'll rebuild my squad. He can fuck off, because he's an amazing player. But if we're not getting the best out of him, he can leave.
No. But the situation I have with Leao is, I think he's playing bad because the team is playing bad. I will cash in on Leao for the reason that he doesn't want to stay. And when I
Yeah.
say a player doesn't want to stay to Milan, I'm completely fine with that because
Yeah.
they have a career the last 10 years, and it's their right to do their decisions and live their life. So if Leao says, Maldini, I don't want to stay, just sell me, just get the best offer out there, and we are fine. I'm happy with that. Whatever the money is, I don't care. If Leao renews, I'm happy because he loves Milan and he wants to stay. Both the two situations, I'm fine, and I really rate Leao as a player.
Yeah,
so I don't mind, even if he's playing like shit.
I completely agree with that. I'm just saying, if Kessie was available to Milan, would all of you agree to take him back on a dry loan with option to buy or something?
No, I don't like going back with my exes.
I actually read. I
don't like that.
I read somewhere, I think it was yesterday, that Milan did look at that option, but Kessie decided, because Busquets got injured, Kessie decided to stay there. Apparently, Tottenham and Milan were looking at the option of maybe getting Kessie, but Kessie decided to stay in Barcelona.
I would take him in a heartbeat because he was instrumental last season in winning the league. He was he's our rock.
You just started a war.
It's not. Come on, you just admit he was amazing.
I agree with you.
Every player was instrumental last season. Everyone can see more than anyone else.
What was that? Do you remember that match?
Because he made a life decision. So I would not take him back. Simple as that.
Yeah. First of all, he was an amazing penalty kick taker. Second of all, when we played him in the number 10 role, what was that game where he scored 2 or 3 goals? Was it Torino?
Empoli.
Empoli, I think it was.
2 goals, yeah.
He scored 2 goals. And
since Red John says we've been lucky with all those penalties, we haven't got any fucking penalties, man.
Yeah, that's because Giroud doesn't make any runs in the box.
It's Red John's fault.
Red John, man, he's such a bad luck, man.
Red John was so sure that we're going to lose today. He was so sure about it.
Well, to be honest, from what I hear, Torino had their fair chances.
Well, we won. Yeah.
Yeah, but
we had our fair chances. We had a fair chance against Inter, but we didn't win.
No, come on. Inter first half should have been 3-0 up. Tata's 2 saves of Lautaro Martinez, them 2 shots, the near post one and the other one where he instinctively palmed it away. Honestly, and Zeko's miss as well. They could have easily been 3-0 up.
I don't remember these clear chances.
Lautaro Martinez had 3 chances he could have scored
in the first half.
Yeah,
I think you're missing. It was the second.
No,
it was call them clear chances, but there were chances. Like
I don't think they were clear chances.
He shot in the Tatarusano's body, like it was easy.
No, Tata made a good save. He pulled his hand out at the last second. But and there was a near post shot as well that he saved quite well. But put it this way: if
Giroud didn't have the first touch of Giorgio Chiellini, he would have scored that goal.
So Bilal. That is a clear chances to me. If Lautaro has the clear chances like that one, and Tata saves it, that's a clear chance to me.
Yeah, well, okay, that's
shot on target. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a clear. All right,
the goal.
It was
the
a
goal Lautaro scores
chance.
Is not a clear chance. It's not a clear chance. The goal Lautaro.
It's not.
It's not
okay. It's a 70% chance, but with Giroud,
it's a chance.
Yeah, Giroud's touch. Oh my! I was playing today, and I was just thinking that it's a 99% chance that you score that any other day. It's just low on confidence.
I've seen players score with a Rabona from that position. With a Rabona.
Yeah. Oh,
imagine how high is the expected goal.
Yeah, but last season he would have buried that.
Oh yeah, or 3 months ago.
Yeah. But apparently he's got 11 or 12 goals now, hasn't he, for the season, Giroud?
Yeah, he's done a lot of goals this season.
No, that's quite good for someone who's supposed to be a 38-year-old striker.
We're trying to renew him. Imagine.
Yeah, I don't understand why Ibrahimovic is
I mean,
still with us.
how many years we're giving him? I think we're giving him 1 year. He wants to.
I read somewhere that we're going to give him 1 year, and then with the possibility of extending it to another year further.
In all fairness, he was offered a lot of money. Everton offered him a lot of money, and he refused that.
Yeah, but have you? So Everton are fighting for relegation, and have you ever been to Everton or seen their changing rooms? It's basically an old PE, like your high school PE changing room with the wooden benches, and they have like a communal bath.
So is Everton English London? Isn't it?
It's Liverpool. It's a really. It's not well established.
Yeah,
it's
Liverpool.
Old school.
The thing about Everton, even if they're well established, the only thing is he understands also at his age he won't be able to thrive at Everton the way he's doing at Milan. And players are not dumb. So he knew not to go, because if it was the money problem, he would have been left, right? But the way, also when you're old, you want to be in City. It's a bit slower for him. It fits his characteristics. He understood going over there, like it would not. I mean, from his output, maybe it's going to be demanded a lot out of him, because I don't think he would have been a bench player. And that's the problem with English scouts sometimes, right? Their vision is a bit flawed, and then he goes there, and then like they're like, oh, what the fuck happened? But then his age really comes into question over there compared to
you can't be 38 in the Premier League and still kick it. It won't happen.
Yeah, you need to be in great condition to do that. So
yeah, even Ronaldo struggled. So
I will say, if you have the budget of Juventus, of Roma, of Napoli, if Milan can get that type of budget every summer, we will do great things. That's simple as that. But we are not having that, because we are behind in terms of money, generating money. We are behind. Napoli generates more money than us, probably. Behind the scene, of course.
So I read somewhere the top 15 clubs that have the biggest wage bill. Juventus is in there, but no other Italian team.
Well, good. That's a good thing to know.
Yeah.
I don't want.
Which teams have? Which teams are there? Which teams are there?
So the first one obviously is PSG.
Yeah, by far.
Then Al Nassr's in there because of Ronaldo.
Okay.
Then the usual ones: Barcelona, Real Madrid, City, United, Chelsea, Liverpool, Atletico Madrid are in there. And that's it. There's no other. Juventus is in there, but that's the only Italian team. All the rest
even Bayern doesn't spend that much. Really.
No, do you know with Bayern they have a lot of homegrown players.
Yeah.
So they benefit for, like, Calabria, for example, is on piss poor money because he's a homegrown player and he's quite young. Whereas if you buy someone who's 25 years old, they're going to be in a good salary. It's like
Bayern, the thing about Bayern, the biggest hiccup that people don't realize, Bayern benefits from recruitment from other teams within Bundesliga, and that's what we don't have it. That's why I say for us, we don't have that. When you have teams like Sampdoria, all they think about is to try to maintain, and that's why I said we need some of these teams relegated, so they make the better recruitments. So instead of waiting on people from the outside, we can recruit those players. You understand? Like, there's a reason when you're not gonna have a next Diego Milito or the Luca Toni or like the Apollo Dybala coming through our ranks if these teams are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. When I think about Palermo back then, Palermo was able to do that, get into Europe. They're poaching these players. You can look down and you'll be able to get them. But they're not even doing the job. They just want to stay afloat. That's a problem.
It's like Brescia. We need to find another Tonali and another star that's from one of these small teams.
Well, that's what Bayern does, and that's why Bayern will never stress on buying players outside.
Hopefully, we get Zaniolo next summer from Galatasaray.
Do you know with Zaniolo, doesn't he have 2 ACLs or something?
Well,
I thought he had 2 really bad knees.
Yes, he did. But the thing is, like, he put on muscle now.
Yeah, but he's a massive risk because if he's out, he's going to be out for like a year long with a knee injury.
But Roy explained that now the surgery is different from what used to be done 20 years ago. It's more safe, and and it's like they put a stronger ligament, which is
Okay.
The Achilles tendon.
yeah.
No, that's the Achilles. I'm talking about the ACL.
Yeah, they put the Achilles tendon on the ACL, so it
Okay.
gets stronger. Your
Okay.
knee gets more stronger.
Yeah.
That's what Roy told us, and what experts say now.
No. Well, yeah, I said
Everything can happen.
it was a guy that came on the live that was I don't know what is that job?
Orthopedic.
Physiotherapist,
I
orthopedic.
think it was orthopedic, right? And he explained it.
Yeah.
So
I think
if expert
Pogba's.
says that, I'm not going against that. But yeah, chances are always there. It's not like not a sure thing. Just taxes and death are sure. The rest can happen. Everything. But Zaniolo will be amazing next summer. I would say.
Is he a right winger?
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's Italian, man. If he signs for
Oh.
Milan, he will end his career with Milan probably.
Save your nationalism for another chat. Just
You nationalist. You
I just want-
nationalist.
It's not being a nationalist. It's a fact. Italian players prefer to stay in Italian clubs, and they don't ask for a crazy amount of money. They are happy to stay and play for the big four Italian teams.
Especially when they come on crutches.
No, even when they were at the top of their level. For example, Chiellini never moved from Juventus. All the Italian players, Barella is not leaving Inter. Bastoni is not leaving Inter. You can see them. They're not. They stay. They stay at Inter. They stay. Pellegrini stayed at Roma. So.
Yeah. Because also, what they gotta understand too is like when you come from a country that, from a national standpoint, is up there with the big dogs, right? And the same can be said about Brazil and Argentina. Some of these guys don't want to leave the country because it makes no sense. And if they leave, it has to make sense. It has to really make sense because you got to understand, like in France, for example, I think France is like the only exception because there's so much people that play the game and not everybody's going to have a spot on that national team. But when you look at Italy, and if all the teams are performing, let's fast forward a little bit, like 10, 15 years from now, that at least you're getting 4 or 5 Italian, like I'd say 4 or 3 Italian teams going out the group stage, I can guarantee you you're not going to have like a same Verratti situation. I don't care how much money people are going to be giving. They're all going to be staying in place because just as a nation, Italy is top. And a lot of these guys, when it's going to come to these tournaments, they're going to want to be there. And that's when the Prem is going to start suffering like, oh, we can't get these guys. And it has a lot to do. So for people like Zaniolo to be able to move, they understand they also want to be protagonists on the national team. So what Light and them are saying, yeah, they're going to try to stay in Italy just for those reasons as well.
And by the way, guys, an Italian person, if he's a millionaire, will prefer to stay in Milan and Rome than London or Barcelona or Madrid, because he's gonna have his family, his girlfriend, his kids, speak his language, play for the team that always dreamed to play for or supported, play for the national team, be a millionaire. Being a millionaire in Italy is not an awful thing, still a good thing. So I don't see, for example, Tonali moving for a 12 million net a year to Man City, to Manchester. He's gonna stay for a 7 million net to Milan for the rest of his life. Example, even if though Man City is so that works with almost every Italian player.
Yeah,
if you think.
Leo, I won't move to London for 10 million because you just won't get me moving from Manchester to London. I don't like it. It's too busy.
Exactly. It's like imagine telling someone, "Are you gonna stay in south of Italy for 7 million net a year, or are you going to live in Liverpool for 10 million net a year?" And you start to think.
Yeah.
Let me think about it. Can I do my job?
So ask yourself, why Fabregas decided to go play with Como in the second division.
Fabregas is finished, man. But yeah, that's a good place to live, though.
Here's a better example. Mo Salah was living in Florence and he moved to Liverpool. Well, interesting fact: Mo Salah doesn't live in Liverpool. Well, he's not, but he still moved from Florence, and then he went to play for Liverpool, but he doesn't live in Liverpool. Do you know he lives in Cheshire? So I don't know if you've heard of Cheshire Housewives or whatever. Basically, it's where all the footballers live, in out near Manchester. So he doesn't actually live in Liverpool. He lives in like a really nice area of Manchester.
Yeah, but the thing is also Florence. You gotta add the context and why he moved. He's at his peak. Fiorentina is not even gonna be try to make it into the Champions League during that time, so it will make more sense. But in terms of the Zaniolo, like he said, if it's competitive teams that go into Europe, there's no fucking reason why you're gonna be moving or try to go to another team that's not gonna replicate that, and that has a lot to do.
And I want to add something. Clint, I want to add something. If Milan was in a good place at that period, then Mo Salah was playing great football in Serie A, and Milan had the money, Milan would make an offer, and Mo Salah most likely will move to AC Milan or Inter or Juventus or another big Italian team instead of going to England, in my opinion. But because at that point, Inter and Milan was in a shit financial situation, the only team that had a lot of money was Juventus, and Juventus was sorted in those positions. So he had to go in Premier League. But
even when I think about, let's say, a team hypothetical like PSG, right? PSG is what if Milan was, players will stay. Because people are gonna want to leave from, but you play in Paris, they're not playing in a remote. Okay, Lyon is also a good spot, but they're not really banking into players or like, but they're not going, let's say, for instance, like to Lille, like these cities like that. No, if they have the money, people are really skeptical, which goes to my point. Reading soccer economics, relocation. I'm in the chapter where they talk about relocating players. It plays up. That's something I did not know, and I know I spoke about it in the previous, but I don't think you were here, Bilal. It plays a big portion in a player not only performing, but also moving to a specific club.
Yeah.
By the way, having said that, living in London is amazing. If you
whereabouts in London though?
Player, I'm close to Camden Town.
Okay.
I don't want to go to London. I don't want to get stabbed. People stabbing.
Yeah.
No, man. This thing about people getting stabbed in London, man. No one stabbed me, man.
So,
Clint, if you move around London with the 30,000 watch, they're gonna stab you, man. And you know what? I come from a place they're gonna stab you as well if you're a 30K watch around you. So, and you deserve to get stabbed if you have a 30K watch with you, because that's not even the minimum wage in England, man. People live with that money a year. You're walking around with a fucking watch.
So
impossible. Safe, I would never.
Laya, whenever I'm in London, I only go to Euston, and then from Euston to Holborn to the courts, and then back. So I don't see Camden or anything else. I just see basically the courts and the big bank buildings. That's about it. So there's no one going to rob me. Man. Yeah, I'm just a tourist.
No one is gonna.
No one's gonna.
And you don't walk with a 30K watch. You don't walk with a 30K watch. No one stops. No one stops. No one even get close to me, man.
As you know, I'll bring a gun over there, and I'll be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Two-way, baby. Two-way, baby. Say it out loud. Two-way.
Yeah, bro. I have a little revolver on me, man.
Clint. No one is gonna let you fly.
America.
It's America. I'm gonna show that I'm from Texas. Like, I'm from DC, but
the law does not allow you, man. I know you're from Texas.
I'm gonna break the law. Like, I will break the law.
You're gonna break the law.
I think I need to leave the chat. This is getting a bit too much. I need.
No, man. People complain about London, but it's not so bad.
Anyway,
I never felt so safe in my life. In
the only thing I hear about London in terms of like celebrities or people, they just don't like the weather.
Yeah.
In London, they don't like the weather.
Well, but they didn't know that before. It's been like this for the last 500 years. So.
Yeah, you should come up to Manchester. It's always raining, even in the summer.
Yeah, well, I heard Manchester too is a really like boring place though.
Nah. Manchester's amazing. Trust me,
it's not boring, man. Actually, England is not boring. There's always a lot going on.
Nah, in terms of
There's a lot
in
of
terms
things.
of cities, nightlife, food, culture, Manchester's probably one of the best.
Even London, man, you can eat
Which
every
which
type
is the
of food, man,
equivalent of
from
New
every
York
culture.
outside of London? Which is the equivalent of New York in England?
Probably London.
Ah,
There's
Outside
no,
outside of
London.
London,
probably
just
No,
Manchester,
nothing.
nothing.
No, Manchester is not
Manchester or
compared to New York.
Birmingham.
Dude, there is no. The only city compared to New York in Europe is London.
Yeah, true.
In Europe, I'm considering, not even just England. Europe is London.
I think London
Paris.
is a beautiful city. I like it.
I like
Yeah,
I
but
like the lifestyle of London. Is it's a big city lifestyle. I like that, but it's not. Of course, as a big city, what 10 million
well,
people during the day.
what people don't understand is London is like a country in a country. It's not even a city. It's so
Exactly.
big that it's like you can even just think of London as its own little country because it's so different to everywhere else.
How big is Manchester? How many?
Manchester's
the
really
population?
big.
Like Milan.
Manchester. So do you know?
5
Yeah,
million?
it's exactly like. So if London is Rome, Milan is Manchester, and Manchester's culture, the food, the nightlife, the people. You won't get stabbed here for a £30,000 watch. In fact, you've got the most
Well,
of the richest.
give it a try. Let's see.
What
Give it a
about
try.
60,000 watch?
Walk
No,
around with a
honestly,
30,000 watch.
listen.
Let's see.
Listen, honestly, in Manchester, it's not dangerous or anything like that. It's
What?
you've got two of the biggest clubs in the world here. You've got all of the businesses and stuff over here are really, really good. So yeah, it's really nice. Honestly, it's chilled
What's the
out.
population? What's the population?
I have no
3
idea,
million should be around.
How much? How much?
3 million. 3
Oh.
million.
That's
Yeah,
small.
but-
That's smaller than Milano.
yeah, but
No, Milano is 3 million, man. It's not more than that.
there's an interview from Mike Tyson, and he says, "Oh, whenever you come to the UK, what's your favorite part to visit?" And he said Manchester. And it's because the people and the vibe is just really good. Trust me, Manchester is.
People from North are really friendly. Northern are really friendly.
Yeah, London, they'll shit on you and walk past you. They don't care.
Because
They'll
our
take your
people like
rocks.
me, man. We're not even
Yeah.
English. We don't care. We just move on. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we'll-
people from South England are more posh.
So Manchester, I'll give you an example. I'll never meet you like ever in my life, and for the first time, I'll shake your hand, give you a hug, and take you out for coffee and tea. That's like we're just chilled out people.
Wow, that's really crazy.
like-
I wish I can do that in the States. Damn.
It's like
Yeah,
south of Italy. In Italy, it's the
Also,
opposite.
the
South
The West Coast
like,
is pretty friendly, Clint. West Coast is pretty friendly.
Also, the
Yeah, there-
birds.
everyone is high. That's why.
I feel
Um,
like in the state, I feel like in the United States, the most friendly people are people in the South because of Southern hospitality. But I think in the big metropolitan areas within America, they're like, as you just described in London, they'll go past you. You go to New York, DC, they don't give a fuck. Like, they're going about their day. They don't care. The reason I figured out like London was really big, without not even being there or trying to even do research, is when you find out the amount of fucking Premier League clubs that play within London. I'm like,
Yeah.
your city has to be
Yeah.
damn big to have all these fucking stadiums in there. You
It's
have
a
to,
lot,
man.
It's
Because it's
insane.
like, yo, what
It's
the
insane.
fuck?
Dude, you can have a season in Premier League when you have what? Watford, Brentford, Crystal Palace, Fulham, West Ham, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham.
There's about 8,
And
9 teams in there.
You have Bolton. and I
half
know
of the
Bolton
Premier
is not
League
in the
is in
Premier League, but-
London.
Mhm.
And I think I missed something. I missed some other teams that you didn't
Tottenham?
mention.
Tottenham.
I say
Yeah.
Tottenham. I mentioned at least 7 or 8. So
But
Yeah.
even
Oh,
when
wait.
Bolton was there,
And Brighton is not even far. So Brighton is literally there. So you can add Brighton on that. So everyone is around
when I was
there.
a kid, when I used to watch Premier League when I was a kid, I was like, why does London doesn't have a team? Because other cities you'll hear like the cities and their name. I'm
Yeah.
like, why does London doesn't have a team? But boy, I was so fucking wrong when I
Yeah.
started realizing Chelsea, Arsenal, all these fools are from London, which is crazy.
Anyway,
Dude,
lads,
I realized 6 months ago that Watford was just there. I was like, what?
Anyway, lads, I'm gonna have to go. But if any of yous are in Manchester anytime, let me know and we'll hook up.
Yo, Bilal.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Yeah.
be there for Man City AC Milan on a quarterfinal.
Quarter-final. Say semi-final.
Yeah.
Semi-final.
Semi-final.
Why? Is it not gonna happen on a quarterfinal?
No,
No.
semi-final sounds better.
Quarterfinal, I want to be Real Madrid.
Roy,
The question is.
you're
The question
even
is.
crazier than me, man.
The question is Pioli going to be our manager when we play that game?
Dude, no one is gonna fire Pioli, man. I love this chat because you live in a parallel universe, man. You guys think Pioli's gonna get fired. That is
I'm
the
only-
most funny thing for me. It's not even
Nah.
I don't even rate Pioli. I don't even rate Pioli, man. But it's just that's the
Yeah.
place we are right now, man. It's not gonna get
I,
fired.
I'm
Just
only
pray
messing
your
with.
God that it does well. That's the only thing
Yeah.
you can do.
I'm messing with you. Anyway, lads, I'm going to go. Nice speaking to you.
See you, man.
Comment. I love this comment by Raul.
Bye.
Hey, later, Bilal. Thank you.
See you then.
Oh yeah, sure, Raul. Oh man, listen. I still stand on me. Origi is a great player, and he's gonna score a lot of goals for Milan. I'm still with that idea.
Hey, let's see.
But yeah, I would love to see Milan Man City in a quarterfinal. That would be just gorgeous.
Are they
The richest team with the poorest one against the poorest one.
This whole, I don't even think the Prem. I don't even think they can afford to put Man City what they did through Juve, like what you happened to Juve, because that the whole reputation is gonna take a big hit. It's gonna take a big hit.
But it's they haven't cheated in a way.
No, but
Juventus
even the whole
cheated.
relegation other teams won, I don't even think that's gonna happen. I think it's just fantasy that a lot of the fans from opposition teams are hopping in because they know they're not dumb enough. Because the Qatar, like it's gonna freaking put a dark cloud over them going forward.
But listen to me, Clint.
But then you're suggesting that EPL is corrupt if they don't take action.
I mean, yeah,
they
are corrupt, but like you can't have breaches. Even the whole UEFA thing, they were guilty on some things, so they weren't compliant. Like, I agree with that big time.
Clint, Man City is gonna get punished, but not with relegation because what they did, they did financial things, not football things. These are financial things.
Same
to
as
spend,
Juve, right?
Yeah, the same as Juve. But the problem with Juventus is that Juventus did that in an environment where the other one were struggling to buy a player. Juventus were getting an advantage thanks to that. Man City with that was not getting an advantage against Man United, Chelsea, because Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal, they spend more than Man City actually in these years. They spend even more than Man City. Man City was trying to get an advantage to avoid the financial fair play because it is a small team with a small fan base, so they cannot generate the revenues of these other big boys in England. So they had to inflate their fund. You know better than me what they did anyway. But they didn't corrupt any referee. They didn't spend 3 times more than the other team. They spent actually even less than the other team. They just needed to keep up with the expenses to do it.
Right, but the thing is, like,
so they're gonna get punished with points, not with Serie
right. And the biggest beef is, and that's what I'm saying, right? Because their biggest thing is this: they want them them inflating their sponsors, right? And that's one of like their big things. And like what the other teams are advocating, they want them to get the severe punishment as much as possible if they're found guilty. Because what they're saying is this: here's what, and I was listening to all these English pundits. What they're saying is, if they go and they get certain players that they were able to try to come in and like, let's say for instance, Arsenal wants to go and get that player, but City just puts in more, meaning they're doing these financial breaches. They're saying that margin of not even be able to acquiring like, particular players and all of that, justify their league position going forward. So that's the whole, we're not going to the whole detail. That's why they want them to get the severe, punishment. I can care either less what happened. All I'm saying is, if they all I'm saying is like the Prem can't afford for one of their best teams and their marketing value, because also, Man City is like also has everybody's eyeballs across the world. Guardiola and all
But he's
those
a
guys.
lie, man, because he's a lie. Because when Man City is buying De Bruyne, no one in Premier League wants to buy De Bruyne.
Yeah,
When Man
you're
City
right.
is buying, Cancelo, no one wants to buy Cancelo. It's actually an exchange with Juventus. Is Danilo for Cancelo, 70 million one, 70 million the other. That is one of those dodgy transactions, by the way, that Juventus did with Man City to inflate the numbers. So Man City is not getting any advantage because Man United is spending more than Man City. They're buying Di Maria for 90 million. They're buying Pogba for 90 million. They're buying Schweinsteiger and all the other guys that they bought, Falcao for 100 million. So Man City is paying less, man. He's buying 50 million sterling when United is buying Pogba for 90. So Man City won it in the pitch, man. They just needed to justify it for the financial fair play of UEFA, because UEFA, that's the thing I hate about UEFA. The law of the financial fair play of UEFA does not allow a team to grow. They don't allow it. If Atalanta wants to grow one day and win the Champions League, they cannot do it because the financial fair play does not allow them. Because they have a small fan base, they will never generate as much as Milan, Napoli, or Manchester United. Never. So they're not allowed to spend as much Milan and Manchester United. So the financial fair play is worse than the communism, because it's forcing small team not to grow.
I
Milan
agree with
will
that.
want to grow, but they cannot inject.
I agree with that, big time, and that's why I'm not a fan. The more I'm looking into this, I'm not even actually a fan of UEFA because it's really hypocritical what they're doing. They're turning around and it's like this one British YouTuber said the best. People were against the Super League because not the right billionaires and millionaires, made it happen, or at least to their eyes, to their liking. And he's talking about more the UEFA people and all these guys, right? Not their donors. It was more like Fiorentino Perez and their guys, which sometimes they're not always playing ball with them. They just wanted a piece of the pie. And it's so hypocritical. So me at this point, I want to watch the game and enjoy the game because like at the game has went into a phase where it has turned into a business model. That's the bottom line. Like any on either or. And it turns to a business
My
model
problem,
now. Some people are not benefiting from that, and that's a problem.
No, my problem, the only problem I have with UEFA is the financial fair play. The financial fair play
and
is
it has a
just
lot
a
to do,
joke.
and
They
that's the
should
main
just
culprit.
delete. They should just delete it. There should not be a financial fair play in football.
It's the main, but it's the
Every
main
president
culprit.
should have the right to spend as much as they want. If the president is a madman and wants to throw $1 billion in a club and buy everyone, he should be allowed to do it. UEFA should not tell him not to
Because the
do it.
hypocrisy of the whole FFP is they want to keep football sustainable, but that goes against the whole fucking argument. Because now you're running into a situation where like teams are not even sustainable no more. They can't keep up
No, but
with that pressure. And it's
the problem with the financial fair play is that the owner of PSG they own a country basically, so they can do fake sponsorship and make
that's what
PSG,
City did.
which was PSG was basically Fiorentina 15 years ago. Thanks to the fake sponsorship, is now PSG, not to a business model. That's the problem. The financial. On the other side, the owner of Atalanta, which does not own a country, cannot grow like PSG because he's not gonna do fake sponsorships. An example: AC Milan and Inter. Inter with his Chinese president, they did a fake sponsorship. The Chinese president injected 200 million with the Sunni partnership, and Inter bought Lukaku, Hakim, and all these guys thanks to a fake sponsorship. AC Milan has an owner that does not do things like this, so we cannot do that. So fuck this, the financial fair play. Don't do it. Just delete it. Let every team spend as much as they want. They're gonna get busted, sold, and move on. I hate the financial fair play. It's such an unfair thing. It's unfair.
No, I definitely I agree with that assessment. It's some of the findings are quite interesting, and they're needed because you when I was reading talking economics, they had a good point where they're saying that football is
Clean.
one. Oh, boy, I'm
Clean
gonna
it.
be. Yeah, it's
Clean on this book, man. My
Dude,
goodness.
hey man, hey, this is knowledge I'm just spewing, man. That's how I don't forget it.
No. I'm not. I don't disagree
Yeah,
with you, man. I'm
they
going
said
to read it.
this.
I'm going to actually
Yeah,
buy the book. And
they
read
said
it.
one of the things you can't let your rivals die within the game. It's not even advantageous for you. So the Premier League needs all the other leagues, and they're gonna have to start to sort this shit out, right? Like Lyad said earlier, you can't have 1,000 players, but after a while, the essence of the game might disappear if it's just a handful of teams that are just at the top that comes from one league. So you're gonna have to reinvent
Guys,
it
it's
regardless.
simple. Guys, it's simple. The Premier League, if you actually think about it, it's basically the Super League. It's simple.
Yeah,
That's
we
just the
did
way I
say.
see
I mean, it is. It is.
That's
It
the way I
definitely
see
is. You know,
Yeah.
and the transfers that really hurt me, or just the minor ones, right? Like when I was seeing closing window day, I see somebody, and I like Lukic a lot. I'm like, damn, he's going to Fulham. So he leaves
You should
Torino.
be
He's
happy
going
for
over
him.
there. No, I
You should
should
be
be
happy for
happy,
him.
but
He's
it's
going
like,
to
yo, fuck.
You
know,
like
It's
it.
not great for the league, though. Like, that's the problem.
It's like, damn, all our guys were like, just
Yeah.
like leaving. Like it's
But
and we're talking about at
it's
this
not
point
good.
now, it was unthinkable where like teams like Bournemouth, like they're not coming and even getting people out of the league.
Yeah.
They had to deal with.
I
They had to
think-
go shopping. They had to go shop in the Premiership, but they're going into our league like it's nothing, right? When I see
Bournemouth
Yeah, but
bought,
I will-
this guy, what's his
I
name?
see it.
Sassuolo,
I see it as a good thing.
the midfielder. I forgot his name now.
Traore.
Yeah, Traore. That's
Traore.
it. Traore. They got Traore.
yeah, Traore, yeah, the
I
Ivorian
think
kid.
it's a good thing.
Yeah, he's a
I
Ivorian, I
hope.
think. Yeah.
Listen, guys, I think it's a good thing, and I hope Italian clubs understand that there is a money opportunity there. So grow your talent and sell them in the Premier League, make cash, buy other talents, grow them, and sell them in the Premier League. Is that at the end? These are money that come in inside Serie A. You need to invest that money.
Yeah,
But what about the
yeah, but
fans'
the how about
satisfaction against
grow?
watching the game?
How about grow your players and what's the word? Try and retain your talent because it's just better for the league.
But listen to me. I'll make an example to you why this is healthy. In a paradox. So, Fulham buys. Who bought Traore?
Lia's about to go on a monologue, by the way.
It's not a monologue. It's a simple concept. Who bought Traore? Sorry, who bought Traore? Nottingham Forest or
Bournemouth. Yeah.
How much they pay for Traore? 20 million, something like that.
I'm not sure how much they paid.
So let's pretend
they paid 30.
Okay, 30.
Pounds
let's say
or
30.
euros? Sorry.
It's euro.
Euro, whatever. Let's
So
pretend.
25 million
I'm not
pounds,
sure. Clint is sure, but let's say 30 million. Now, Sassuolo, what is gonna do with that 30 million? Sassuolo is gonna buy.
Hella players.
He's gonna buy Chaka Traore from Milan, 5 million. He's gonna grow the talent and sell it for 30. Now Chaka Traore is just an example. If every club in Italy does these similar things, the best players that all the Milan, Inter, they are growing, they can actually sell them and make some money out of it. And Sassuolo can make money as well. And the economy keeps going. There is actually real cash in the league. Before, with Juventus doing this dodgy transaction, there was no cash. There was just a bubble. Now, if the Italian teams, the lower Italian teams, can make money out of their players, they will ask to buy your players, the Primavera players, your best players. So you can actually sell your 20, 15 Primavera players on an average of 2 million each. You can make 30 million out of the Primavera net profit every year. And that 30 million you can invest it every summer for a player that is playing for your first team and maybe win the league and win Champions Leagues and do things like that.
Yeah,
but we need cash to come in the league. There was not coming cash.
But my fear is when I look at the situation like a Casa Day, right? You in there, you sell him. Chelsea gets him, and they loan him. They start loaning these young kids to some of these teams that don't really even have an identity, that play really rigid, and talent can go into waste. That's my fear when some of these teams go into
I get your fear. Imagine Milan having one season in 1 year, 5 Casa Days, selling 20 million each. That 5 is 100 million made with the Primavera players. Imagine having a season like this. That you have 5 big players that you're selling. It's not going to happen. It's really absurd as a situation. But you can have like Atalanta. Atalanta is selling their youngsters for 5-6 million, and those youngsters are growing and getting
Yeah, but
sold or
that's kind of
disappearing.
what Chelsea kind of does with their academy.
Exactly. Why Chelsea does that? Because the Premier League is healthy and there is a lot of money in there.
Yeah.
Now the Premier League is going outside and putting that money in Serie A. So there's gonna be advantages for us. The good thing
there's
is
gonna be advantages, but I'm thinking just in the long term. You know, when I was trying to speak, I also think about what also benefits the national team above all, and you know us
Oh
where
my God.
talent. No, listen.
You joined them, man. You joined them.
I'm not joining them. Like when talent is becoming scarce, right?
joining.
When you have, and especially because the Casa days, and when I think about the Scalvini, those are the people that start like being outstanding of the generation. You don't want that talent going to waste, man. You don't. How would you feel like a Scalvini leaves, right, and he ends up at a fucking, I don't know. Let me not say Watford because it's Italian owned, but he goes into a struggling side that's going to get relegated, and he just disappeared. When he's at Atalanta, you're like, okay, he's the future of Italy. He goes there. The reason why I'm saying that is like young players, they're kind of like babies, right?
But I'm sorry, Clint.
Well, I don't. Yeah, but Clint, I don't understand the point you're trying to make. Surely, Italian players going out of the league to play football.
No, which is good. Listen, no,
the national team.
It's good.
Yeah, I think it's
and
good.
I always advocated for that, right?
Look at
Verratti.
Verratti.
With intention, where you sending them?
Well, but Scalvini is not going to go to Watford because if he goes to Watford, that means that Milan didn't want him, Inter didn't want him, Juventus didn't want him, Roma didn't want him.
They wanted him, but we're broke.
But still, he's not. But still, he's not going to
say no
to Watford. He's going to
He'll say no.
Exactly.
Yeah, he'll do what Zaniolo did. He'll say no.
Yeah. So if he's gonna make a move, he's gonna go to Chelsea.
And here's my fear. Hear me out, like on this one. And then they fuck you. These same fucking other Italians, they fuck you over. And then the Zaniolo has to do a late transfer to a Galatasaray, for instance, knowing that he didn't want to go there.
But because Zaniolo has been poor, he's been poor in the last 2 years. Because if he was in form, Maldini will have spent that serious money and will get him. So
I still think Zaniolo ends up with us anyway. So yeah.
Listen, I hope we sign him. But if the guy is good, he's gonna go in a good team. So his career is not gonna be a waste anyway. And this league needs cash, man.
But he put release clause down 35 mil. Do you think Milan wasn't pay 35 mil on him after the CDK?
Milan is not going to pay 35 mil. They're going to negotiate it down to like 26 or 27.
I mean, but he put that's the clause for him to get released, but the contract is long. So to release him, you have to pay that amount.
Yeah, Milan is not going to.
And I know he did that. Maybe I feel like Juve is probably the only team that can get him.
I'm sorry, Clint, but we thought that Galatasaray paid 30 million for Zaniolo. At the end, they paid 16 million plus add-ons, so they pay around 20 million. So we need to see what that release clause is, because journalists say release clause 35 million, but that's not actually seen from the journalists. They're not saying speculating, but they're doing an educated guess, I would say.
I don't think it's that high, because I still think if it was that high, because Zaniolo's not stupid. If it was that high, he wouldn't have signed with them.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think it's 35 mil. I don't think it's 35 mil. Maybe, well, I don't know, but maybe I'll say 20. Well,
25, man. 25.
Yeah, maybe 25. Maybe like 20 to 25, I would say. But yeah, we don't know for sure. But Roma, what Roma did is kind of fucked up, though. It's kind of fucked up.
It's a bit. I don't know, man. So sad, man. So sad.
It's
Italy's
sad, but
always been like this, man. It's always been like this.
Yeah, it has, but
sisters always fight. They never.
Yeah, but
they always fight.
Like, would you want to deal with a club like us? Every single penny we try and get like
exactly,
a discount.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just shit.
It's not nice.
Yeah,
it's not nice. But on the other side, we are so poor, man, that we were telling Roma, we give you the money just if we go.
No. Like that's what they want you to think. We are not poor. Our books are actually healthy. We're just not spending.
You know what's
money.
crazy?
I'm not saying poor, like cash flow.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean.
You know what's crazy, Paul? Milan is moving like a fucking African dad that goes to the furniture store and they try to get a discount. God. I swear to you.
Bro,
but it's too
just
expensive.
Pay for it, man.
Can we? Africans are so fucking cheap, bro. Can we just get a discount? No, it's too expensive, man.
Just haggle, man. Just haggle.
Like, good
Dude,
lord.
on
I
the
feel
other
the price
side,
down.
I understand Roma why they didn't accept it, because Roma is like, I'm fighting Champions League with you, against you.
No, I
So
understand that.
probably
I understand
it's gonna be the last game of the season that we can go in Champions League and you're not going, and we're gonna lose 20 million, and we're gonna get a player that is gonna walk out for free in 6 months.
that. Yeah.
I'm not
Also,
doing
as well,
that deal with you. Give me the cash,
it doesn't,
whatever
it
cash
doesn't
is,
help
even
that
less.
Bournemouth were ready to pay that amount as well. So that doesn't help either.
Roma, I think Roma was willing to give Zaniolo away, even for 20 million. Just give me the cash. Just give me the money. Just make it a deal. I don't want a loan with option to buy. I want a deal.
Nah. They said obligation if we make Champions League.
Yeah, that's a
just
deal.
mad.
That's
just mad.
not a deal.
What?
That's not a deal if you say
It's
if we
just-
made Champions League. If you tell Roma,
ridiculous.
give me Zaniolo, I'll pay you in 6 months, then Roma says, yeah, keep it. 20 million is yours. But you need to make a deal, not like a obligation, option, bullshit like that. Just make a deal. Lower price, but make a deal.
Man, that's crazy. But
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, guys. In the summer, we're getting Adopo. That's what we're getting. I'm calling it now.
this guy.
Yeah,
is
ciao
like,
and
Man,
Adopo. Ciao and
Adopo, guys. Adopo, guys. Don't forget the name. My goodness,
You
I was
know,
so
Clint,
impressed.
you
with
know-
that
what
guy today.
about Balogun? Like, yo, Balogun is actually dude. You know, he's doing some solid stuff at
Guys,
Reims.
everyone, they
I
look good
haven't-
against us.
I
man. They
haven't,
look
I
good
haven't
against
watched
us.
him. Actually, no, I've watched Balogun in Premier League, and I wasn't overly impressed with him. But I haven't watched him in Liga, so I can't really.
And the
I heard
point
he's
is,
scoring a lot of goals, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
because sometimes these players need comfortability. Some players need attention, right?
That
Yeah,
guy is good,
yeah,
Clint. That
yeah.
guy is good. And
That's
we
what
are
I'm
linked
saying.
with him.
And they
No,
need
but
to get to
Balogun-
center stage.
Balogun
because
went to Middlesbrough, and he actually flopped. I think Middlesbrough might be in
But
Championship.
he
yeah,
was
it's
though.
so
too
fucking
young. He was
rigid
too
that
young,
it's
bro.
rigid.
He's
Because
too
Yeah.
young.
I think some players need, like for me,
could
I
be.
feel like
Could be.
Leao, if Leao doesn't, if Leao can easily flop if he leaves Milan.
Oh yeah,
Like
sure.
he might struggle.
I'll make an example to you, man. If Leao, any good striker, if they go in a bad team, they will flop, because at that age, 19, they are fragile. They are not world-class players. They are promising players. They will flop most of the time. So you need to pick the right team. Leao, if Leao picks Lazio instead of Milan, he flops at the age of 18. Because we waited for him. Waited. If technically Leao flopped the first 2 years at Milan. Technically.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
No,
I wouldn't go
not
that
flop.
far.
If you look at his numbers, not
No, he didn't. He didn't have like great numbers. I'll admit
Yeah,
that.
because
Six
the
goals,
Arsenal
something
kid,
like that.
the Arsenal kid goes at the age of 18 in Championship, and he scores 3 goals. People think he flopped. Maybe he played a lot and he had a lot of game time, so it's not considered flop. It's just
Because even so, I'll give you an
No,
example.
but he's a striker though. But yeah,
And going to my point as far as like talent, right? When I think about a guy like, Paqueta, right? You a national coach, and I'm speaking more national, and I'm speaking more on the national team side. I'm a coach. I'm not really happy of him being at West Ham. Yeah, West Ham can compete for Europe, but sometimes you feel like the biggest stage within club football is the Champions League. What team where all my players can get to be in the Champions League? And that's where my beef comes with. Some of these players try to go to these lower teams that they're not even going to fight to even try to play the other Mickey Mouse Cup, which is the Conference League. They'll be okay, try to stay in the league and just generate money. Then as the player, how do you grow from a business standpoint? It sounds good for the club, for the owners and all that. But from the player standpoint, in terms of your growth, that doesn't go hand in hand. And that's when I look, I'm like, okay, you go to the Prem or
Clint,
Nottingham Forest wants to get such and such player. Okay, then as a player, where does that lead you to?
just devil's advocate. I hear what you're saying about West Ham, but I think last season they were actually in Conference League, and I think they were challenging for a top 4, top 5 spot. This season they've been bad, but last season they were really good,
I know.
playing above average. So
Which I saw that. I
maybe
was watching that
maybe
game against
maybe that's
Newcastle
what
actually.
Yeah,
That game against Newcastle.
Declan Rice is a baller, by the way, and I'm very, very skeptical about English talent. But
him,
Declan Rice is a good footballer.
but you know what's
man.
crazy for him now?
Yeah, he's
is
a
like
good
the club
He's
that
not.
he could have went
He's
to.
not 150 mil though. He's not
Yeah,
150
the club
mil.
he
Yeah,
could have went
the
to.
Premier
Chelsea.
League tax is there.
Chelsea, yeah, Chelsea.
The club you could have went
Chelsea,
to,
yeah.
they already bought, or the
Enzo
guys.
Fernandez.
So I know he's afraid that like he doesn't want to get stuck there. And I feel like Declan Rice is gonna end up in a Zaha situation. How they did to Crystal Palace did to Zaha, and Flay his numbers
his
so he doesn't leave.
His contract.
He's not renewing.
He's gonna run out. Yeah, he's gonna run out his contract. I think it expires in not this season.
one
At
year.
least,
next season.
that's good.
Yeah,
At least he's
next
not
season.
dumb enough like Harry Kane and have a gentleman's agreement.
Harry Kane. Oh no, fuck that. Man.
Yo,
fuck that.
he gets a
Guys,
gentleman's agreement. Now he wants to get out of it. Boy,
let me ask you guys
that
something.
contract.
Let me ask you guys something. Is Daniel Levy wrong for not wanting to quote unquote honor that gentleman's agreement?
Dude, he's a businessman, bro. Like,
exactly, man. He's milking his cash cow. He's literally milking his cash cow. I would do the same as well. So.
Listen,
I don't know. Harry Kane is the finest agent.
Harry Kane agent is his brother, so that says a lot, by the way.
And that's what they said. And I was actually watching a thing about having family members as your agent. It's really not good.
You think?
There's so many instances like it can fuck you up because
I mean it could work for you, could work against you for sure. But
yeah, but in the long run, you know, from a footballing point, your career can be effed up because I guess brother you can get away, but when it's your parent, they're thinking collectively. So when you think about a Leao, those African parents, they care about his footballing career, but boy, they're thinking about the
Leao's agent isn't his dad though.
But his dad is part of his team. What I'm saying
is
like letting your parents
helping. No, his dad I think is kind of being
representing him.
But that's what I'm saying. Having even your parents in your business can F up some of your decisions you make. Same as Rabiot and his mom.
Oh, fucking hell, man.
And that's why
Icardi and fucking
Wanda, right? But they said one of the guys that I feel he's well prepared and they're able to coach their son is Mbappe's dad. Because he guided his kid the right way. At least all the moves they made so far was really smart in terms of how they developed their kid. Mbappe is a work in process. If you know about his background, the way they moved him from the academy, put him to Clairefontaine, it was all intentional. They knew about his talent. They knew not to send him at Madrid at a certain age. They're really smart about it. And or what Haaland kind of his dad is doing with him. I think some parents got it right. But the gentleman's agreement shit that Harry Kane talked about, it's more like a tantrum. You can't switch sides, bro. You signed that fucking contract, bro. If stuff is not in writing, everybody that's 101 stuff. If nothing is in writing, it doesn't mean shit.
I kind of feel sorry for him now, because where is he gonna go to?
Who? Kane?
What team? Harry Kane.
Bayern Munich.
Bayern, easy.
He's not. Does he want to leave England?
Yes.
And get the Tomori treatment,
trophy, bro. He wants to win a trophy.
Yeah, but
go, because right now Harry Kane is now 30. He's gonna try to go to get at least 2-3 silverware, and he's gonna go to a club. He's almost like in a Cristiano Ronaldo situation prior, like what the club he was looking for, something that can maximize. He's not gonna go to Man U because going to Man United, yes, they're ascending, but you still don't have guarantees to be able to secure silverware. He wants.
I don't think he works. I don't even think he works in the Man U. In my opinion, he's not out and out number 9. But
no, but he's gonna go to Bayern. That's where they go. He's gonna make the move Lucatoni did. You go into these teams, they play Champions League. They're gonna be there. You're gonna win. But right now,
I can see them. But I'm not a fan of
right
that
now. It's kind of like it's the gap is a bit close, a little bit. Like the race is really close right now in the German league, man. With Union Berlin, like they're. You know,
I don't know, man. That league, they always sell to Bayern. I don't understand. You see this shit happen with Milan and Zaniolo. It would never happen with Bayern and any of these other teams, man. In Bundesliga.
It's because the Germans, the way they think, I think they prioritize the national. Because remember, it's the 5+1. Man. Hear me out. It's the supporters own the thing, right? Like it's like that 5+1 rule.
It's a monopoly, man. Simple.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Collectively, listen. Collectively, as a nation, they think more. Their national team overrides all of it. So they're not dumb when it comes down to these transactions. So that's the reason, like in terms of monopoly, what's gonna make our German national team better? You know, Germans are prideful people, so they're not gonna try to export their guys.
We need to say something though as well, that if Milan was smart, we'll talk with Zaniolo behind the scene and tell Zaniolo, don't be crazy, just play your part, be part of the group. Don't renew your contract, and in the summer I'm gonna make the move. I'm gonna buy you. Just To be
But
quiet,
that's
just shut the
but
fuck
but
up.
but
Don't
that's
make a move
also like
in January.
that's also gentleman's agreement type, because then you do that, he does that, right? He walks away, and then you go for somebody else. Because there's
Yeah.
uncertain. Let's say Milan gets
Yeah,
bought.
but
There's no
no,
It's still
guarantee.
Clint.
fucking.
No,
It's still
no,
fucking
Clint. But
Milan.
he's not renewing his contract, so he can walk out and sign a good deal with another team. Milan is telling him to be quiet and do something that he's already going to do anyway. He's walking outside Rome anyway. He doesn't want to stay in Rome. So Milan is telling me, just shut the fuck up. Don't make a mess. Let the season finish. Play like shit. Play really bad. Don't run. And in June, I'm gonna buy you. Simple as that.
Play like shit. Play
Don't
really
get
bad.
don't train.
Don't
Don't
run.
train well. Don't train well. Don't get
Oh
injured.
man.
It's simple. That's what Bayern does, man. These teams are clever. Maldini should have done the same. They just called the kid or called the mom of the kid, because I heard she's hot.
That's another
Call
one
them
too.
out.
I think his mom is his agent actually. Daniela. That's another one too.
So call the mom and say, tell your kids to be quiet, chill. 4 months the season is finished,
You
and we make an offer.
yeah, and it's I think Milan we will come. I think if we want to do a trajectory base, I think Milan, we're kind of like on the right side of story with our players. I think we're more stable, maybe other Napoli, because when I think about Juve and like Inter, not finance aside in terms of players, they're really unstable. There's replacements that need to be made. Ours,
Well,
we just
Napoli.
need to pick up a couple pieces, but I think we're more stable in terms. So that's
Nah,
what
but
doesn't worry me.
Napoli is stable, man. Napoli's
That,
gonna
I just said
carry.
I think
Napoli. I said
Napoli is
us and
stable.
Napoli. I said us
Okay.
and Napoli.
I say you say
I thought you meant Napoli and
they're
Juve.
not.
That's what I heard.
No, I said Napoli. I said more Inter and Juve are the ones that
Oh,
they're
fair
not.
enough. Yeah.
Inter has a lot
Good.
of uncertainties, because I don't think that Brozovic even renewed over there.
No, Brozovic is renewed. Skriniar is going out. De Vrij is going out.
But
And
you
then
know what I don't
Bastoni,
like?
Bastoni hasn't even
No
renewed
one,
yet. And then
no
Bastoni,
one
they
is
said
making a
hopefully we're
fuss.
optimistic. So Bastoni is going into the last year of a
No,
contract.
he
Hasn't
renewed.
renewed.
He renewed. He renewed. He
No.
renewed.
It's not guaranteed. It's not confirmed. Like, he hasn't yet. He has not.
Bastoni is going to renew, Clint. Bastoni is
We'll
going to
see.
renew. Trust me. I think he's going to renew. But what I don't like about Italian media is no one is making a fuss about Skriniar not renewing. If that was
De
us,
Vrij is not
we'll be
renewing.
De Vrij is not renewing. If that was us, we'll be in the news every single day. It's ridiculous. The treatment we get from like news agencies in Italy is just shit.
I agree, bro.
It's just stupid, man. It's just shit. But it's nothing new.
No, yeah, I
Just
agree.
another
I agree. But on to
Bastoni's contract expires in 2024.
yeah, but he's going into the last year, and they try to get over the line.
No, I think it's going to
They-
renew, Clint. I think he'll renew. I really think
Or
he'll
renew, or they're gonna sell him.
Where's he going to go? Tottenham?
I mean,
Yeah.
Bastoni, a lot of teams can pick him up.
If Conte stays, he's gonna go to Tottenham. If Conte goes to another team, he's gonna get him on the other team. Simple as that. That's why he's not. I think he did a favor to Inter. He renewed for 2 years. He extended his contract for 2 years,
'Cause I think
and he
Inter,
didn't go to Tottenham.
because I think Inter was actually trying to get Lindstrom. Was it? Yeah, no, Lindelof. Sorry. And
Guys,
Lindelof,
Inter got completely dismantled. I saw the picture of the starting 11 that won the league. Everyone is gone, apart from Barella, Bastoni, and Brozovic.
no, and also Lukaku came back. Lukaku.
Yeah, but Lukaku, they don't own him.
Oh,
He's not their
man.
player.
Guys, Lukaku's on me right now, man.
The dude
Forget
that
it.
wanted to be like Drogba, boy. Don't ever try to like
goodness,
compare
man.
yourself to a legend.
Lukaku's not a bad footballer. Though. I think people
He's
should
not.
give him too much shit. People
No,
give him
he's
too much
not.
shit, man. I
Me
feel sorry for him.
personally, I
Well, you
feel like
are the
mentally
first
he's weak.
one doing that.
What, me?
Yeah.
I'm guilty. Yeah, because he plays for Inter, that's why I'm guilty of that too, for sure. But Lukaku is a good footballer, guys. Like his first touch is shocking, yeah, I know, but he's actually a decent footballer, guys. Like, let's be honest.
He just
Let's
not
be honest.
By the
fit,
way,
bro.
another thing about the first touch, literally, man, if you're playing every day of the week for the rest of the year football, you can improve your first touch. It's like you don't need to, because
don't
Lukaku
know,
does
man.
not need to
Rebic-
have the first touch of Maradona. He needs to have a good
Rebic's first touch is pretty.
Yeah, but he
bad
got
as well.
injured
That's
every 2 weeks, so he cannot do that every day of the week.
Oh,
Cannot learn. You can improve.
Man,
Yeah, there is games that Rebic has a good first touch. You can see it. So I think Rebic is
Oh.
about his brain. His brain has not a good first touch. Anyway, guys, let me see the games next this week. We have Lecce Roma. I think Roma is not getting the 3 points against Lecce. I think Roma is gonna.
Colombo's gonna do us a favor.
No,
Colombo boys.
Lecce is a good team. Lecce is a good team, man.
No,
Lecce
they
is
are.
a good
They are.
team.
When they played us this season,
Lazio Atalanta is they cannot win both of them, so one of them is gonna lose points or both of them. So Lazio Atalanta, one of the two is gonna stay still or both.
it's gonna be a draw 1-1.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
2-2.
Sampdoria Inter. I think Inter is gonna win, but it's on Monday and
I
it's
need
a difficult game.
Sampdoria to get relegated as ASAP, bro. They're pissing
I
me
hate,
off.
I need
guys,
Inter to
guys,
lose
guys,
points,
guys,
man. I
guys,
don't care
guys.
about
I've got a question for you guys here. Do you think Serie A should kind of cut down on the size of the league?
Yeah,
Well, Laird already answered my question.
I'm a big fan
he
of
said,
that. I'm a big fan of that.
He said,
Yeah,
Laird said because of, the more games, the more money, which is true. But me personally, I think we go to 16, 18 teams. Boy, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Not 16. 16 is too small.
No, I want
18
16. If you want to look at it, I want 16 teams.
16 is wild, yeah. 16 is really.
No, but 16 teams you relegate to, bro. I promise you, our fucking game gonna increase.
Everyone is gonna be on point.
No, I'm telling you, 16 teams. Let's not even do 18. Let's do 16. 16 teams.
16 is tough, Clint. 16 is tough.
Okay.
It's tough. You can see Milan one day. You can get Milan fighting for relegation,
and it's fine.
And then you gotta perform. No, I don't want to.
It's not fine because if that ever happens, Clint is gonna come on here and start shitting onto Rosani.
It's not fun.
For me,
I want him out. I want him out now.
No, for me, if it was up to me, bro, we'll go the way they even do it in Scotland with 12 teams. Fuck's sake.
No, come on, man. I don't know
that's
about that.
Small
one,
country, man. Scotland is a small country.
That's too small, man. That's too small, man.
No, bro, but I think 16 teams is fair because
he's wild, man. He's wild. What are you talking about?
Dude.
Listen to me. If it's 16 team, I'll tell you right now who is fighting for relegation if it's 16 teams.
Tell me. And those are the teams that merit to go down right now. Tell me.
I'm gonna tell you distance of points. I'm gonna tell you. Listen to me. In 6 points, 6 points difference. In 6 points difference, the teams that are fighting for relegation is Salernitana, Sassuolo, Lecce, Fiorentina, Empoli, Monza, Juventus, Bologna.
Monza?
Go down.
No.
Not Monza. Monza removed.
Dude, but these are the teams that are fighting. If there is a 16-team leagues, these are the teams that are fighting.
Realistically, yeah, it's true.
Because there is the Salernitana is 21 points and Bologna is 29.
I feel like back in the day, right? Also, I feel like back in the day, right, when for Champions League, prior to even that becoming the Champions League, where it's only one qualified, right? The winner of the league qualified. I felt, and the numbers were low. The league was way competitive. It was too competitive. But at least 18, we can all agree. At least you need to go down to 18. Because to me, 20 Italy right now doesn't make no fucking sense. It's a waste of time.
20 is a lot. 20 is a lot, and but they do it for the money, of course. But in terms of competition, will be much better with 18 teams. 18 teams will be perfect. 3 relegates, so Salernitana, Spezia, Verona.
And I feel like the fourth team fucking plays playoff. Damn it! If we're keeping 20. 3 get relegated, and then that fourth one at that top has to play playoff because we're also running into a situation. Against another team in Serie B because we're running into a situation where some teams are also happy, i.e. Sampdoria. They're happy being above that third that relegation zone, and they're okay with that.
Yeah,
I don't like
just
that,
floating every season, just surviving.
Yeah, I don't like that. You start making it tough. Okay, if you finish, you're not getting relegated, and you're the fourth one. You still gotta play a fucking playoff.
The level of the league is gonna go up. Yep, the level of the league is just.
I would do that because the way we have it right now, people are so constant. If you go on Google right now, you type in, look at Sampdoria, Bologna, you look at their rank, like, you know, what was their position in the table the past 4
But
years, you're gonna
Clint,
see it's one in the same position.
Clint, but these are glorious clubs, or in certain extent. They're like Fiorentina, they're like Torino, they're good clubs.
If you're a glorious club, you act like it. The way Milan
yeah,
is.
but sorry, but if your owner is like,
I mean,
is a shit, is a piece of shit, it's not your
Exactly. And then because the owner is a piece of shit, your club needs to go down because he's stubborn.
Yeah, but you need to bring the league on 18 teams, not because these teams are shit. It's because it makes more sense for the show, for the spectacle.
When I look at how teams like Bologna, the way they play, there's no new invention. It's boring. And I watch.
Dude, they're gonna win against us, and you're gonna realize they're not so boring. So don't.
No, even
don't
when they win against us, bro. The thing is, like, I watch their games. Like, I watch Bologna.
They give us a lot of hard time, man. We play like shit against them.
You know what I mean? It's not even just that. It's also about, like, it's gonna make the league a bit more like profitable.
Yeah, the league is gonna be
people
better.
are gonna
That's
watch.
the whole thing.
Yeah, people are gonna like want to watch Serie A a lot more. Because when I actually think about it, yeah, there's no reason why Bournemouth should be outbidding us for Zaniolo, man. It's crazy, man. But there's a reason for that. It all comes down to
because one thing I like about Bundesliga, right? They went to 18 teams. Bayern aside,
Bundesliga
listen, no, hear me out. Bayern aside, right? One thing I realized for the European place is interchangeable. There's no monopoly because you get to an extent that some teams, they can come out of Bundesliga 2 and get up there and not be relegated and compete because the levels are evening out, because some people actually want to go into Europe. They're not going in there to try to stay afloat. So you constantly, if you look at every year now who they're bringing into Champions League, there's a bit of a variation because there's ambition there. And it's because that 18 has a lot to do because the levels are not too much of a gap, because every team, they understand, like, yo, we need a fight to go up or try to get Europe. It's obtainable now, right? It's not just survival. And that's what I like about that league. Now, we can criticize and be like, oh, well, Bayern do this and all that. But in terms of fighting for the spot, that's what I'm mainly concerned of, right? Fighting for those spots, like, you can come and compete. The more it's reduced, because, you know, it's at the same level. But if you know, oh, I can be comfortable at the 15 spot, then you're going to have a 15 position output on the field. And that's what I'm trying to avoid now. That fucks us up as a whole.
It's not the league, man. Is Bayern Munich, which is basically just them, is Borussia Dortmund, and there is Red Bull, a corporate that owns 25 clubs, and they send their talents to their main team in Bundesliga, and that's why they compete in Champions League.
No, but even right now, even the past 2 years, right? The past 2 years, like those three teams you just mentioned, even the past 3 years, the gap's been closing. Now you have Eintracht Frankfurt coming along, Bayer Leverkusen, Resurgency. Right now, you look at the league right now, second not long ago, and we're halfway now. Freiburg was second. You still got Union Berlin. So, you know, league aside, because for the league title, nothing is even guaranteed for Bayern, right? Let's say hypothetically Bayern wins the league, okay. But in terms of like the Europe position, nothing is even guaranteed because these teams are coming. They don't have big budgets. They're still competing. There's levels. And that's been happening over the years. Like this year, how many German teams got out the group stage? You know, and there's competition now. It's just not Leipzig and Bayern run the monopoly. Leipzig understand that, like, they fuck around. They can drop out. They can come because these other teams are really giving them a run for their money. And that's why if Serie A can do that without the money, I think we can emulate that type without the Bayern monopoly. And that'll be good. You know, I'm happy with what's happening in Serie A. Like this year, Napoli wins. Like in the last 3 years, 3 different teams won the league. That's more fun. I like that because even Portuguese league is not even usually the case. But the variation at the top, we need to replicate that at the bottom as well, or at the other half. It shouldn't just be Lazio and Roma.
Clint, but the moment Serie A gets variation, collapses. The moment Serie A keeps Milan, Inter, Juventus, and another team on the top 4, Serie A does much better in Europe.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So
variation does not help. La Liga keeping Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and another team on top 4 helps them a lot because
No, but that's
gives
what,
them
but like, but that's
consistency.
what I just said. You probably didn't understand my question. I said the same way we have at the top when I'm in variation in terms of winning the league, but your top 4 is cemented up there. We need the same, right? In terms of us. So let's say there's 2 categories. You have a category in Serie A where like among these 4 contestants, these are the people more likely to win the league. Good, right? And they can be a swap. Nobody's running with it for 8 years, 9 years, or like Juve did. Good. At the other half of it, you need something similar. At the other half of it, there's damn near a monopoly. The reason why I
But
say that,
Finn,
hear me out. Let me finish this. The monopoly is Lazio and Roma. They're usually next to each other. It's either one is on top of the other one is below, right? And then you have the other teams at the bottom. They're not willing. Like we need a variation within that level. Like that other half, like the top half of the field, we need other teams from the bottom half. So I need a Bologna competing with a Fiorentina
but
try to
I
go into
get
Europe. That's what I mean.
that. But the Serie A, they have a lot of issue. But the main issue, because the issue why Italian teams don't perform in Champions League, and I've said that so many times in this live, is because Inter and Milan in the last 10 years, they had an awful ownership. And I'm not saying an awful ownership like Tottenham. I'm saying an ownership that got busted. That's the whole issue of the Italian football. If Milan and Inter have a solid ownership, I'm not even saying spending a lot of money, just having the same owner that keeps the books in the right way and cares about the club, you will see Italian clubs win Champions League again. You will see competing for Champions League. Juventus had that dominance, not because Juventus was extremely good and Serie A was shit. It's because Inter and Milan had not the right owner. The moment 2 owners step in and fix a bit the situation, Inter and Milan win the Scudetto straight away. So the problem of Serie A is not the main problem right now that you can fix straight away is to give a proper ownership to Milan and Inter. Because with the fan base, the city, the stadium, the ambition they have, they will grow by accident. They don't even need to do a lot of work. And they will bring the Serie A in a competitive level because you're going to add 2 more big teams to Juventus and an outsider, Napoli, Fiorentina, Roma, whoever is that outsider year by year. And you will have a competitive league, and these teams are going to go in Champions League and do really well. You will not have a 9-year Juventus winning it because that happened just because Berlusconi and Moratti they just retired and throw their toy in the ground. That's why that happened.
Literally.
Simple. And it's not the league that is lower level or money or things like that. Moratti and Berlusconi took their toys and they throw them in the ground and left.
They just said, yeah, fuck it.
They just completely, and there was a hole in Milan. No one gives a shit about these 2 clubs for 6-7 years. Juventus does what the fuck they want. Simple as that.
Because even right when you look at the mid 90s, early 2000s, right? I take a league like France. France was competitive at the European stage because you had a variation on who was winning and what was doing what, right? Nobody was running. I think Lyon kind of fucked up the game because they went, even though theirs was really organic, the way they went all the way, winning 7 leagues in a row, kind of put a dent in, in the hopes. And now you got PSG, like I'll say 3-4 years down the road, replicating the same thing. Like now it kind of dilutes your team when they go in the Champions League. Because how do you explain to me how France gets to have 2 teams that qualify automatically, right? And the third team has to play playoff, but your second team, there's so much of a fucking gap, they can't even score within the champion. Like Marseille was just so awfully poor, like the past 2 Champions Leagues, right? And that's why I'm not a fan of dominance. And they over there, they need to fix that. They're realizing that because when you have, I feel me personally, I feel like when there's a variation within your league a little bit, right? When there's different the levels are equated, then you have a good output in Europe, and then it makes y'all all better consequently on the same level. And that's what Italy always benefit from. You know, even the years when Milan was strong, you know, like Juve was still strong at the time. You know, Napoli was strong if we want to take the early 90s, and then you go down to the late 90s, you still had like your again, Juventus, Inter, Milan, they're still up there. They perform also within the Champions League, and that's my whole mindset. That's how I'm looking at it, you know, as a whole, and that's why I say variation for me. You know, when you're having different substitute all along, like is good, yeah, because that Juve thing definitely didn't help us at all, and you know, we're back on terms now, so we'll see what goes forward. I think Milan, personally, I think we're like 3 signings away to become like really legit. Really
Yeah,
legit.
for sure.
3 signings away, we become like legit.
What positions though?
Definitely, we need a fluid forward, because I think we've been like people. The way one thing people forget about Milan, like the past 3 years, man, injuries really played us. It played injuries, and also we never
Then
really
if
had.
you're saying
We
if you're
never
saying injuries, then
yeah, no.
we don't
So
need
injuries, but
signings. Then
yeah,
we
but
need
we never
new medical team.
right,
Basically.
but we never had like like Lars said, like one of the main things. Even you look today within this game, we never had the benefit of having a fluid number 9.
Yeah, Giroud was unwatchable, man. My goodness.
Like if we have a fluid number
First
9,
half was
even
really unwatchable.
you listen. If we have a fluid number 9 that runs at the same pace as the
Wait.
other players,
Also, sorry, Clint. Before you go on, yeah, like the other day, he tried to convince me that Gabbia is just as Gabbia and Child is no difference. Basically, they both equally shit. There's no difference.
No,
Like,
no,
have you
no.
changed your
Listen to me.
stance? Are you going to
Yeah,
admit that
I
you're
say
wrong?
that. No, I say that. I say that. But you need to contextualize why I say that. The whole conversation was to win the derby, we should do this. And I said, it's not a matter of players. Yeah, I was talking with Saif. The whole
Was it the
conversation.
derby? Was it the derby?
Yeah,
I don't think it was the derby. It was the game before the derby. Yeah.
No. We were talking about before who should play against Inter. That was the whole conversation because Gabi had a shit game against Sassuolo.
Sassuolo. Yeah, he had a shit game against Sassuolo. Yeah.
So Gabi had a shit game. We played 4 at the back because Pioli is stubborn, but not as much. We played 4 at the back. Gabbia was and Kalulu, I think, started. And the whole conversation was, guys, Gabbia or Ciao, if you play with the formation Pioli is playing, we're still going to concede a lot of goals. Maybe 3 instead of 5, maybe 4, whatever. You need a team that is solid at the back. And from there, you can start to win games. Ciao, Ciao is going to be a better player than Gabbia. He has more quality than Gabbia because he's 19.
No, but
you're better.
No, but you're saying that now. You're saying that now. When we had that conversation, you
basically
tried to convince us.
I stand on that. If you play 4 at the back now,
so it's not the same thing you're saying.
But it's the same thing. If you play 4 at the back, at the time we play Sassuolo, if you play 4 at the back and instead of playing Gabbia, you play Ciao, we're gonna play like shit. We're gonna lose 4-1, 4-2, 3-1, whatever. We're gonna lose with a lot of goals. And Ciao, as a young player, is gonna get burned.
I want to see.
I can see.
Hey guys, I want to see this formation where we play today. I want to see a Tomori, Ciao, Kalulu lineup, because I want to see how that really looks like.
I don't. The thing
I don't like the 3 at the back. I'll be honest, man.
I don't like the 3 at the back. If we're playing 3 at the back, our defenders are performing because we're playing 3 at the back, not because they're doing well. Defenders are performing.
I genuinely think Malik Chow is better than.
He's a good player, but
even outside of that, like Gabbia, could you tell me what Gabbia is good at? Could you tell me his strengths? Because I cannot tell you what he's good at. I can tell you his strengths. You guys are going to tell me he reads the game well, but I don't even know if that's true, personally.
I don't think Gabbia has any strength, man. I think Gabbia should go on loan and play 38 games with a lower team than Milan. I don't think Gabbia has any strength.
I agree. For me, he looks like
is Caldara still on our payroll?
Yeah.
No, man, Caldara is gone. He's gone. He's officially gone.
No. We still technically own. He's on loan.
But his contract expires, and we're not paying his contract. He's expired.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
and somebody else is paying his contract. So he's not our player. He's technically just the amortization on the books, and that's it. So he's not our player. And officially,
Yeah,
right now, because the transfer is closed, he's not our player. He's officially gone, basically. What I'm saying is that right now, the way Milan is playing, which is shit, whatever you put at the back four, he's gonna play like shit. That's my whole point. Ciao, as a football player, is better than Gabbia.
Yeah,
He's better.
he is.
Gabbia should not be at Milan. Gabbia should be on loan. I was saying that.
So you do. So you do get it then.
Yeah, I do get it because
Right.
Ciao is 19. Ciao, there is a reason why Ciao at 19 is in the bench. Gabbia at 22 should be playing football. Should be playing football, become a better player, and if he's good enough, come back to Milan. If he's not good, selling for a profit. End of the story. That is the Gabbia history. The Ciao history is Ciao story is Milan is like shit. Don't burn the kid. Get the tactics right. Get the tactics right. The kid is gonna perform. If you put Ciao at the 4 at the back, he's gonna struggle, and maybe we can lose still games because we're not healthy yet. We still need to improve a lot of things. 3 at the back, they are playing well, but the reason they're playing well is because it's 3 at the back, not because they are in a good shape.
Amazing, yeah, amazing, yeah.
And Tataruzanu is a liability, man. So a young defender with Tataruzanu.
Today is like Tataruzanu probably heard my voice or he dreamed about me in a fucking nightmare. When that save he did, okay, so your dumbass can actually dive and do some shit.
Oh yeah,
look at you.
Yeah,
boy.
For sure. But then, like, it's funny how you're saying this because then we can make this exact same argument with Botman. That's why I'm always coming at you when you talk about Botman. But I don't doubt. No, wait, let me finish. I don't. Wait, listen. Let me finish. I don't doubt he's a good defender. Understand what I'm saying? I don't doubt he's a good defender. But you put Botman in our defensive, like this backline right now, playing in the back 4, playing in the back 3. It doesn't mean we don't concede, especially with Tataruzanu in goal.
No, but watch this.
Let
me add this to this. Let me say something.
Before you know,
no. Is there something short, like? Is this something short? Listen, Paul. I watched Botman against West Ham last week. What the kid was doing, the balls that we usually concede in, those incoming balls, Botman was clearing all these shits with his head.
Okay.
But Child did that today, though, Clint.
And that's what I'm saying. If Botman was there, we wouldn't be conceding a lot of these.
No. But I'm gonna explain the Botman effect to Paul. If you bring to Milan Botman, so 40 million defender, Pioli is gonna put Botman up there on the hierarchy, and he's gonna play him. Playing Botman, that means that he's gonna raise the level of competition between Botman, Kalulu, Tomori, and Kier. So they need to perform as well. Them performing, Botman performing, everyone trying to stay at that level, at the level of Tomori, Kalulu, Botman. You will have a better defense, and so you will not go on that moment of crisis you've been in the last month. You will lose games 1-0, 2-1. You will have that crisis like we had it, but you still be at the top of your game because you have competition in that department. And competition is not Gabbia or a 19 years old, which is good, but does not have the CV for Pioli to put pressure and play him. Because Pioli, we all say, is not a big club coach. He does not. He needs the pressure of the CV to put a player. If he's a young player, he will wait a lot before he plays it. So if you add Ciao, Pioli, how Pioli is going to react? He's going to play him whatever. If you add Botman, Pioli is going to play Botman. And you're going to get result during the season in terms of performances and competition in the dressing room. Even the guys around him are going to perform better because
I hear that. But my problem is you're acting like if we got Botman, then somehow we don't. I don't know. We don't lose games.
We're not going in that period of crisis. We're not going in that period if we buy Botman. Because we are having
No, I
37
still
million
think.
sit in the
Yeah,
bench.
listen.
We're having 37 million sit in the
No,
bench.
no. I hear that. But then the thing is, with Tataruzano in goal, no one is safe. That's the point I'm trying to make. We still lose games. We don't concede that much, yes, but we still lose games.
But we're not gonna
That's
be
the point.
undefeated. But another thing I want to say, I prefer to have a great, good defender, an extra good defender, than a number 10, a promising number 10. I'm always going to pick that, especially with the finances we are.
That's,
With the
that's
Berlusconi
fair.
era,
That's
I
fair.
will buy a number 10 because Berlusconi had a lot of money, so he was throwing money up front. But in this period, I go always for a defender. Thank God Chow looks good, so hopefully in 1 year, he's going to be our botman. But
I feel like, because even if you look at the
now.
Berlusconi era, like those mid 2000s, we're
Yeah.
buying a lot of defenders, man. We're
Yeah.
buying
Yeah.
guys.
I just
You
I
would
just
have
thought
think like
about it
having
now.
Maldini and Nesta were just sufficient.
No.
We went and we
Even
grabbed
Nesta said it.
Sam,
Nesta,
right? We went and
Nesta
got
actually said it
Sam.
himself. Yes,
You
Stan.
know, we
Stan.
grabbed Yankulowski when they were free.
Yeah,
We went and
exactly.
grabbed
Nesta
Calvin.
said it on an interview.
Nesta literally said it. Like, I thought I was gonna come here and just, play my normal football. I've had a good year, relax, play every single game. Then what do these guys do? These guys go and get me Stam. So now I have to be 10 times better than what I was doing before, which is
And
already
Sam
good.
was starting.
So,
Sam started
yeah.
that final.
yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, I understand.
So the situation, CDK, we have.
We've only got money for one,
in the
though.
bench.
That's the thing. We've only got money for one. So
Oh,
yeah, I still buy CDK any day because I did not want to see Diaz at all after last season.
And now you're watching him and 37 million sitting in the bench, which is
No,
even worse than before.
no. No, come on, man. CDK today showed just a tiny little bit of personality when he came on. It wasn't the best, but it was a bit more than we've seen from him since he joined us. So
on the other side, if you don't buy CDK, you don't have this Diaz because maybe Diaz is not having the competition he needs.
That's true.
So,
that's true.
But I prefer to have Tomori at top of his game than Diaz at the top of his game because having Tomori
we know why that is. We know why that is, like, because you love Diaz. Yeah, we know why that is.
No, but because again, the team won the league because we were defensively solid, not because we were incredibly good attacking. And to be incredibly good attacking, you need generational talent up there, not like a random kid that Nathan or Hans scouted on YouTube. You need like the serious stuff.
You're a wicked guy, man. You're a wicked guy. Why are you talking about guys when they're not on him? Why are you talking about guys when they're not on him, man? Come on.
No, they're here, man. They're here. They are in my phone, man. They can go directly and break my ass every time they want. So, technically, I'm there.
Guys. Paulo Toure is actually a meme in Milano. It's so bad. I thought it was just us that banter him, but the whole fan base literally clowns this boy. I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad.
What they do? What they do?
Nah, he's like a meme. He's literally like a meme. Like, do you watch?
I just feel like people like the Paulo Toure, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of players. They got into the team at the wrong time. And hear me out. It's hard, right? When you get on a team that supposedly they have the trajectory to become experts, right? Let's say outside of football, for example. And then you come in there and they're also relying on you to bring input. And that can kind of fuck you over. So hear me out in the Milan comparison. Is that we still having a team try to figure out an identity in the long trajectory. Yes, we have an identity, but we try to become like a sustainable, like, okay, we're like a top four team for forever, for good. You go and you get player like Paulo Toure, then you're good. But we're still a team on the ascending. So when you bring in these players in, right, we already been spoiled with the Theo. You're expecting him also to ascend,
to perform like that.
You're not getting that. And we're also relying on you, right? It's not like, and that's when you start nitpicking. You're like, all right, bro, you actually need to go because Paulo Toure goes on a Man City, for example, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. Where like overall the players are kind of, it's already a well-oiled drill machine. He just falls in. you don't really see his flaws. You understand? But right now, we're still a young team, so we have a lot of flaws. So he gets put in, so his flaws are more highlighted, and it's like, yo, fuck.
Nah,
He's
but
not
Clint,
really bad,
Clint,
but that's kind of like in the situation he is.
nah, Clint, you have to admit though, Balotelli, if that guy's a footballer, then fucking hell, man. Milan should have signed me instead, or you, like, fucking hell, man.
Just the Primavera kid, man. Basically, I'm honest. At this point,
Nah.
the kid is gonna make mistakes because he's nervous, not because he's, you know what I mean.
I mean, like you've watched him live. Does it look that bad live?
Is really bad, but it's not his fault, man. It's not his fault at the end of the day. It's not. He didn't choose. I'm going to Milan. Milan choose him. So that's the thing.
I didn't choose this laugh. I didn't choose this laugh. This laugh chose me.
This laugh chose me. Exactly.
Oh my god.
It's not his fault. It's not like I'm walking inside Milan. I want to play, guys. I don't give a shit.
If it's not his fault, then stop shitting on him. Then stop shitting on him.
I'm not shitting on him, man. I'm shitting on Maldini that bought him. Clearly.
I hear that.
The whole thing is why Maldini brought Balotelli. Why I'm paying £200 to watch Balotelli?
No, it's simple because 5 million can't get you anything in Serie A. That's why.
So don't buy it. That's my whole logic. Don't buy it.
Yeah, but if you don't buy him, then who do you play?
We can play Chow
as a left back.
Yeah, fuck it. Tell Chow stay there. Don't move. Keep the line, the offside line. Don't move.
I didn't want to see Chow as left back. He's not slow, by the way. He's actually
wide.
Oh yeah, shit. I hear that.
Ben White is playing on the right wing, right back.
Yeah, no, but Ben White is not. He's not a bad right.
Not a right back.
Oh, boy, how much they bought Ben White for? Like fucking what, 50 mil?
Yeah, that was ridiculous though. But that's English tax for you, man.
Bro, English they got money to fucking waste. English people remind me of fucking those rappers that go to the strip club and just throw ones. That's a perfect analogy for English club.
Listen, but they learn, man. They learn.
I was looking at the biggest Premier League transfers in history, and oh boy, I'm looking at Lukaku's name twice. I'm like, ooh-wee.
Oh man.
I'm like, ooh-wee. I'm like, these people got scammed.
That's another guy as well. Yeah, go on. Like,
okay, there is a question here. Would you guys take Maguire? No, man.
Fuck.
No. That's another guy I've watched live as well. Maguire is not that bad. I promise you.
Maguire's good with his head.
Going to United fucked him up, man. He's not that bad.
Yeah. But the thing is,
and that can be the same case as the Maguire case is similar to the Balotelli, because not similar in terms of like what money they put on, but no. The reason why is he's going to Man United. He's going to Man United that's iffy at the time. Nothing is stable. So any mistake he makes now gets amplified. And that's the problem. That's what
everything that could have gone
anything he does now is like kind of it's same as the Fred. Is Fred really that bad of a player?
Fred is not that bad, guys.
He's not that bad. But the thing is, it's like you got a lot of these teams, they're supposed to be big teams and they're waiting for saviors. So when these players come in, they're always going to play the same way they were playing prior. Now, any mistakes they do gets amplified. And that's why I say it's a problem. Like, because
Maguire it does not have the mentality to be in a team that is trying to win a title.
Yeah, and that's all that is part of it.
They gave him the young man as well, which doesn't.
And that's why I say, for somebody like a Jude Bellingham, as talented as he is, if he's smart, he doesn't go to Liverpool. If he's smart enough, he does not go there. Or he's fucked. He's fucked.
No way.
And they still think they're going to pull that off. They still think they're going to pull that off.
No, but he's going to have all these guys in his ear, though. All Gerrard,
Rio Ferdinand, all these people, right?
Guys, Rio. Yep. All these guys are going to be in his ear. So
especially
I think
Rio,
he ends
bro.
up. Nah, but I like Rio, man.
I like Rio. You listen to Vibe with Five? I listen to
Vibe with Five is funny as hell.
What's his name? I like Steve Olsen is so funny, bro. That dude's always
the shade he throws to Arsenal, Liverpool.
I like when Joel just gives him shit.
I've met Joel before, man. He's a cool guy, man. But
I like when he gives him shit, man. He
He's
gives
an
them
Arsenal
shit.
fan. Arsenal fans
Oh
are
man,
annoying as hell.
I love that everybody
Fucking
was
hell.
saying Arteta out, man.
Nah.
It's time for him
Yeah.
to go.
He's
Nah,
like, hey, you know what's funny
boy.
though? They're so like Rio's such a grifter, right? He's like, no, it's like, but Rio, did you not say that? He's like, I did, but wait. They're like, are you gonna admit you're wrong? He's like, Rio, are you gonna admit you're wrong? He's like, no. It's because, man.
Nah,
What I said,
I like his I like his insight into like the game and how he analyzes
And
stuff
I
how he
like
makes it
what
easy for
Rio
people to
did. You
understand.
know, Rio doesn't patronize. Because other
Nah,
players,
nah,
certain players will be
nah.
in there, be like, oh, I play at the high level. Rio says that sometimes, but it's more like he doesn't put his status of a player in front of the show. And I think that will make that show more fun. You understand? Because I feel like any other
Rio,
player.
Clint.
Mhm.
Rio's from London, man. Rio is Mandem. Rio's one of us.
No,
Man.
and I
Not
know,
London,
and I
man.
know,
Peckham.
and I know for
Li-
sure. And I know.
literally, he's from Peckham, man. He's one of
Yeah,
us.
and
know,
I
man.
know, but I'm just saying the way that show is ran, and I have so much fun watching it. It's like equally, right? He doesn't throw his player status because you get a lot of
No.
people, they become really condescending, right? I
Yeah,
can talk to you
yeah.
about
Especially English players, man.
like
Especially English players.
Gary Neville on
They're
that fucking
really-
show ruins the fucking shit.
Oh yeah,
Straight
for
up,
sure, for sure.
right? Among
Sure.
but my two favorite English pundits, right? I'll say three. I like Mika Richards, right? I like
Michael
Roy
Richards
Keane.
is funny as hell.
Yeah,
man.
I like Roy Keane and I like Rio
Yeah, it's
Ferdinand.
fun.
I like
Roy
Rio
Keane
Ferdinand.
is so direct.
Yeah, but all these guys. Yeah, but Clint, all these guys. Do you know what they have in common? Yeah, they're not really English like that. Roy Keane is Irish,
Yep.
Yeah.
so his character is completely different.
'Cause
English people by nature,
yeah, because what's his name? I
They're
hate
all
his takes.
outsiders.
they're very English people are very like passive aggressive, very condescending.
That's
It's
why
just the way they are.
I don't like Gary Neville. I really don't
Now,
like his takes. I think he's
Italians are the
really-
direct. Italians are the opposite of that. Italians are aggressive. That's why you have people like myself and people like who, if we just feel the way we think is the way we say it, basically.
Yeah.
There's no
When you get it
cutting
too
corners
wrong,
and stuff
man.
like
I'm
that.
like in
Yeah.
football overall. I'll probably say my favorite two pundits are Thierry Henry and what's his name? I like Thierry Henry as a pundit, even when he does for the French stuff. I
Oh,
like his
yeah.
insight.
Yeah.
He's really approachable. He's a lovable guy, and
To be fair,
CBS,
majority-
Bobo
CBS,
Vieri.
Jack-
and I like Bobo
C-
Vieri. Those two,
C-
I love Bobo Vieri.
C-
Man.
CBS with Henri, Michael Richards, and even
Yeah,
Jamie
or even
Carragher.
if you watch
That-
him on
That was a great
the
mix.
Uber Eats, like on the French
That was a
league.
great mix.
Yeah, on
That
the
was a great
French
mix.
league, he does a good thing. And I also like Bobo Vieri, bro. Bobo Vieri's insight, the way he communicates, man.
yeah,
Bobo Vieri is
yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
So fucking
It
good.
gets me so mad though. It pisses me off as to why he's on YouTube and he's not on. I don't know.
They don't want to pay
Someone-
the bag, bro. He
Someone
should be on
hasn't picked
BN
him up.
Sport.
I don't understand.
Dude, and that's why I
I
said
don't
CBS
understand.
Sports should fucking pick him up instead of having fucking YouTubers on there.
Say their names, Clint. Say
They
their
want
names,
to be
Clint.
careers.
Say their names, Clint. Say their names. I dare you. Say names.
No, I love,
Say
hey, I
names.
love, hey, I love Marco, my guy, bro. But it's no
Nah,
offense
nah.
to him, but
It's not. See, the thing is, it's not Marco's fault, man. If I was
I know it's not, and I
I
love.
would do
Listen,
the same, man.
listen.
I have no, but I have TV talk a lot of shit about us though. Let's not lie.
Do they?
Let's not
Oh,
lie.
we're talking about Milan.
Yeah, about Milan. Yeah, not
Yeah.
RossonARI TV, man. But
No. But the thing
Milan.
is, I love
They-
Marco,
they
man. I
should
think Marco's
try.
inside are good. If I had to remove somebody from that panel that makes it dry, is Mike Grilla, bro. I think his takes is too biased. It's I
American
don't
pundit.
like his takes, man. I think it's
American
more.
pundit.
It's almost like you play the game. That's it. Like there's no charisma. Like you don't get people. He's not an effective communicator in terms of like somebody that's never watched the sport or doesn't really know nothing about it. How do you draw their attention? And that's what I look at. Somebody like a Bobo Vieri, his gesture, his way of approaching is really like it's good. You feel me? Thierry Henry, same thing. Like the way they go about it, right? Little bit of humor, because even when they want to be humorous, they too serious, and I don't like that. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Then why you on TV for? You understand? And the whole CBS panel, I feel like the chemistry is just not there. And it doesn't even
Well,
seem like-
CBS. You
you
think?
can even CBS, and you can even have Del Piero because Del Piero's takes are really good.
Why is Del Piero on ESPN?
But Del Piero too is like maybe he's poaching the Juve job because Del Piero too. You gotta understand those players too. He's really high in status. You know, compared to other
Yeah,
Italian players.
yeah.
If I
Oh,
if
yeah,
I want
for
to look at
sure.
a Vieri, like
For sure.
Del Piero, those are people they're expected to become executives at club level,
For sure.
not dwarfed down
Yeah.
to some punditry.
And being in the
Maldini,
media and stuff like
so
that.
that's
Yeah,
why I
be
think like he's
accessible.
leading,
Yeah.
he's not too dabbling in. It's same like Del Piero, the
Yeah.
Maldini. They're like
Like,
you can put Vieri in the
there's
top tier, but I think
oh, you will never see Maldini come and do like punditry or anything like that.
he's too Maldini to me is like what he's for Italy what Zidane is.
He's
Zidane as in
royalty,
the French
man.
world, in the French world,
He's
Zidane as a
royalty.
pundit, he's really shy. He's not Zidane when they ask him questions, he's really dry. Like Zidane is not a clear cut. That's why coaching and that type of thing is good for him. He's not, that's not him.
Maldini has a lot of friends in football, so he cannot talk shit.
Yeah, and
You
he's
know.
introverted,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's not. Maldini's not really introverted. Actually,
No, when I mean introverted in terms of like they're serious, their leadership skills they're not gonna come and gossip. That's the best.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not gossipy.
They're not
people.
gonna.
You know, there's players that come and they'll gossip.
Cautious about their brand. And
yeah, they're
stuff
not
like that.
Maldini. They're too much of serious people, man.
But going back to the generation of Bobo Vieri, Thierry Henry, they are good in TV. They talk fair. They talk fair.
Like, do you know if
the other guys of the Roy Keane generation, like Roy Keane is good actually. Sometimes
Roy Keane is a great. He's a great pundit.
It's too much of a dad. Sometimes it's too much of a dad.
I like when
but that's
Roy Keane. Yo, Roy Keane and his accent, like, but this is Man United. No, we can't have a player, bro. What is this?
Paul Scholes is good as well when he talks about football.
Paul Scholes is dry, man. He as a person is very dry, but when he talks about football, he's got good.
He's right. When
I like what's his name, Harry Redknapp. He's good too.
I don't really listen to Redknapp like that.
No, I listen to Drogba. It can be hit or miss with him. Drogba can be hit or miss because he's doing a lot of that. It can be hit or miss with him.
Why you don't like him? What do you say?
I mean, Drogba is one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite. It's my idols. One of my idol fucking.
So why?
When I say it can be hit or miss, it's just more even. And I'm not speaking when he's on the English on the BBC, but when he's more on football. Like I said, Drogba again. That's another one. Like they're not supposed to be there. He's not a gossipy guy. Right? He'll be there. He'll give you the insight. He'll speak. Drogba is really charismatic as an individual, but he's just a leader.
Yes.
There's some guys that's just not restricted to that. It's not too much of his mode, and you sense it, right? And he'll comment on teams and all that, but he's not gonna make like crazy jokes, right? Like a Henry, like Henry will go in there and do like they're free flowing people. They're really extroverted, and I think that's what's good for when you look at Bobo Vieri will throw jokes, the way he'll speak and the mannerism. There's an aura that comes with that. That's what I'm trying to say. There's an aura that really comes with that.
Yeah.
Do you know if
Totti speaks English? I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he speaks English because he lived in Miami for a lot of years, so he learned English. But I don't know how good he speaks English. Yeah. He lived like I would say a good 10 years probably.
Like somebody like an Ibra on the panel, but it's gonna be so fucking entertaining.
Yeah, Ibra on the panel would be nice, man.
And Ibra is a smart motherfucker. How many languages that dude speak?
Ibra should be a sporting director.
I don't know.
But he's a businessman. People like Ibra, those are the people that are gonna go on to become. If you want to start thinking us or the Cristiano, people that are gonna become like your next billionaire in football, there's gonna be guys like him.
No, but I feel Ibra likes the entertainment side of things.
No, he likes the entertainment, but in terms of money, even entertainment, he's going to also be an exec. Because even if you look at Ibra in interviews, he doesn't really like talking about people. He'll compare himself to them, but he doesn't like gossip too. Because people are going to try to get him to gossip. He doesn't like that. He'll be really direct and be like, yeah, I don't really care. I got nothing to do. He's really direct, and his answers can come off as rude sometimes, but if you know who he is as a person, you're like, okay, yeah, this is funny, right?
Ibra is
but Clint, that's what I'm telling you. Like a lot of like the Italian generation, that's how they are.
Yeah,
like very, very direct. They just say how they think it. Essentially, there's no filter. They're just blunt.
Don't ask me.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, literally.
What's his name?
To
I
be
like
fair.
when he disrespected Saki. When he disrespected Saki.
Yeah,
Man,
I don't like
weird,
Saki.
man.
No. I don't like Saki though. Saki stays talking shit about Milan. That's
And
why.
he asking
Yeah,
me the
talking
question.
shit
He's like, "Yo,
about
Ibra,
Milan.
Ibra doesn't give
Yeah,
a fuck, boy."
yeah.
I
But
love
to be
Ibra
fair,
for that.
I'm
Shit
not.
about
No,
Milan.
but Clint, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Ibra was wrong for that one specifically because Saki wasn't even talking shit about him then. But you can
Doesn't
tell
matter.
that he
You said
already.
it
You can
once.
tell
I
that he
don't give
already
a
had.
fuck. You still the
You can
op.
tell that he already had.
As we
He
say
already
in
had
America, you
something
still the
like
op. I don't care
like
what side you on this day. You
brewing
still the op, man.
with that.
Doesn't
But now
matter.
Saki stays talking shit about Milan. So yeah. But
Doesn't
around
mean he
that
talk
time, there was a lot of
like
people.
shit, man. The things he was talking about the derby, I was like, Saki, man, fucking hell, man. You had an awful second spell at Milan. You were a joke. You won like what, 4 games and lost 11. You didn't know what to do at that time with Milan. You should come in front of the press and say, "It's a difficult moment. I've been in that situation as a coach. I won everything, and I was in that, and I didn't find the solution. So it's really hard for Pioli to find the solution. And I understand why he's playing it safe in a derby. It's a big game. He doesn't want to disappoint the crowd and the players. Although he got the tactics wrong, and that's it.
That's
But
why
it's so catastrophic. It's like Milan didn't show up. We were training Inter. Well, fuck off, man.
That's why.
Like,
Me personally. That's why me personally. I feel like if you know in your head you're gonna become a pundit, you shouldn't be befriending soccer players in the long run because so you can be more objective. Because you
They'll
yeah,
come
but
give a
that's
fuck of
being
you.
objective. If Saki was objective, would say I was in that situation. I had Baresi, Maldini, Costa Curta. I had the best defense in Italy, and I conceded 30 goals. Pioli's having Gabbia, Kalulu, and an injured Calabria. Say those things, man.
They'll
If you
gab
are
ya.
objective, if you're
That's it.
realistic and objective, you should say I had prime Maldini, prime Costa Curta, a great team, and I conceded a lot of goals. Pioli's struggling because he has a young team, and it's fair. He was not objective at that moment. That's why I got pissed off with Saki. I don't give a shit about Saki.
Yeah, me neither, man. I don't really like him, man. He said some fuck shit, some foul shit before in the past as well. But I don't really want to get into
for real.
like
Some
him as a
racist shit.
person. Yeah, literally. So I don't really fuck with him as a person.
Oh, I don't even
I
know
respect
about
his
those
football.
things. I honestly don't
Oh
even
no,
know about those things. That's even
trust
worse.
me. He's not what do you call it figure that I just don't like him as a person personally. It's just is what it is.
He's just an old man at the end.
I like
A bitter
you know
old
what
man.
you know how I love to have as a pundit is fucking Galliani, man. I like Galliani's personality, but
he'll probably have like anecdotes and like stories for days.
For days, but that dude got
for days,
that's somebody's biography that I'll buy.
Days. Oh, for sure, Galliani, for
For
sure.
sure. Him or Berlusconi. I fuck with Berlusconi, but he didn't give a fuck.
Man, Galliani's gonna
Berlusconi.
bring his book out when he's gonna be almost dead because the secrets he knows probably he cannot be revealed.
Yeah.
Dodgy shit has been done doing.
Guys,
example-
Galliani is a Milan legend. You know, like if you go to what do you call it, Casa Milan, his ties there amongst like the trophies and stuff. Man. Like, he's
Yellow
actually.
tie?
I promise
The
you.
yellow tie?
Yeah, the yellow tie. Yeah, the yellow tie is there. I promise you. I'm no. When I saw it, I was laughing, man. But he's a legend, man. He's very revered in like Milano and stuff like that. So
the Ancelotti book, guys. Clint, you like this thing? You should read the Ancelotti book. Quiet Leadership or something like this.
Okay.
Calm leadership.
I'm gonna go buy it.
Clint
It's
is going to read that
it's
book,
just insane.
and then it's going to come here and it's going to start
Hey,
quoting
I'm gonna have a whole
every
monologue.
single.
Yes, sir.
Literally, man.
Yes, sir.
Literally.
Yes,
Clint,
sir.
it's just
It's going to make me
insane.
want to buy the book.
That book is insane. It's just amazing to read. It's just incredible. You will see all the experience he had at PSG and at Chelsea.
I have like the next book I need. I bought the Ruud Gullit's book, How to Read the Game. That's
Is
the
that
next one
good?
I have to read.
I heard that as a shit book from people I've spoken to. That
I mean, I read it, bro. If I want to base myself what people experience now, I'm never gonna buy nothing. People are never satisfied nowadays, dog.
No, I agree.
Dude, you like sometimes you're hyped to go even watch a movie, right? And you get all these, and I stopped trusting critics, like book critics. meaning people they pay for that, I stopped trusting them. I'm
Wow,
like, bro,
Man,
that's not
another book that I told you should buy, and it is just incredible, is written by the CEO of Manchester City and the CEO of Barcelona, basically.
I need like a reading list, guys, so we don't forget. So I need to update my
Is it?
bookshelf.
Are you talking about the Barcelona book?
No, it's not the Barcelona book. Who wrote the book is Ferran Soriano, which was the CEO of Barcelona from 1998 until 2013. So he was during the Ronaldinho and Messi era. And now he's the CEO of Man City for the last 6-7 years when Guardiola came. And the title is The Ball Doesn't Go In by Chance. The ball doesn't go in by chance. It's an amazing book. It's an amazing book because he explains his experience at Barcelona, how you bring a big club that is financially destroyed from 0 to 100, and he explains that you need a lot of things there. Part of it are luck as well, but you need to strategize a lot. It's interesting. And Barcelona, that is run right now by Laporta, is following the same strategy he used in 2000 when they decided to buy Ronaldinho. Because at that time, Barcelona was completely broke. They were completely broke. They invested all the money they had on Ronaldinho because their strategy was to buy one of the biggest talents in the world and slowly build a team around him with the Cantera and with some players bought in a clever way. And Messi happened to them, which was like winning the lottery. Messi came out of nowhere, and they had to, and from now, when Messi happened to them, they started to think, okay, how can we make this a massive brand that is gonna make us make a lot of millions?
Yeah, that's one thing too, because they benefited, man. Because I remember watching Barcelona. Rivaldo was his way out. Cliver was his way out. They had Overmars. A lot of these guys they had to get rid of. And I remember the whole rehaul was like, was it 04? When they bring in Rijkaard, you still have Saviola there. You still have like Rafael Marquez, and then Ronaldinho come in. They go and they get Eto'o from Osasuna, because during that time he had a really good season. They bring him in. So they're banking on these guys at least to stay competitive. Then you have, because the year prior, what's his name had and I watched that World Cup under 20, the 03 World Cup under 20. It was Spain against Brazil in the final. Iniesta ended up being the good player, but Dani Alves actually won that World Cup under 20 where Iniesta performed highly. Barcelona project, he comes up, Xavi starts finding his feet, and it was just the right combo, man. And then little by little,
was perfect.
You have it, and just having Ronaldinho alone, like, man, Ronaldinho was scary, bro.
Like having Camarda
Love you guys.
on the left, on the right.
One day.
No, it's not gonna happen. I don't believe in these things for Milan.
Have you guys seen the Tifo football? They got,
I like that.
Just brought a new book. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that one too. I've seen good reviews on that too, so I wanted to just check it out.
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good. Finally, you can have a decent take, Paul, man.
Diaz is still shit. Like, yeah, that's the only thing you got. Everything I say, you agree with. You know this already. When I say Diaz is shit.
Okay, Paul. Diaz is shit. We agree on that. But mentally,
no.
He's healthy. He gives everything, man. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, even today, he's just, I don't know, man. He was getting beat up too easily, and physically they were just bullying him. But
I'm upset with referees because a player like Diaz was never gonna get a foul from the Italian referees.
Oh no,
because Italian referees are biased as fuck, man. They see a small kid, you're too small. I'm not gonna give you any foul. Singo, fucking 185, he just throw himself in the floor, foul straight away. Or
Single 185.
Hernandez, 185 tall. Yeah, Singo is tall, man.
Singo is taller than 185. If it's 185, then
I think he's taller. Sure. He's like Theo Hernandez, same height.
Theo Hernandez is 184, 185. Single is probably 190. 190.
No, cannot be, man. What the fuck?
He looks
he's an
tall.
NBA.
No,
No, he's
Single
like
looks tall.
Theo, man. Man, 190 with that pace.
Nah,
He's
there's
playing
no
in the
way.
wrong place. He's playing in the wrong position. He
185.
should be a striker.
Wait, check it right now then. Check it right now.
190 on the right wing. That's such a waste of energy.
He might be 185 or something like that.
Really, he looks taller than that. 185 is still tall. Yeah, it's
really tall.
For an Ivorian, it's a bit. I won't say rare, but
it's a rare for a right wing, for a full back.
Yaya Toure, Sangare, all those guys.
No, but the Yaya Toure and Sangare, those are Northerners, right? They're from the northern part of the Ivory Coast, which is the same as the. Coast. Yeah, no. The reason why I say that, there's a specific tribe, like people that stem from like the Manding tribe, right? Like ex-Empire of Mali. That's what they call Jula people. There's a specific type. He's similar. The Sangare, the Yaya Toure, are similar, right, to people that come from the country of Mali. So you take a player like the Fofana that plays in the midfield for France, right? The way he looks, right? You take a Ousmane Dembele. That's how people from that region of Africa, like north. So you take West Africa, but the northern part towards the country of Mali, before the colonials came and divided all these countries. There's a specific they look a certain way, and those guys they have a certain height, and that's how they look, right? Some of them don't really put on too much mass. Yaya Toure is almost like a rare guy. They're usually skinny and tall. They're fast. They look a certain way, and I can name you a plethora of players that within that height. Now,
I don't know. One thing. Sorry, to interrupt you.
So why would I have the other? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, majority of African players, at least the one they make it to the top level, majority of them are quite tall, at least over 180, so over 6 foot. Yeah. Most of them.
And they are,
5'11", 6 foot.
Yeah, 5'11", and they are, but depending where you're from, because it has a lot. I mean, Africa is the continent that has the most diverse genetics on planet Earth, and that's a fact. For sure. Because are you from? If you're from like Central Africa, the likes of finding somebody that's tall is really rare, but you'll find a lot of stocky players, but it's not as, and even West Africans, not all of them are tall. The only West Africans start becoming tall when you start going to countries like Senegal, Gambia, and then those part of Mali. Those are the guys that are tall.
All those guys are tall as fuck.
All these guys are tall people because it's the genes. And the correlation is a lot of people from those regions are the ones that during slavery time that they brought to the southern part of the United States. A lot of these ball players in the United States come from the fucking South.
You know what I realized? Depending on which part of Africa are you from. For example, some players from Africa, they have, thick legs, calves, you see like a Kessie type of body. And there is some others like Ozyman, really thin legs, thin calves. You know what I mean? Really tall.
Yeah. And the thing about Osimhen, right? Him being from Nigeria prototype, because Nigeria is also really a big country. It's so fucking
very diverse. The most populated.
It's really diverse. But like the thing about Western Africans, period, right? If I want to be fair, the height aside, you're gonna get your physical stocky players over there for sure. So the Kessie type, because if you look at a Kessie can easily also be mistaken for a Ghanaian player.
Yep.
You want to look deep because that's the type
his physical
we have there.
His physical attributes.
The physicality.
And that's why they're physical. Now, when you go to, let's say, you move into Eastern Africa, it's not the ball hasn't really developed in Eastern Africa like that. But the ones that become ball players, you're gonna have a lot of guys that are really fast over there. I think your shortest players are gonna be your players from Southern Africa.
Do you think the diet as well influences a lot?
100% it does. 100% the diet,
it does.
You know it does. Come
Yo,
on.
no, I know the diet, but I'll say it's more so the genes and how they look because I can look at an African player and be able to say, okay, I know where the fuck you from. Just looking at your face and your structure.
I see. I guess a diet based on quite vegan vegetables and fish helps you to.
Yeah, but
stay
it,
thin
but the
and
reason
fit.
why
It's not. It's starch, though, if you ask
the
me.
reason why I say also genes though, like when I look at an Mbappe, it makes sense why Mbappe is not that tall.
Yeah.
He has that Cameroonian gene, so that's a fact. He's gonna be like that. You
Yeah, he's
understand?
thin and pacey.
He's gonna be pacey, low center of gravity to the ground. I think about him. I think about Samuel
Single is 190, like, by the way. I thought so. He
Jeez,
Yeah,
looks tall
Single
as
is
fuck.
tall. That's a
Yeah, he
rarity
looks tall
also,
as
by the
fuck.
way. That's
Yeah,
not.
I thought so.
How many
Single-
years has he in his contract, by the way? Because that guy is going under the radar. That guy is going
Single.
under the radar. Yeah,
Let me
going
check.
under the radar.
1 second. Oh, come on.
Because when I look at Single, right? Single is from the same region where I'm from, and I've got my dad is from at least.
2020, 24.
Right?
Ooh, are we saying 2023 here? Wilfred
No,
Single.
24, man.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Because
Wilfred
also
Single, yeah.
another example I'll give you, Bakayoko, that plays with us right now. He Ivorian.
Yeah.
Guys,
He's from the northern.
he's
from northern part of
from-
Ivory Coast as well.
This is
Makes sense. It's tall as
football
fuck as well.
manager, man.
Yeah. Him, you had
2024. Yeah.
I mean, look at Tiao. Why Tiao is big and tall? His dad is Senegalese.
Senegalese, yeah. Yeah, that's
You
true.
see what I'm saying?
We
Look at
this
Yeah.
guy. We need to get Single, man.
Guys, Diaz is not that short, by the way, guys. Diaz is actually 5'7".
What is
That's
5'7"?
mad. 5'7" is average, man. That's not short.
5'7" is about 60.
170, 169, 170 centimeters.
Yeah,
1.7.
That's short. I mean, short for football doesn't matter because if you're good, you're good anyway. But that's
Anything
short
below
for,
4'7" is pretty short, but yeah.
It's the limit, I would say.
You know
if
what
wanna
makes me
survive
laugh
at the
in
highest
terms of
level.
height, bro? It's when I look at Messi and his wife, and he's taller than his wife. I'm like, how small his wife has to be.
Oh,
And she
she's
has
probably
hills.
tiny.
Because
She's tiny.
it makes it look, if you don't know him or if you don't know them, you're gonna be like, okay, they got a
You
decent
think it's
size.
very tall.
His wife gotta be
Yeah.
dumb fucking small,
Yeah.
bro.
So okay, Messi is 170 if I'm not wrong. He's the same height of Diaz, 170. That's
Yeah.
the height.
That's crazy.
So 170 is a height that if you are below 170, you need to be Maradona because you're not gonna survive. No chance. Not surviving.
Maradona was actually smaller than 5'7".
Or I think about you. I don't know if y'all remember there's an Ivorian player called Bakary Kone. He used to play for Marseille. He used to be small.
Exactly. You need to be extremely talented.
I thought you were gonna say this guy, what's his name? Jean-Michel Seri.
But Seri is not like as small as Baki. Baki, like in Ivory Coast, we call him Petit Baki, like small Baki. He was a top though. That dude was a dot. Fuck me.
Yo, guys, let's talk seriously here. This summer, Singo is gonna have 1 year on his contract. We need to buy him. We need to
Calabria.
buy him.
What are you gonna do if Calabria?
No,
Calabria?
it's not
Because
about.
you know
it's
it's
not
going
about
to cry. You know it's
listen,
going to cry.
But like,
no,
don't forget.
It's not about Calabria.
But don't forget what type of BS Cario can
Cairo.
pull on.
Cairo is
what type of BS is gonna Singo's not gonna
the whole
sign?
Belotti BS.
But Singo is not gonna sign. With the Belotti BS, Belotti renew his contract like an idiot.
That's true.
I think Belotti is finished, man.
Who cares about? Let's stay on Singo, man. Let's stay on Singo. Singo has 1 year.
Are we even talking about Belotti, man? Come on.
In August, Singo, if they don't sell him in August, he's gonna walk out for free.
Yeah, he's
at the age of 23.
Guys, forget Single, man. Get me Adopo. Man. Is he Ivorian as well, Clip?
Where's Adopo from now? Adopo, that sounds like a Ghanaian name, my boy.
No, it's not, man. It's not, bro. I can confirm for you, it's not.
Guys, but Singo goes on the Champions League list, man. Goes on the Champions League as an Italian player.
Oh, does he?
Basically.
Is he Italian?
Yes. Yeah, he's played 5 years in Italy since the age of 18.
Oh shit!
Since the age
That's
of 18,
great.
he's played in Italy, so
Oh
he
shit!
goes on that list.
Adopo
That
is
works.
Ivorian, dog. Oh my days.
See, I told you, man.
Oh
I
my
told you.
days. He's French
I don't
Ivorian.
understand.
He's French Ivorian. That's crazy.
Glenn, get that boy here, man.
And he's
He
born in
balled out today.
2000. Are they sure? Holy.
He's French, man. He's French, man.
Yeah, I know. But I'm looking at his face
Nah.
and I see 2000. Are they sure? Man. Oh, we.
Nah. Man, he was so good today, man. I was so.
Dude,
Oh,
so
to
there's
be
like
fair,
three-
our
there-
midfield,
there-
our
yo,
midfield
there's
is
like
shit.
three Ivorians then on Torino, because what's his name? That Gigi, the defender Gigi, he's Ivorian as well.
Nah, even isn't
He's a French
what's his
Ivorian.
name? Isn't Caramo Ivorian
Yeah,
as well?
Cromwell is Ivorian too. Oh
Yeah, I
man,
thought so.
god
I
damn.
thought so.
But
At
Cromwell
this point, you
kind
might
of
as well
like
just loan
old.
out.
Yeah,
He's what?
but Adopo is young as well, but his contract expires. Oh,
He's
expires
22.
this
Like,
summer.
believe that.
Sorry, his contract expires this summer, so we get him in for free.
Who
Adopo.
does it?
Yeah,
No, but
Scadenza 2023.
hey,
Or
like I said,
half
hey,
million. He costs $500,000 now. His value is $500,000.
no, cause no, Adopo. It's a Akan name, so I was right. It's a Akan name, man.
Is it? I've never. Well,
It's
to be fair, I've
Akan
never
name,
heard
bro.
that before. Man. I
It's
never
an
heard that
Akan
one
name.
before, bro. Man,
His
need to
name
ask my dad or
His name
something.
is
innit?
Ndari Adopo.
I'm having a Michael Ndari Adopo.
Yep.
His contract
Adopo.
expires this summer, so this guy is
Yeah.
fine to go to Milan
Yeah.
for free.
We need to get that boy in, man. My goodness.
He's been in Italy since 2018, so even this guy goes on the list.
The only fearful thing about getting these guys, you start thinking about the African Cup of Nations. Now you start to be depleted.
Dude,
No,
you
but
get it
we
there for
don't
free. You get it there for free.
single. What do you call it?
He plays for the Ivory
Does he
Coast.
play for?
He plays for sure. Yep.
What about Adopo doesn't play for Ivory Coast. I know that.
Not yet.
Because if he did, you would know him.
Not yet. Because they're gonna go and get him. Because you also got to think also, like, who's the starting lineup in our midfield? You got Adopo. He has to make Al-Seri, right?
Clint, maybe Mancini gets him earlier.
You get Fofana.
Like they did
I mean,
Nyonto.
look at, speaking of Italian, look at Nyonto, right? Nyonto is from the region like I'm from, like in Ivory Coast. That's where his parents are from. That's why he's stocky.
I thought Texas.
Oh no. No. So when I look at Nyonto, when I look at Moise Keane is from, like, Keane, his name, the way you actually say it in Ivorian, he's from like my dad's tribe. It's Keane. That's how you don't say Keane, right? He's from that. His parents are from that region also, which is like the big crew people, which George Weah is also part of on the Liberian
I just
side.
want to say something. Adopo plays as a center back as well.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for him to play. Because right now, bro, the Ivorian midfield too, boy. You got Fofana is having the season of his life with Luntz. You got Kessie, you have Sangare.
Clint, we don't care about Ivory Coast. We care about Milan. Are we gonna get
Clint. Like head Kessie and instantly start shaking. You already know it, man. He's still salty about last season, man.
Nah, man, I'm fine with this year.
Do we go and get him? What's that other Italian kid that's playing in Portugal? That people try to get. That little young kid.
Ibrahima something.
That's another Ivorian kid too. Sad.
Yeah.
What do you mean sad, man? That's
made the Ivory
Coast so many
Italy,
talent.
made the Ivory Coast and Italy become one country.
Well, that together they wouldn't make a proper one. So I don't know.
No, the only thing is African teams suffer a fucking goalie. We do not have good goalies, bro. Fuck.
No one wants to be in goalie, man, when they're young. That's why.
Especially the Ghanaian goalie. That dude look funny. He's funny looking. Ziggy.
Nah, I can't lie. He was pretty good, man.
He was good though. He's a good goalkeeper, man. He's a good. What about Kudus, man? Y'all think we should go for him? Nathan's favorite player.
No, man. He costs a lot.
They cannot breathe. Nathan. Any second, Nathan will have it for them. Yeah, that's why I said we should have got Kudus.
Nah, it's not that. Nathan loves the Italian players. I don't understand why.
But he wants Kudus, man. He loves Kudus.
Nah, he wants Kudus. Yeah, he wants Kudus, but he wants people like
Weird
Zaniolo.
players.
Yeah, literally, I don't understand.
Like he has all
Just
the
not
time,
the
bro.
Italian.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't have time to be watching all these like league games. Definitely not no Holland like Netherlands league game. Like nah, bro. I'm sorry.
Now, right now, the only leagues I watch right now is just Liga and Serie A and EPL.
And League Earn is
But
only
now
like
I'm
if
I'm
League Earn,
changing
League Earn, I
membership
watch
soon.
Monaco though.
Watch everything.
I'm kind of intentional with. I watch Monaco. It's just I don't even have the time and place, bro.
No, but Liga this season is very interesting. I
No,
can't
no,
lie.
it's tight. It's tight right now because
It's very
you
tight.
have from Monaco all the way up to fucking. You got Lens. I think it's second right now.
I was literally just about to say Lons are
Yeah,
doing a
Lens.
madness, right?
Their revival's been good, but boy, they
Yeah.
were
I like
bad.
the double pivot, man. With
Yeah, it's Lyon needs to
what's his name?
get back in the groove, man. They fucking up, you know.
Like I said,
No, it's just I think it's just the PSG money just fucked them. It the Qatari really off balanced the French league, man. Like in the long run, like it's you can't even compete.
right?
Yo,
You
guys,
can't put money in or just
Singo and Adopo for 15 million, both of them. Adopo is out of
Ooh,
contract.
you're gonna have Milan.
do it
You're gonna have
now.
Milan fans
Do it
going
now.
bid 50 mil.
No. Listen, Clint. If Maldini goes to get Adopo now, no one is going to complain. After the performance he had today, come on, man.
But then they're gonna be like, why do we have Adli?
Oh,
Well,
man.
who cares, man? It was not good. We move on.
Yeah.
We get another one.
We never saw
And
that boy
Pioli's
play
gonna
like
keep
that.
them on the bench
Pioli.
again, saying he's not ready. Fuck.
Purely,
Well,
if
I
Purely
mean-
puts
I mean-
Adopo on the bench and Singo on the bench, then
At this
Purely-
point, like I want to bring in players that they're gonna actually make them play, not to become luxury goods. And be
yeah.
like,
But
oh,
I
we
think
have
I think a
but
player like
Pioli-
Adopo is not a luxury good, man, because
Nah,
he has
he's
some
played in
energy.
Serie A before.
Yeah, and he has energy. You can see he has he's not just good on the ball and things like that. He has that energy that.
So what we
makes
get? We
you-
get Sengo, a good make. Well, we get Sengo. We got
We're
Adopo.
not-
We get Broya.
We're not getting both.
We get
We're not getting
Zaniolo.
both.
I will get Sengo,
And then
if
we
it's
redeem
not the way you
Serginho
say it.
Dest. We redeem
No.
Dest.
Oh
Dude,
fuck that.
why would you?
I see what he
why
tries to
would
do
you
there. I see what
renew?
he's trolling. He's trolling, man. He's trolling.
trolling,
Don't
of
take the
course.
bait, man.
Why you don't want the American market? You don't want the American market. And what's his name's gonna be out of contract? Pulisic. They're gonna offload him. You're going to get Pulisic for 70 million, right?
70?
Without replacement.
Are
Is
you
that gonna
fucking
keep?
kidding
Is that gonna keep Milan?
Listen,
Milan
that's how
why?
that's like
You're
a wet
bluffing.
dream. That's a wet dream in Redbird's head, not the fans.
You're bluffing, man. You're bluffing, man. You're bluffing.
Dude, watch
70
Redbird.
million.
Dude, watch Redbird and go get to fucking Pulisic for 70 mil, and that dude will barely play minutes.
We're
I
not
don't
gonna
want
get him for 70 million. This contract is expiring.
I don't even really want him, bro. That dude can't even give you 5 games in a row. Makes no fucking
I
sense.
don't want him, but I know that if we get him, we get like a bigger market in USA.
I want me personally.
I'm
I
not
want
against
Yunus
that,
Musa
so,
for a
yeah.
good concealed replacement. Yunus Musa, perfect replacement.
No. Adopo is that guy, not Musa. Adopo. I'm telling you now, Clint. Adopo is that guy.
You became another. Liar. Here's another.
I become my hands. Yeah.
Add him
know.
to the scout list. Like
No. You know, you guys know I don't do that shit. But
add him
today,
to the scout list.
Adopo today played well, man. You have to admit that, Clint. He balled out against us. I mean, our midfield was shit, but you know, he did a job.
No,
today,
but to be honest, we need physicality in the middle of the park, man. We do.
Yeah.
We need
But
that.
listen to me, Adopo is for free, man. It's not even Paul is not even asking crazy stuff, man. He's asking a guy that is on a free.
Does he have height?
Nathan.
Does he have height? Paul?
Yeah, he's
190.
187. He's 187. He stays 187 over here, but
The scouts.
Yeah.
Man, I need
Yeah,
a scout
190,
in here.
man.
Yeah.
Well, the play.
No. Hey, Clint, do not put me in that bracket with Nathan.
No,
and
bro.
Hanley. I'm
You're a
not there
scout.
yet.
You're officially a
I'm not
scout
there.
now.
I'm not there.
I'll
I'm
come
not
to
there.
you to be like, yo, who
Yeah.
should we get?
And Clint, 22 is a
Nah.
good age, man.
No,
22
most
is a
definitely.
good age.
And I think he's 22 for real. So
Shut
I
up,
can go
man.
with that.
Dude, it's been 5 years in Italy. At least 5 years in Italy.
Shit.
He's a real 22-year-old, so we could go with that.
Nah,
Like,
nah.
fuck.
Guys. Can we talk about how our drip has been on point this season? My goodness.
Who?
Who?
Our drip has been on point this season.
Oh,
We are
Drip.
dripping. Yeah, drip.
Oh, the drip.
fucking-
I think that's why we
Yeah.
playing bad. I think
Who
that's what
cares
Come
we
again?
bring
about
all
the
these
drip?
stupid ass off white.
Like, man, stop being a hate. Stop being a fucking boomer, like, man. What's wrong with
Dude,
you?
it's not being a boomer. I'm not
Drip-
even
drip is
noticing
life,
You
man.
know
what
what
they're-
drip is like when they say you
I
drip.
know what drip. I know what drip is it, but I'm not.
What
even
is drip
noticing
like? What is drip like? What is drip?
What they
Go on.
wear, the style.
Ah, cool. Well
So
done,
we
well
wearing
done.
these off whites. I think that's
What
why
do
we're
you think I
performing
am?
bad.
For fuck's sake.
Well done,
They're
well done.
playing so shit that I'm not even noticing what they're wearing.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not.
not even
That's
going-
no, but
going on a Milan problem time.
stop being a fucking boomer. That's the joke. Our
Like,
drip.
like,
signing.
like you. I didn't even. No, that's so fucking true. You know they be pissing me off because I follow soccer Bible and I start seeing like, oh, look what Milan is wearing.
Off white.
And it's like the latest off white with the numbers in the back of the suit. To go fucking Milan reminds me of like,
Do you know what makes me laugh?
you know, the most bad, the shittiest player on the team, but he's the one always like fucking
In front of the
like a
team
real
and pictures and stuff like that. Oh man. And it's like these lot think if they change something on the team, like I don't know, like the new training kit or something, we're just gonna forget about the results and stuff like that. I hate that shit. Man. I hate that shit. Well, no, I can't lie, man. It's nice. I like the new green.
One thing I'm gonna tell y'all:
training.
start paying attention to my boy Alexis. Right, like what he did in the game today. I feel like at this point, a lot of the stuff he does is for his little highlight reels. I promise you. Like he
No,
went in and dribbled.
Salamakis
He's
has
doing
been-
it for his edits. He's like, yo,
Yeah.
make sure you get that on camera. I can go edit and put a French
Salam-
rap song underneath it.
Salamakis watches his highlights, man.
Dude,
can just
I
tell.
know, dude. His highlights
I
are
can
so
just
funny,
tell.
man.
There's certain players that you just know they watch their own highlights, man. Leao watches his highlights as well.
For
I can tell.
most definitely.
I can
One
tell.
thing I like about Leao, he likes promoting his friends from the hood. Like they're
Yeah.
playing in the lower leagues, he promotes them a lot on his
Yeah.
social media.
Yeah.
Which is good. I think Leao as a person, I think he's a good kid though, for sure.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like somebody. He's grounded. The way
Yeah,
he operates
I think-
is really
I think he's a lot smarter than he lets on.
he
Sure.
he definitely is. You know,
sure.
he definitely is,
Sure.
man. Like Leao,
We've got some dumb players on the team, but Leao
Like
isn't
who?
one of
like who?
them. You want me to say names?
Say names. I don't know. Like who?
Theo Hernandez is not smart at all. I'm sorry. You can just tell, man. You can just tell, man.
Get
I
smiley
think-
face.
No,
Theo
I think
Hernandez is not intelligent at all.
No, listen.
Oh,
Theo
God.
Hernandez is street smart. He's street smart.
I think Theo
Like-
Hernandez is street smart. I think he's a street. He's
Street
street
smart.
dude.
You know what I mean? Maybe he does not
Yeah.
talk as a
Yeah,
clever
I
boy,
guess.
things like-
I guess.
but
I
it
guess.
does not mess around. I don't see him being.
I
He's
guess.
active on social media, but not in a cheesy way. Not in a.
No. He's
You
not.
know.
He's not.
A dude that's
he's not a
also
social
really
media
grounded,
guy.
like in his
Yeah.
interview, that's really mature as Kalulu. Kalulu is mature.
Oh, now Kalulu he's ahead of his years, man. He's very grounded, man. He's very.
He's
You can tell he's
mature.
another one that's intelligent.
Yeah, he's mature. Giroud, really professional player as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who else?
But one thing I've noticed, a lot of the French guys are they're quite smart, and quite intelligent, and very grounded.
Unless you get a Jeremy Menez, and that's a different story.
Oh yeah, that's something.
The thing is about a lot of these French players, you gotta understand their background. If they grew up in the banlieue, like meaning like the dangerous suburban areas of France, they become a problem because I used to follow. So there used to be a series back in the days in France. It used to call Clairefontaine. So anybody that comes up to the Clairefontaine, which is like their ground where they form like their top players, it's like almost like a reality show, but it goes on the life of the players. And and there's different promotions every year. And I watched the promotion. Anybody that grew up in France or in the French world we remember watching the promotion of the Bernard Favre era, right? And Bernard Favre that's what a lot of people call the biggest wasted French talent in history, like him.
Yeah, what
Like
happened to him?
Bernard
He's
Favre is
skim
so
on
much.
like Benzema
Bernard Favre, in
and
terms of
all this
talent, dribbling, like he's the best. There's not even nobody remotely close to him in terms of France. The problem was the kid's attitude and who he used to hang out with. Exactly what happened to Dembele. The people that grew up in like the poor like hoods, they come up with character where like they just don't care. They got talent and it goes to waste. Ben Arfa was that. And a lot of players used to get frustrated with him in training because they're like, bro, you're so good, but it's just like he turns it when he feels like it. And he gets fed stuff because they're telling me, bro, you're the best you're supposed to play. And Ben Arfa is like such a good, but it's just the behavior. Same as Sami Nasri, right? Those are top players. But the behavioral problem is they don't give a fuck.
It's not even behavior. They grew up playing street football with.
No, and that's what I'm saying. And who they grew up around.
Yeah, but you touch the ball. You touch the ball every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds.
Football.
That's the same as
in a big pitch. In a big pitch, you touch the ball every.
With Dembele, what they did with Ousmane Dembele, they found out it's the people he was hanging around with. Because we have a thing in like in the French world, and I'm pretty sure it's the same in England. It's like you come up with people. So if you're the one that made it out of your hood, you want to come with your boys, and then your boys. They don't always have the best advice for you. You need to focus on your career, so you end up getting in trouble. So when you see like a Benjamin Mendy getting in trouble at Man City, it's the people they be around. The guys from the hood. Oh, let's do this. You're still thinking you're back in your neighborhood and back in the day. You bring that to the professional world, and it fucks you up. And that's the same can be said for certain Brazilian players. The same can be said for a lot of guys like who's in.
Yeah. By the way, Mendy was not found guilty. He's not.
Yeah,
guilty.
He wasn't, but even him putting himself
He's
in that
not
predicament,
anymore.
I know. But even putting himself in that predicament shows you about people not really, sometimes. And I think a lot has to do also when your parents are not educated, that becomes a problem because. And educated doesn't necessarily mean they have like an academic degree, but like a parent is not really educated. They're just straight from rural areas, from the immigrant country, and anything you bring them, they're like, oh yeah, they're just an agreement. You get to do whatever the fuck you want, but a lot of I'm speaking from experience because all the players they're from African descent or that played from an African perspective, right? And I'll let you leave your point. When I look at it, DJ Drogba is able to perform and be professional to the highest level because his mom and his dad in his life, and they're on him. Like they guided him. When you look at an Mbappe, it's the same fucking thing. And I can name you a plethora of players where they have that support system. It's not his boys from the hood that's part of his entourage, and that becomes a problem for a lot of players.
It's not just that. Is they don't realize because they become rich quick. They don't realize that when you become rich quick, the people around you are not the people that you used to be in the hood. These are people that want to take something from you. They are not real friends. They're fake friends. A person that comes from the hood, they don't realize what does it mean a fake friend in life. Somebody that is there for your money or somebody because he wants to take something from you, your fame. So they don't understand who are the fake people in a rich environment because they grew up in a modest environment. So if I become rich tomorrow, Clint, and I decide to change completely my life and go on those rich environment, they're gonna fuck me over. They're gonna turn me around the way they want me because I don't know them. I don't know their environment, the way they think, the way they behave. And that's what happened to these young guys that become rich thanks to sport quickly. They end up in environments that they don't know how to behave.
Because you look at even when you look at somebody like Paul Pogba, same thing, right? They have it. They're with the brothers. They still in the mingle and some shit. It affects them on the pitch because the thing is, I don't know if it's the same in Italy or maybe in London. It might be similar. But one thing I know for a fact and I can speak on is just like in France, like football and then like the culture in terms of like rap and all that, it's intermingled. You have a lot of these rappers grow up in the same neighborhoods with prospect ball players, right? And the activities with that also intermingle. So if you befriended one of the rappers or you within that entourage, you understand, like it's part of
it's the exact
it's like it has an effect on your behavior, like the way you operate. You still think you're a rapper, you got the fame, I got the bitches, like you can't tell me shit. Like I'm untouchable, right? And that type of thing in football, bro. If your mental's not strong, you just become an undisciplined player, and it fucks with you big time, big time.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Just no, I'm saying the outsider that fuck these people up, because at the end their mates, they're gonna just give them wrong advices or just go with the easy life instead of actually staying focused and things like that. But sometimes your mates are just normal people, even if they come from the hood. They are just people that want to hang out with you, play PlayStation, go on a restaurant with you, go on holidays with you. They understand you're an athlete. They're not gonna drag you out on Wednesday night because 3 days before the game or things like that. They're not gonna do that because as much as they are loose cannon, they're not.
They don't want to fuck up your career and stuff like that.
Yeah, they want to. They care
But,
about your
and that's
career.
if you have the good mates. But like
the problem is when you go on a party, they don't realize who are the wrong people that you should stay away.
Dude, if
the
I'm
bad
a
guys,
Asian, I'm gonna tell dudes,
girls, things
stay
like
away
that.
from girls at night parties. That's a fact. I think that's where like people's killers start fucking up. Just because you start catching all these charges based on some night party event. Stay away from that. If you want to find you a nice broad or any of that, bro, daytime, get you some other. At night, it should be crossed. Like, don't look at it. Don't go and get these IG models. They get you pregnant, bro. It's gonna be a lot of shit, man. It's the IG models.
NBA, NBA players, man.
And players that marry IG models, I kind of look at them a different way. That's how I look at Theo. I'm like, all right, you went and got an IG model, my boy. She got
leave Theo alone, man. Leave Theo alone.
Y'all getting bras that got ran through. You feel me? Now, it says a lot about y'all as a man. You know,
man.
I'm not about to get
Pobega is studying an economics degree. I never know.
He's a smart kid. I hope he can
he's
replicate that on the
intelligent.
field.
Oh, good luck.
Dude, but
I'm
pretty sure every majority of the players at the age of Pobega are studying all of that.
Nah.
No, there's a player that just got a degree today. They said on the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Cassano.
Yeah,
Cassano has to be.
Man. But Cassano comes from Bari Vecchia, man.
Yeah, Cassano.
He doesn't even know what he's a university.
Listen, Cassano's from the trenches. He's from the trenches, man.
Nah, Cassano's another one too.
Because
when people say you get stabbed in London, people never been in Bari Vecchia. When they say, hey, you get stabbed in London, be careful. They've never been in Bari Vecchia, that's why.
Yeah, that's true.
London is dangerous.
Nah,
Cassano is kissed by God. He's alive and has a family coming from that neighborhood.
That's true.
Cassano, bro, I feel like also having too much talent and as a young player, I think is also a curse, man. In the long run, I think it's not meant for everybody because you have it, and everything that comes easy for you, I think is a curse. And I can think about a lot of players. I'm like, damn. It's you can think about the Brazilian players. You can think about a Cassano. You can think about Balotelli. It's like in terms of longevity, it affects them, man. They just don't give a fuck.
But the good thing about Cassano, he's a positive guy.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do with like football at the end of the day. Like, if you want to use football to take over your family and have a good life, live like a normal life, not worry about money, doing okay is it's okay. But if you're trying to get to the next level, then yeah, it's just a different mentality. So it's just down to the person. It's down to the individual, man. So you can't if they didn't care about Ballon d'Ors and all that stuff, then it is what it is. That's what I'm not sure about with Leao right now. Like, does he actually want to go to the next level, or is he just trying to, I don't know, make as much money and that's it? That's legit what I'm trying to find out now.
That's a good question.
Because with Mbappe, you can see this guy. He wants to make history. You can see
the thing about Mbappe is, dude. If you follow the story of Mbappe, dude, it was like his parents were so intentional with him. I mean, you look at Mbappe at age 13, 10, like they invested in him. Like you talk about like investment bankers. That's what his parents was to him. They invested in that kid. And I think that deservedly so. They should benefit from it for sure. They
Yeah.
invested in that kid. Like they did everything to make sure Mbappe gets to the level. Even at that age, they purposely made sure he went to Monaco instead of like Real Madrid.
Yo, Andon is here, guys. I didn't realize he was here.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
How
bro?
long
Andon,
have you been waiting?
Origi
How
20,
long
man.
have you been waiting?
Origi 20, man.
No, nothing. 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry,
shit.
man.
It's okay.
So, you happy about the performance, or I mean, the performance?
I didn't watch the game. I was out, but I saw
Man.
some highlights.
Well, Pioli is not out. I'm sorry about that, man.
Well, it wasn't the greatest performance, but still, 3 points are 3 points. But Lard, did you see why we were saying Thiago should start instead of Gabia?
Oh man, but when you were saying Charles who started instead of Gabia, that was the worst Milan ever. We were still playing four at the back. My whole
It was
argument
the
is
same. It was the same Milan that played last week.
no. My whole argument is that Milan should play three at the back, no matter who is the defender. Ciao Gabia is the same thing. Play three at the back.
Oh no,
That
no,
was
no,
not my
no.
argument.
From what I read and what I saw in the highlights, Chao had an amazing game.
And had a good game, really good game. All the defense played well, apart from Kia that had a small moment. Kalulu played well as well. I want to say that.
Now I look back. One thing that I kind of regret, I just saw something, is we should have got Thiago Silva. Because I just had him renewed for Chelsea. I'm like, damn, we should have got him. Because he was free. And we're like, no, we're going to go with somebody else. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, but he picked the
But we
Champions
still
League
cannot afford that wage.
He picked a football team that was in Champions League at that time.
No, he was willing to come to us. We just didn't want him.
No, that's not true. He went to Chelsea because of the Champions League football. And he
And
won
I
the
don't
Champions
think we
League
could
that
have paid him as well.
year.
How much was he earn?
Well, like
That's a bit. But it's a good idea. It's a good shot. There is still a lot of players. Like we saw Adopo, the Torino guy, is on free this summer. Singo is going to be on 1 year contract, so we can buy him really cheap.
Ooh. Damn. He makes, yeah, we can afford him.
Who? He makes a lot of money, man.
Yeah. Oh, no, bro. Yeah, we good.
We need more.
He makes like 5 pounds, like damn near 6 pounds a year. 6 million pounds a year.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. But still, we can afford them on a free, man. On a free, we can afford them. But just Thiago Silva. We paid that money to Ibra, 7 million net at the age of 38. So it's just he wanted Champions League football. At that time, we were not sure to go in Champions League. We were a disaster, guys. Summer 2019. No, summer 2020. We were a disaster. Are we gonna finish top 4? Is this team gonna make it top 4?
No, I think top 4 is gonna be open all the way to the last day, because you even saw how we go from 6th place, we win a game, we're back in 3rd. It tells you the story of the whole fucking how this season is looking.
We are lucky that tomorrow Lazio and Atalanta play each other. So, and Roma is
Atalanta is gonna win.
We're gonna play Atalanta as well.
And plus Roma, I'm speaking about tomorrow. Roma is playing away at Lecce, so it's a difficult game for them as well.
But I also think us playing Tottenham, even if we lose, it's gonna do us good by raising the level, of our form and going into the Monza game. So I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, listen, I don't really even care about the Tottenham game because we're not winning the Champions League anyway. Much more important to win the Serie A games right now.
I'm gonna go and tell Pioli to play the system of fucking that Moroccan coach. Everybody at the fucking back. But with
he's already playing
goal, no bueno.
Tottenham game. If we keep a tight result, I'm going to watch it in London.
Damn.
care
So
what
you're
it's
not a
about.
real tifo. What type of shit is that? Go watch the game.
Well, I'm just don't earn enough money to be a real tifoso. That's the reality.
Sell everything you have, like sell your cards. Go watch Milan for the love of the club.
Dude, it's not about selling things. I have the cash. It's
You
just
need to
about
pawn
throwing
it.
that
You
cash.
pawn your things to get front row, so you get to yell at Pioli by the sideline.
Yeah.
Imagine throwing all that cash to watch awful performance. How upset you can be.
You
How
sell all
upset
of
you
that.
can be.
Look, like you sell all of that to watch Des and Balotelli on both wings.
I paid 200 bucks. Aldini should invite me for dinner, man, because I did that.
Then we watch the game and we see Larry running on the fucking pitch. Pitch invader. We like, yo, what the fuck's going on?
I was like, let me get in, man. Let me play on the right back, man.
Come and get the ball and score. Man.
Jesus.
Those pitch invaders to me, they're so fucking funny, man.
I want to add something. It was Dest on the right, Tataruzanu on goal. Let's start with Tataruzanu on goal. Dest on the right, Balotelli on the left, and Krunic on the right wing. And I paid £200 for that.
Damn.
Maldini owns me a dinner, man. Maldini should call me and say, you know, lad, come at my place. I'll give you a plate of pasta. I'm cooking something for you. I feel so sorry, man. I did this to you. Surrounded by Chelsea fans as well. And some Chelsea fans was like, oh, this Milan is mid. This Milan is mid. Oh, fuck off.
And you hate that. And it's like, it's not the right time, guys. Fuck.
I didn't say anything because I'm going to go and fight them. Like, properly, not like...
I know, right? It's just like...
Some people left the game 5 minutes early. The game finished. Some of them came in the second half 5 minutes late. They didn't give a shit about us because we were a joke.
That's crazy. And they talking about Milan trying to go for Aubameyang in the summer. Come on, bro. We need to stop that. I hate seeing these links. Even if they're rumors, I don't even want to see that. Like, come on.
No, but man, we should avoid players like Dest and Balotelli to come inside. Tataruzanu is leaving, thank God. So another a goalkeeper, a real one, is coming. Sportiello, the Serie A goalkeeper. So please,
if we had Sportiello this year, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, much better.
But also I heard Tataruzanu had a good game today as well.
When is Magnan coming back?
No. Magnan is coming back at the end of March, beginning of April.
Really?
Nah, I think he's coming at beginning of March.
No, he's not coming.
Are you serious?
No, because Maldini said he's currently okay. In the next 10 days, he's going to start training with the team. He's going to need a little bit of time, a week or two, to get back.
No, the calf injury is a big thing. It's a long thing.
Nah, it's too much for 2 months.
And I think next time we'll learn a lesson, because if this is the case, it means next time you go and you should have got a Sportiello for $5 million in the summer. I mean, in the winter. But because at this point, we might as well let him sit out the whole fucking season.
Yeah.
That shit got us, man.
This comment is unfair because every team, if we play Balotelli, Krunic, Dest, and Tataruzanu in the same game in Serie A, we lose anyway. So that doesn't say nothing about Serie A. That says about Maldini and the fact that he bought Dest and Tataruzanu and Balotelli. Serie A, you lose any game in Serie A with Krunic, Dest, Tataruzanu, and Balotelli. Any game you lose in Serie A, you don't win. So that says nothing about Serie A. That says about Milan that we bought some, not bought because we're talking about players that we got for free. Tataruzanu, Dest is for free, and Balotelli is $4 million. We didn't spend crazy money, but we should just don't allow average or player to come inside Milanello. We should just keep a Primavera player for that sake.
Right. But yo, guys, I don't know when y'all gonna have a lot in the weekend, but I gotta run to the gym now. So
I'm going to sleep as well.
I'm out. And my bad. I've been here like 2
Unless Andon wants to say something. You want to say something? You want to talk about the
nothing
game?
much because I didn't watch the game.
No.
So.
But hey, like when y'all gonna open the live? You go Sunday? No? For the Tottenham? I don't know.
Maybe I'll do. I'm probably gonna do live after the Tottenham game.
But y'all need to do one in the weekend though.
You want one in the weekend?
Yeah, do on the weekend. I'll come on. Yeah.
Okay, Sunday probably.
All right, bet. Yeah, I think Sunday before the week start, I'll come back then.
Cool.
All right, guys. Appreciate and hit the like button. I'll advertise.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Have a nice day, guys.
Yo, Andon.
Yo.
What do you think about Tottenham?
Listen, honestly, at this stage, I don't care about that game. Because eventually we are not winning the Champions League and we put ourselves at a difficult situation in Serie A. So it's much more important.
If we beat Tottenham, do we win the Champions League? If we beat Tottenham?
No.
No?
Nah, not with this team currently at this stage. Maybe if we are a little bit, not little bit, a lot lucky, maybe, but I just don't see. We don't have the quality. Because the first team that will attack us a lot, they're gonna score 2 or 3 goals without any problems. We are too shaky for that at this given period. Now it's much better just to focus on Serie A and try to secure the top 4.
That's why I'm saying if we win against Tottenham, that means we are not shaky. That means that the team has turned it around.
Well, yeah, but again, as I said, I don't care what happens to the game. Win, lose. If we win, okay. If we lose again, I'm not too worried. For me, it's much more important to win again next weekend. So again, we are too shaky at this time to be really, really hopeful for the Tottenham game, especially because the big hope was that Mike will be back for this game, but unfortunately, we don't have that luck.
No, Mike is not back.
Yeah, Mike will not be back. And with a Terushan goal against Tottenham, it's gonna be a lot difficult.
It's San Siro though. Maybe the Tottenham players suffer a bit the atmosphere, the pressure. Maybe our players wake up a bit. They feel better.
Yeah. I'm not saying that we don't have zero chance to win or to draw at least. But again, what I'm saying, it's not that important currently. We have to focus on the objective that is important, and that is top 4 in Serie A. Just try, for example, start the game against Tottenham good. If you see that it's going good, try to finish it good. But if you see that it's not going your way, don't waste too much energy. Because we're gonna be in a lot of problems if we miss out on top 4.
Yeah,
we'll have to sell a lot of players, and we're not getting good players in return. But in case if we miss top 4, then Pioli needs to go, Maldini needs to go, everybody needs to go. If we miss on top 4, because I know that they don't give Pioli good players to win the Scudetto. But this squad is good enough to be at least.
We're not, Andon. We're not gonna miss top 4, man.
Hopefully not. But that's why I'm saying it's much better to focus on the next, because we need to win the next 3 games at least. We need victories on those games, because January and this beginning of February was awful. It was probably the worst month in Milan history.
Yeah, I mean the worst month in Milan history was the one we lost the final against Liverpool. I don't give a shit about this game. That was the worst month. We lost the league and the final against Liverpool, 3-0, 3-3. That was the worst month for me. That's it. The January one was chill. Oh, Andon left. I thought he was still here. Anyway, I'm gonna close the live. Oh man, Brock, I'm really sorry, man. You have a girlfriend. Oh, I didn't know that. That's horrible, man. I'm sorry. Yeah,
No,
Andon, I was saying that the worst month for me was final and league. That was the worst
yeah,
month.
but this was the worst month in Milan history because we were the way in worst month is the way we looked on the field, the way we played. Because that was horrendous. We didn't look
No,
like
we've been in worst month. The year we lost 6-0, 6-1 against Juventus, that was a bad month as well.
no, I think we didn't have because we conceded like 20 goals in 1 month, something like that.
Yeah, but fuck it, man. Who cares?
But again, the good thing from today is we didn't concede a goal. That's one thing because we needed to see that, not conceding a goal.
Some people are saying about Ibra. Flock is saying, "Oh, Ibra is the coach." That's the question that the journalist in Italy asked the players, and what the players gonna say. They're gonna say Ibra has a great leadership. He's like the coach in the pitch. That's what they're gonna say.
Yeah, but listen, it's a different, how to say, it's different Milan when Ibra is on the bench at least on the bench.
Yeah, because
So
that's
it's a
what.
big factor.
But that's what charismatic players do to the team. Even in other big teams, they have charismatic players. They help the coach to keep the mentality high. It's not just Milan. It's just not
Yeah, but
Pioli's the
Milan,
only coach that is getting advantage from experienced players to put charisma in the pitch.
yeah, but the thing is, this is Milan that heavily depends on Ibrahimovic heavily.
Well, because we
So
have just one charismatic player. That's the thing.
it's a different
Other
team.
teams have more than one.
Well, the problem is, first of all, the problem is choice of captain. Calabria is not a captain material. He's not that kind of a leader. So maybe this is the first mistake they did, appointing him as a captain after
It's not
everybody left.
But it's not about appointing the Milan rule. You guys need to know that the Milan rule is not appointing a captain. Who has more caps is a captain. Who has more games with the shirt
Yeah, but
is a captain.
But in these kind of difficult situations, in this kind of difficult moment, the captain is somebody that
No, you don't
should
change
help
the
the
rule.
team.
No, because you can be Andon, you can be a captain without putting the band, man. These are such a childish conversation I have in this chat, man. In this channel. Oh, dude, no one's stopping Hernandez to be a leader and a captain without the armband. He can step up and be a leader. No one is gonna stop him. Mike Magnan does it. Ibra does it. Ibra is not the captain. He's being a leader. Real Madrid has 5 captains in the pitch. Just Carvajal is wearing it, but there is 5 captains in the pitch. Or Modric is wearing it. By Benzema acts like a captain. Toni Kroos acts like a captain. So what is this thing, man? About Calabria should not be a captain. Man, you're a leader. You're a leader without a captain. Arben. Gattuso was a leader. Pirlo was a leader. Nesta was a leader.
Yeah, but in all the, but also
captain.
in all those situations, your main captain is still a leader.
Don't know.
Calabria is not that type of a player.
With this thing, man, I've seen captains. I've seen Abbiati being the captain of Milan. I've seen Ambrosini being the captain of Milan. Yeah, come on, man. Bonera was the captain of Milan once. I've seen this. This the captaincy, man. You guys get stuck on this bullshit. This channel.
You don't understand me. I'm not speaking about the quality of the player. I'm speaking about their personality.
Yeah, and these players didn't have the personality of Maldini, but they were still captain at Milan. And in the pitch, they had less personality than other players as well. and they still were the captain, and Milan was doing well with these players. Abbiati didn't have the better personality than other players at that moment, than Seedorf or whoever was. So
Yeah, but Abbiati still had
we
a
are not
command.
losing games because Calabria is the captain, guys. We're not playing shit because Calabria is the captain. You guys need to stop with the excuses. We're playing shit
No,
because we're
I'm
playing
not saying
shit.
that Calabria is the sole reason we will play bad. But in those kind of situations, the captain should take some responsibility and try to lift the team up.
Yeah, but he's doing that behind the scenes. How do you know he's not doing that? How do you know? How do you know there is a formula that if you are a good captain, you're gonna get success the day after and not after few weeks? How do you guys know these things? It's not like how much of a captain you need to be to make Tataruzanu play better, or to make Gabbia look like a better defender. How much of a captain you need to be? Come
But it's not
on.
just them. The team as a whole didn't look good. The whole team. It's not just an individual player. The whole team was bad. It's really unfair to say only this and those were bad. Yeah, there may be, for example, in some situation that Tatarusanu has its own fault, but the reality is the whole team played shit. It wasn't
So
just
exactly,
Tatarusanu.
it's not about the captaincy and who is the captain, and everyone is gonna play better if the captain is a better, personality. And when people say, "Oh, Pioli is not the coach, is Ibra the coach?" It's like me saying, "Oh, Ancelotti is not the coach, Modric is the coach, Benzema is the coach." Come on, man, guys!
Listen,
Big football teams are
speaking,
managed not just
speaking,
by the coach, but by
listen,
everyone in the
speaking,
dressing room.
Ancelotti is maybe not a great tactician, but he's a great man manager. He managed
Yes,
the players great, and he always
yeah.
know how to manage players with ego.
He knows how to manage players, and he said
Yes,
in an interview that majority of the job is not done by me, but it's done by the experienced players in the dressing room.
yes,
I don't need to talk with the players in a difficult moment. It's gonna be done by Maldini, Costa Curta, Sidor, Pirlo, Gattuso, Shevchenko. They're gonna go in the dressing room and sort it out. I'm not gonna talk with everyone and reanimate everyone. That is the reality of big football clubs and big teams. It's not the coach, it's not Pioli that is going to do everything. You need personalities and big players to do that as well. And we don't have that.
yeah, but that's another thing because Ancelotti knows how to manage those players, knows how to manage them well, and he knows, sorry, he knows how to set them up for that leadership role.
No, these are players that they become leader with the time. Pirlo, when Pirlo comes in the first year at Milan, he's not a leader. After 6 years, he's a leader.
Of
But
course,
at Milan, players don't last 3 years.
but that's
They
what I'm
go.
saying. The difference is Ancelotti was never, let's say, a new.
Huh?
Besides that conversion of Pirlo's position, Ancelotti is not a great tactician to say, oh, he has a great tactic. No, on that field, he's okay, but not too great. What the strength of Ancelotti is the proper man management he has, proper
Yeah.
managing the egos in the locker room.
And the man management comes not teaching people how to become leaders, is letting people become leaders, letting them be,
Of
letting
course,
them grow. So Pioli, at the end of the thing, is not gonna go in the dressing room and talk with Calabria and say, "Man, you need to play better," or talk with Hernandez. No. If you want to be a man manager, you need to understand when is the time to let your player alone, think about what they've done, and find a solution inside themselves, their mental state. They need to find it by themselves. That's how they grow. Not purely being a granddad and telling them what to do. It's just letting the dressing room by themselves sort it out as a group of players. It's not.
yes, but Pioli's job is to manage the tactic also and choose the players that will play. That's another
Yeah,
big
and
part that the manager
yeah,
plays.
it's a big part, and he's trying, and slowly is finding a solution. He got it completely wrong against Lazio. We knew that. And we knew that it should have changed the formation because the defense was really awful. It didn't do it with Sassuolo. It did it with Inter. It got criticized anyway. Of course, it's gonna get criticized anyway from everyone. But it did it, and it saved our ass because we lost 1-0 against Inter, but we considered one goal on a corner. We didn't consider on an open play, and that defense got the right strength to go against Torino, get a clean sheet, and we won. And the next game against Monza, if we stay solid, mentally focused with the defense of three, so the tactic of Pioli, we're gonna get probably another result.
Yeah, but the
And in a
problem
month,
with
we're gonna be
Inter,
out of it.
listen, the problem with the Inter game in the first half will look terrible. Yeah, it's okay.
But
We only
but that's
considered
how you're
one
gonna
goal.
look. That's how you're gonna look. The state
But
we were at that
Lard,
point.
that was even worse than awful. That
But
was
that's
the
how you're
worst.
gonna look. That's how you're
That
gonna
was
look after losing 5-0 against Sassuolo.
that
That's
was
how you're
that
gonna
was
look.
the worst half that we ever played this season, and we had half that we considered 2-3
And
goals.
that is because our players are playing like shit. The
Of course,
tactics covered all the shit players and allowed us to lose just 1-0. If we didn't do the right tactics, that game was destined to lose. No coach would have won that game. No,
um,
does not exist a coach that would have won that game after this
I
shit
wouldn't say
period we
that
had. That's 100% true because the
because
players
another
were
thing,
all lost.
Pioli, for example, for that game had 7 days to prepare. So he had 7 days to prepare properly. Nobody expected from Pioli from the start to attack and to score 5 goals in the first half. But we didn't even create a single chance, which is really,
No, we
really, really
created a chance with Giroud. Didn't finish that chance. We create.
in
So
the
don't tell me we
70th
created.
minute. It was around the 70th minute. I'm speaking about the first half, completely
Listen,
solely about the first half. In
listen.
45 minutes, we didn't have a single chance, not
Listen.
even once.
I'll blame the players. I'm sorry, Andon. I'll blame the players. The players in this month completely disappeared. They didn't show the balls. In this month, players like Tonali, players like Kier, Kalulu, Tataruzan, Teo Hernandez as well play like shit this month. Everyone. Leao play like shit. Everyone. Just name one. CDK played like shit. Giroud played like shit. Origi. Tell me one that played well. No one played well.
Yeah, but again, that's up to the coach and selection of players. For example, if he selected Thiago a little bit earlier, maybe he wouldn't consider
No,
time.
Thiago is a kid. Thiago would have been a victim of this situation. If Thiago start against Lazio and Sassuolo, you lose 4-0 again.
You're not losing
Yes,
4-0.
I saw Thiago today. He's not Baresi, man. Believe me. Forget about what people are writing on social media. He's not Baresi. I saw him. He's playing with a defense of 3. If you are a defender and you're playing a defense of 3, that means you're not Baresi. You're not so good. You need 3 defenders. So stop with this false thing that if Chao played against Lazio, we would have got a 0-0. That's bullshit. Everyone was doing a disaster. Goals were coming from right, left, and back. So it's not true that.
Chao should have played a lot sooner instead of Gabia.
And everything changed when we played a 3 at the back. Forget who was playing. Everything changed when we played 3 at the back. When we played Kalulu, Kier, and Gabbia, 3 at the back, we conceded on a corner. We finished 1-0 against Inter. So
yes, and if you had Chao in that situation, maybe you wouldn't have considered that corner because air balls and corners are one of Chao's strengths. So again.
But no, again, I'll tell you something. Again, if you don't consider on a corner, Inter is going to keep going and find the goal in a different way. So the if one does not work in the reality. We didn't do that. And
speaking about that kind of situation, when we considered, because our main weakness in this team is those set pieces, and Chao is somebody that is strong in those kind of situations. Is somebody that can jump, somebody that can clear with the header.
Andon,
So again,
the moment we're playing against Inter, our weakness is everything. Our weakness is everything. Because we
not
conceded
really.
5 goals. We conceded 5 goals against Sassuolo. You're telling me not really?
Well, not really.
People
It's
were
not
saying we're going
everything.
to
I'm
lose
saying
1-0 against Inter. That's what people were saying before the game. We're going to lose 3 or 4-0. We finished 1-0. People were upset.
of course they're gonna be upset. We look like shit. You play terrible. What do you want people to say? We are great.
So the tactics change everything, not the players. The players are still playing shit.
But even in the first half, we could easily concede 3 or 4 goals. Lautaro had more chances.
Today we could have conceded a goal as well with Chow in the pitch. We could have conceded a goal as well. Tataruzano had to make some saves. So that's every game, man. With big defenders as well, you can concede goals. The change happened with the tactics, not because Chow came in and saved us, guys. Please, you guys are really childish on this.
But then why change? Why did he change the players that played against Inter? If it's only the tactics, why didn't he play with the same 11 players?
Andon, because he learned something more from that game.
But you are saying the players have no impact on the formation. Then why did he change the starting 11 against Inter? Why didn't he play with the same?
Dude, it's simple. He plays the 4 at the back. We concede 4 goals from Lazio. He does the same mistake. We concede 5 goals against Sassuolo. He changes the tactics, and he sees that we conceded just 1 goal. From that point, he understands that the 3 at the back is a good solution. Now,
but I'm not asking you that.
Let me finish. Let's make it better. Let's be more dangerous. So let's add Diaz and Selemakers to make more creativity and Leao, and that's how you get the result.
But you said the players doesn't matter what players you put in. It's only the formation. You just said that.
I just said that, but you have to listen when I say that. It's about moment. Football is about moment. The moment he changed tactics, the players gets a better performance, a better result. Their mentality grows, their momentum grows, so they can perform. And they get a goal against Torino. The next game, they are feeling better. They are the right target. They're gonna play a bit better, and they're gonna grow. That's how you change a team. You don't change it
only if you play the right players.
No, if you play the right tactics. The moment he gets the right tactics with the wrong players, you start to understand which direction you need to go. You need to get the.
So you are saying, for example, next week, if we put with the same formation, if we put Balotelli instead of Theo Hernandez, we're gonna win.
Dude, I'm saying if you put the right players with the wrong tactics, you lose and you're 2.0. You still don't know why you lost.
No, but I'm saying, let's say this is the right tactic that he played. This is the right tactic. So you're saying if we put Balotelli in the place of Theo Hernandez, we're gonna win.
But no, see, I'm not saying that because the difference between Gabbia and Chow is not the difference between Theo Hernandez and Balotelli. I'm not saying that, Anton. I'm saying.
But it
I'm
is.
Saying, no,
it is. The difference is not that.
Yeah, now Chow is the best center back in the world because Theo Hernandez is the best left back in the world. Chow is the best center back in the world, in your opinion.
No, but he's 10 times better than Gabbia. He's a lot better than Gabbia. A lot.
Nah, come on, man. It's just, this is shocking what you guys are saying. You live in a
Gabbia
world.
should not be even 100
Dude,
meters
Gabbia is not going to play anymore. Don't worry. He's not going to play anymore. Or maybe, let's say he's going to play, we're going to win. You're not going to say, oh, Gabbia had a good game. You're going to say, oh, Leao scored a great goal. Today, Giroud scored a goal out of nowhere. People are saying Chow had a great game. No one gives a shit about Giroud. Of course, because people have their agenda. They want to go about that. And I'm fine with that. I don't care. People don't understand that everything changed when Pioli got the tactic right. Getting the tactic right, he put the right player against Torino. And by the way, Torino is a weaker team than Inter. So you don't know. Maybe if you play the right players against Inter, you still lose. So it's not about the right players. Sometimes it's about the opposition. If Torino is a weaker team than Inter, you manage to win. So we are not talking about solving the solution. We haven't solved any issue at the moment. We just got to win.
We gotta win because the players chose selection was good.
No. We
That's why we
won
gotta
today.
win.
We won today because we changed the tactics in the derby. And
But
based
in
on those
order,
tactics, we
listen,
evolved.
in order for some tactic, listen just a second. In order for some tactic to be working good, you need the proper player for that tactic.
No,
For
that's what
example,
I'm telling you.
for example, in a three-man backline, Chiao used to play in a three-man backline. That's why he's a lot better choice than Gabia for a three-man backline. And that's why he should always, always, and always start ahead of Gabi in that kind of formation.
Andon.
Because he's more suited to the three back.
Sometimes, Andon, you get the tactics right and you have a weaker opposition and you win, even with the wrong player. It happens that you get the wrong players, good tactics, weaker opposition, and you win. So it's not just one thing that determines the result at the end. There is a different component of that. So the fact that you say Pioli choose a better formation is not sure because you don't know. Maybe Pioli choose the same formation, you can see 3 goals against Malta. So and of course you're gonna blame Pioli because you guys are never coming on the live and say, you know what, I was wrong on that player. You're always gonna blame Pioli. How come Pioli choose that player? That's the reality. And see, people, Milan fans on Twitter are crazy, man. Are crazy because there is 6 months they're still asking for CDK to start. Milan fans are mad. They're completely nuts. They still think CDK should start at Milan. That's what they think. Do you think Krunic is the right player? Do you think Giroud was the right? You didn't see the first half of the game to tell me that Giroud was the right player to start today. There was at least 3 players that were not the right player to start, and we still won because the tactics allow you that. Milan fans on Twitter, they're all crazy. They're all crazy. They've been 6 months asking for CDK to start. The kid does not even know. Milan fan wanting to start.
Of course, he's not gonna know when he plays because Pioli forces him when he plays bad.
It's always Pioli.
But listen,
it's not CDK's fault that doesn't show up and put the performance. It's Pioli's fault, man. Always.
But of course, because listen. Pioli plays him and forces him when he's bad. He continuously plays him when he plays bad. And the moment he had like a couple of good games or a good half, after that he doesn't play him.
He never had a good game, and after
he had.
No, he's not. Against Lazio was not a good game. Against Sassuolo was not a good game. For me, this guy dribbling once and that's it for 75 minutes, and you consider that a good game. That's not a good game, man. That is in the head of Milan fans. They see CDK dribble someone and have a good pass, and they think he had a good game for 75 minutes, man. That's not a good game.
He didn't play for 75 minutes.
Leao today had a stinker. Leao had a shit game. Today, Leao had a shit game. That was the wrong player to be played today. He had a shit game. Anyway, I'm gonna close the live because it's late and well, because we were losing 3-0 or 2-0 against Sassuolo, so he got changed at minute 60. He hasn't played. Do you want him to play 75 minutes? He's doing shit.
Again, with Pioli is an average coach. He's nothing special.
I'm not saying he's special, but you cannot blame him for everything or blame Pioli because outside it's raining, man. You cannot blame him because outside is raining or because CDK is not playing football. You cannot blame him.
But it's not
Ashley is
just
not playing?
listen. It's not just CDK. The problem is not just CDK. None of the summer children have been integrated good into the team. None of them. Not a
Andon,
single one.
Andon, listen to me. I'll make it clear to you, man, because you guys are incredible. We play against Lazio. Tomori, Kalulu start the game. We are 1-0 in 7 minutes. We're losing 1-0. Tomori gets injured. Kier comes in. And we lose at the end 4-1 or something like that. 4-0. I don't know. Against Lazio. If we put Ciao instead of Tomori, instead of Kier in that moment, we lose 3-0 that game. And people will say, why Pioli didn't play Kier? Kier is more experienced player. He would have done better. That's what people will say. That's the reality. You guys don't want to admit that,
Listen,
but that's the reality.
I can understand. Listen, I can understand the first game that he wants to, for example, put Chiara to play to see how they play. But in that situation, if the game that he puts Chiara and he plays bad, the next game he should give chance to another player.
Hey,
You cannot.
Okay, and I agree with you. But if you are Pioli,
That's the problem.
But that's what I'm telling you that you guys don't understand. That Pioli realized against Lazio, there is a mentality issue here. There is a problem on the mentality of the players. So if I put a kid, a 19 years old Ciao, to play with a team that is not in the right mentality, he can get destroyed. If Ciao plays against Sassuolo, I don't know what's wrong with your mic. I think if Ciao plays against Sassuolo, we lose with Ciao as well because the whole team was like shit. We didn't know what to do with the ball. We got completely fucked. And if Ciao plays against Lazio and Sassuolo, Ciao is out of the team because he's played 2 games and you lost badly. That's the reality. I'm not defending Pioli, guys. I'm making you look like an idiot because you think a 19 years old is gonna step up and save the game against Lazio. Have you seen that game? Have you seen 11 players having a stinker? Have you seen the Sassuolo game? 11 players having a stinker. Did you saw the game? You guys are blind when you talk about, oh, Ciao should start and we're gonna draw the game. You guys are blind thinking that.
But it's not just Lazio, it's not just Sassuolo. There were like 6 games in a row when he continuously do the same thing and he got bad results. It's not just Lazio and Sassuolo.
Which are the 6 games, by the way?
We had the draw against Roma. We had, again, there are 6 games in January.
We played well until 86 minutes. That was amazing game. There was
After the 86th minute of the Roma, after that, everything was shit. There are like six games after that.
Listen,
that were terrible. Completely and utterly terrible.
Yes, and he's not playing Gabi. He's playing Tomori and Kalulu against Lecce.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Gabi at fault. When you see somebody is not playing good, just bench him a little bit. Give another player a chance. Because if you're playing the same players 2-3 games and you're seeing that they're playing bad and you're not changing them.
Same players 2 or 3 games. There was Kalulu, Tomori. He tried Kalulu, Kier. He tried Kalulu, Kier, Gabbia, and now he's trying Kalulu, Kier, Ciao. He's trying all of them until he finds the formula. He's trying. I'm not defending Pioli. I'm saying don't put a 19 years old in the pitch on a team that everyone is playing like shit, because that kid is gonna just have an okay game, still lose, and have a really bad confidence after those 2 games.
But it's not just that. Also, it was stupid playing Messias in the middle. And we all said it was stupid before the game. Everybody said it was stupid. And what happened? It was really dumb to do that in that kind of formation.
Well, Messias Messias was a mistake. And he correct the mistake. He played Diaz.
But Messias from start, it was seen that it was a mistake. It was a stupid solution that would never, ever, ever work.
Yes.
And he had
changed.
seven
And he changed.
seven
And he
days
changed
to
that.
see that. 7 days. And he
But maybe-
continuously, he still played Messias at the middle.
Listen, but in those 7 days, maybe he saw a good performance.
What kind of? There's zero sense to put Messias in that position.
Yeah, but he saw something that he thought was the right thing to do, and he did it.
But apparently he didn't saw it right.
And he changed after 45 minutes. He changed him. There was game. Listen, there was game that Pioli started CDK. CDK played like shit. He changed him, and no one complained here about him starting CDK. No one said, "Why are you starting CDK? You don't see that it's the wrong decision. He is a shit player. How are you starting him?" That's the thing. That's the reality. He didn't play Leao. Leao comes in, he does just half thing, and that's it. Leao played like shit today. Are we gonna bench him next game because he played like shit? Because the logic you're saying, if a player plays like shit, you need to bench him and give time to other one. But
Of
if
course,
he does that
but
with
still, Leao is the only player. Leao is the only player that with one move can change the game, even if he's playing shit. There's a difference for that kind of players.
He's not even doing that movement anymore.
But he's still that type of a player. He's the only player that can do that currently in the team.
He's not doing it. He's not doing it. 90 minutes today, he didn't do it.
But he's the only one that can do it. He maybe didn't do it today. He's gonna do it tomorrow.
How many months we're gonna wait? Because it's been a month now. Is he gonna do it actually on Tuesday? Because if he does not do it on Tuesday, is he gonna do it on Saturday? How long we gonna wait for him?
As long as he did it, because he has proven in the past that he can do it.
So he's shown us in the past, in his last 24 years of life, he's shown us in 1 year and a half that he can do it, not in an entire career.
Which was enough.
So for Pioli, it's fine to keep putting Leao and waiting for him to perform. But for other players, it was not fine for Pioli to on them getting back on track and performing.
Of course, because the difference in quality between Leao and the other players is huge. It's different in quality of the players.
But the logic, man, you are a coach. You use logic on that as well.
But that's the logic. When you have a quality player, because player with quality can change the game with one move, even if he plays shit for 88 minutes. He can change the game in one move. But when a shit player plays for 90 minutes, he cannot do nothing.
Tomori played 3 games in a row really bad.
Tomori is playing bad from the start of the season. It's not just 3 games. Tomori is playing bad from the start
even
of the
Leao
season.
he's played a lot of games average this season. Even Leao. Against Torino, we lost 2-0. Leao misses 2 chances in the beginning, and it disappears during the game. I can tell you a lot of why you accept Pioli. You want Pioli to bench a player that he had 2 bad games, but with Leao, no, he should not bench Leao. He should play
because
Leao
quality overall is much higher than any other player on the team.
It's 7 games that Leao is not showing that quality. 7 games. 7.
It doesn't matter. No other player that plays in that position can even change that. Who are you gonna play? Rebic that is constantly injured?
And what
Rebic that if he plays 10 minutes, the next one is injured?
That's what I'm telling you. And that's why Pioli didn't change his defenders, because he does not trust them and does not think they can do the job. And that's why he kept Kalulu Tomori. Tomori gets injured. He trusts Kier. And he trusts more Gabbia. That's the logic of Pioli.
But Gabbia hasn't earned that trust. He never showed that he's a quality player. That's the difference.
He's played.
That's the difference, like Leao has shown that he can be good. Gabbia has never shown that. Gabbia maybe has like 2-3 good games in Milan jersey that he was actually good.
What about Ciao? How many times he showed with Milan?
Ciao maybe had, I don't know, in every game that he played currently, he was good. Maybe he was not
So he
A
had
plus
one
good,
game.
but he was good. He didn't have a stinker with Milan.
Gabbia, when Milan was good, he had good games as well.
Yes, probably 2 or 3 good games.
Yeah. So Chao had one.
But
so
it's not just one. No, it's not just one.
How many games Chao played?
He played maybe, I think, 5 games this season.
Yeah, coming from the bench. Yeah, he didn't start any.
Yes, coming from the bench.
Yeah. So what's wrong
And he
with
had,
Pioli?
out of those 5 games, he played 4 good.
What's wrong with Pioli choosing Gabbia one game?
It's not just one game.
Yeah, one game, because Lazio is here. Sassuolo
It's not
is
just
Gabbia.
one game. For example, Gabbia was terrible against Sassuolo.
Yes, and that's it. And on the
And he
defense
played the next game again. Why?
against Inter, and he played well. He didn't make
When
any
he
mistake.
played well.
Gabbia, he didn't make any mistake. The mistake wasn't here on a corner.
Gabbia didn't play well against Inter. We didn't concede, but he didn't play well against Inter.
What mistake he did against Inter?
He had a stupid yellow card, needless yellow card.
Oh, now the defenders are not allowed to get yellow cards as well.
They are allowed, but not stupid yellow cards.
Ah, come on, Ando. Now we're going on a stupid yellow card judgment. Here.
It's not just a stupid card. Also, he almost gave a penalty. That could easily been a penalty.
No, that's not a penalty. That's not a penalty. That's not a penalty.
That could easily been a penalty. With a different judgment, may have been. That's a stupid move.
Okay, with a different judgment, Chao gets scored by Lukaku. Different judgment, Chao gets scored by Lukaku.
But that was a clear foul.
Oh, well, that was not a clear penalty. So, so what is this thing? You guys are so biased, man. Are so biased. You know, Andon. We went out of the crisis thanks to Chao, not thanks to Pioli, not to tactics, to Pioli's tactics. Thanks to Chao.
But we are not out of the. What kind of? We are not out of the crisis. A single 0-1 victory against Torino is not out of the crisis.
Okay, the only 3 points we got in 2023 is thanks to Chao, not to Pioli's tactics or changes. Thanks to Chao. If we're losing with Chao in the pitch, it's Pioli's fault. But if we're winning with Chao in the pitch, it's Chao's merit. I get it, man. That is the logic in this channel. We keep going with that logic. That's fine.
But those are the facts. Anybody can tell you that Chao plays a lot better than Gabbia. Anybody.
Don't care, man. Don't care. These people are.
But those are the facts. Those are the facts.
They are not making decision, man. They are not going to the training ground and watching players train. They don't make decision at the end. Their job is not at risk. I'm pretty sure these people that tell me that Chao is better than Gabbia, they do a lot of mistakes at their job. They make
any other coach in any of the top leagues, if they had a month like we had last month, they would be sacked immediately without any thought at any of the big clubs.
Jurgen Klopp is 7 months that is not going from 10th place. He's not moving from 10th place. 7 months. He's not changing his formation. He's not changing his players. He's playing with the same formation, and he's not getting sacked. So don't worry, Ander. Again, who is clearly seeing Chao better than Gabbia? I'm pretty sure.
But you cannot compare Pioli to Klopp. Klopp is a proven coach. Pioli is not a proven coach.
I'm not comparing, and you are comparing. You're saying any other coach will be sacked at Pioli's performance.
Yes, they will be sacked. Yes.
And I'm telling you, don't worry. A lot of coaches are doing worse than Pioli are not getting sacked. A lot of them.
What are name more than besides Klopp? Who are those?
Potter. Chelsea is not winning, not even by accident. They are spending 600 million. The guy cannot get the formation right, the starting 11 right to win a game. Potter.
They just signed him a couple of months ago. If he continues to do like that, they're gonna sack him.
I don't care him. I don't care. They signed him before playing against Milan. He signed a lot of players, and he's not making the changes like you want them every 3 days.
But
and he's not winning.
Listen, the difference is Potter only got the players this winter window. It's not a coach that have been for the team for a year, 6 months. He didn't have preparations with the team.
Okay, what about Conte? Conte is outside top 4 at the moment with Tottenham, or he's too good to be sacked.
But even if he's outside top 4, the competition in the Premier League is a lot tougher than in the Serie A. A lot more tougher than the Serie A.
Who says that? Who says that?
Everybody.
Conte spent 200 million. Is that enough to handle the competition of the Premier League? Spending 200 million in the summer, is that enough?
But every other team spends in the Premier League above 100 million.
They spend the same amount of money. So is that enough money to be top 4? Because every other team spends. Anton, every other team spends more than Milan. So Milan having the same tough competition in comparison.
No, in Serie A, nobody spent a lot more than Milan.
Yes, Juventus spend more than Milan. Roma spend more than Milan. Napoli spend more than Milan.
You have to see their net spend.
That's competition. No, forget about net price.
You have to see the net spend.
Well, the net spend, we're not selling, so they are clearly spending more than us.
But they're selling. That's why they're spending more than us.
How much Napoli sold to buy Osimhen for 70 million? How much they sold? How many players they sold to buy Osimhen for 70 million?
I don't remember how much they sold them, but it's picking this season. They sold first, they then bought after that. Our net spend, I think it's the highest in Italy currently, besides Juventus.
Okay, the net spend of Tottenham is higher than Manchester City. I know that for sure. I know that's a fact. The net spend of Tottenham is higher than Manchester City because Tottenham didn't sell any player. They just spent 200 million. And net spend of Liverpool this season is higher than any other team in Premier League. They didn't sell any player. And in the last 3 years, players have been walking out for free. Gini Wijnaldum and other players are not renewing. Origi, everyone is walking free. They're not selling any. Net spend higher. They bought 70 million a striker. They bought 30 million and Gapco. 10th place for club. Getting scored 5 goals, 4 goals by Napoli. And things like that. Gattuso, it took Gattuso 20 games to get sacked. 14th place in La Liga. 20 games it took him to get sacked. Not 5, not 3. 20. Pioli's third. Today Pioli's third, Andon. Today Pioli's third. You guys want him sacked.
Of course.
Yes, of course. Because it's not your job. You're not. Imagine you having 3 bad days at work, you get it sacked.
But it's not 3 bad days.
Well, 3 bad days, yeah. Because
we had the worst month in history of Milan. The worst month.
No, because the players as well. That's what you don't understand. The players.
We had the worst month in the history of Milan. That says a lot.
Andon. 80% of Pioli's decisions were the right one. The players didn't show up for most of the games. Stop with this bullshit you guys are saying. The players are not playing well.
Of the decisions right and be dominated by everything that you play.
Dude, the players play like shit. You want Pioli to get sacked.
Of course.
Leao is playing like shit for 7 games, and you want Pioli to get sacked.
Of course, because the players lost faith in Pioli. It's simple.
Sorry?
The players lost faith in Pioli. They don't believe in his ideas.
Well, they told you in front of everyone everything that people were saying about Pioli's and his ideas that the players don't believe.
They don't have to tell me. I saw them. I see them on the field. It's the same team that played good 2-3 months ago, and now they played shit. They don't have to tell you. You can see that.
No, they believe in Pioli. That's not true, what you're saying. You guys are casual support. You don't even understand what does it mean not believing in a coach. That's not true. That's not true.
It's true. Pioli lost the locker room completely.
That's not because they lose this game as well. If they want Pioli sacked, they lose this game as well. They don't win this game. That's not true, Andon, what he's saying. They don't. That's not true. They know. The players know that it's on them. This bad period is on them. They know that, and you guys don't understand that. They know that. You can see it on their face. No player wants to lose. This bullshit about he lost the locker room. That's not a reality. That's not true. They are making fun of the press that write things like that. Of course, what the press is gonna write that Pioli lost the dressing room. They're not gonna write that.
I don't care what the press says. I'm speaking from what I see on the field. I don't give a fuck what the press says. The press can say whatever they want. I'm speaking about by the body language of the players on the field.
No, they're playing like shit. There's not a body language. I didn't see that. When you read it on the press, you think, okay, he's losing the dressing room. That's what you guys.
Right. I don't read Italian press. I don't read the press.
Social media reports everything what Italian.
Not even social media reports. I'm saying this based on the games that I watch, based on the players how they move on the field.
No, the base, and I watched the game as well. And based on the games, I think the players are playing like shit. Pioli didn't lose the dressing room. Ibrahimovic told you that Pioli hasn't lost the dressing room. That everything is united. That everyone is a group. Calabria went out and says it. Everyone today.
But what do you expect them to say? You expect them to say, "Oh yeah, it's true. We don't trust in Pioli. He needs to go." You expect them to say that in the press? Of course, they're not going to say that.
No. They can just not say anything. They just can shut up and say nothing.
But they're asking him those questions. They cannot just shut up.
No, they didn't ask him. They didn't ask them. They went on social media and said it in front of everyone. No one asked them to say anything. They just went and said that.
They never mentioned Pioli. They didn't mention Pioli nowhere.
They mentioned, they said everyone in Italy thinks that this group is disjointed and is against the coach. And they said this is completely fake news. It's embarrassing what they're writing about us players of AC Milan. Today, Teo Hernandez and Calabria had a picture together pretending they were fighting just to make fun of you guys that believe in this bullshit.
It's not us believing what the
you
press
guys
says.
believe in everything what the press says. The press says Leao is breaking with Milan. He's not talking with Maldini. Leao needs to go on social media and say, you guys are a bunch of idiots. You should not write things like this about me. It's not true. It's everything fake. I'm actually talking with Maldini. We're still talking on the renewal. And the press, one of the biggest newspapers here, asked them to delete the news from their website because they are embarrassed. But you know what? I'm never going to win because if we start to win 3-4 games, it's not Pioli's achievement. Pioli is average. Pioli always going to be average. If he wins, he's always going to be average. If he loses, people want him sacked. So,
but of course, Pioli will always be an average. Pioli will never be a top coach. Never ever.
Pioli wins the Champions League, he's still going to be average. He's
not going to win the Champions League.
Okay, he's not going to win it. If he wins it by accident, you guys are going to say he's average. He just got lucky.
But he's not going to win it.
Okay, man.
How many years Pioli is a coach? How many years? Do you know how many years he's a coach?
Anton, they told me Pioli is never going to win the Serie A as well. Don't worry, man.
How many years Pioli is a coach?
25.
And how many titles he has won?
2.
How many big titles he has won?
1. You know that. So why are you asking me that?
How is that a top coach? In 25 career, you think have one single trophy.
You want to bet that I can mention you a lot of coaches that are not top coaches that won the Champions League.
But they're not top coaches. I'm speaking about top coaches.
No, I told you that Pioli is going to win the Champions League, and you say he's never going to win it because he's not a top coach. And I told you, I can actually mention you coaches that won the Champions League. They are not top coaches.
Of course, Di Matteo won it with Chelsea, but he's not a top coach.
So You can win the Champions
Top
League.
coach.
Being a top coach. Luis Enrique won a Champions League. He's not a top coach. He never won any title outside of that Barcelona. He's losing every game. He's
Yes,
losing
and
with
he's not a
Juventus.
top
He's
coach.
losing with Roma. He's not a top coach. He won the Champions
He's
League
not.
with Barcelona. Yeah. Nagelsmann is not a top coach. He won the Bundesliga with Bayern.
Yeah, but Nagelsmann is young. He
No.
still has time.
You can see it from the young age. It's not a good one.
But he has time to win. He doesn't have a 24-year career.
Hansi Flick, if he wins nothing from now until the end of his career, he's not a top coach, basically. He won it just with Bayern.
Of course, if he doesn't win a couple of matches, he's not a top coach.
And I need to close this live, man.
Sam, I have to sleep as well. It's around 4 a.m. here. So just let's hope they can continue to win a couple of games.
Well, we're gonna win a lot of games. We're not gonna win just a couple. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Forza Milan.